cries of the executed rang out pitifully. The head was kicked down from the platform by the soldiers in disgust. A man in a red cloak sat on an armored horse, coldly watching the bloodshed. The crowded soldiers laughed loudly in mockery. Look at those shaking, gory bastards. The next person was brought up to the platform to give up his life. The soldier bearing the still bloodied blade curled his lip, his eyes without an ounce of mercy. The large sword was raised high. The man trembled and begged, please. The soldier with wicked eyes sneered coldly, blame your country for being so pathetic. The man's pupils contracted, awaiting death in fear. When suddenly an arrow flew and struck the swordsman in the head with deadly accuracy as he prepared to strike. The soldier immediately collapsed, breathless to everyone's astonishment. The man in the red cloak was also shocked. His deadly gaze grew even colder. From afar came the sound of horses' hooves approaching. A large cavalry force was charging in. The deep crimson three-clawed banners were quickly recognized. The Tang army was somewhat surprised to see it was the black-armored Ghost cavalry. Gory's cavalry had arrived. The gap between the forces closed, the horses' hooves drawing nearer. The man in the red cloak growled a warning, do not falter. The soldiers, though startled, held their ground ready to fight. The gleaming sharp blades pointed toward the ground. With only 3,000 men daring to dream of opposing the Tang's 100,000, the red-cloaked man declared coldly, those Gory who are about to perish are no match for me. The black-armored Ghost cavalry has approached. The red-cloaked man boldly led the Tang troops forward, repeating in a harsh voice, those Gory who are about to perish are no match for me. Commander of the black-armored Ghost cavalry, take my spear. The armored warhorses charged heroically. Sharp blades flashed with deadly light, ready to be stained with blood. Jinshin tightened the reins, his gaze frosty, intent on clearing the enemies before him. The two commanders of the opposing units charged at each other. Jinshin's blade swung up, the horse did not slow, and the sword accurately sliced across the opponent's body. The Tang soldiers were terrified to see their general felled by a single strike. In the blink of an eye, Jinshin on his horse had appeared before the large army. The blade in his hand rose, a gust of sand flew into the faces of those nearby. The soldiers, unable to react in time, could only gape in terror. Jinshin's deathly gaze from atop his horse fixed on them like an enraged Yama. The black-armored Ghost cavalry surged into the ranks. Orders to halt rang out but had no effect. A bloody spectacle ensued, blades flashing as dark red blood splattered everywhere. Cold spears drove straight into soldiers, and a rain of arrows fell so the enemy could not withstand it. With a single strike, the black-armored Ghost cavalry easily took lives. The ground was soon stained a deep red. Even the sunlit sky turned blood red, making the deep crimson of the three-clawed banners stand out as they waved across the brutal battlefield. Those being escorted were evacuated by the troops. Amid the strewn corpses, a soldier sat panting heavily. Hatred and bitter resentment showed in his eyes as he ground his teeth and hissed the words black-armored Ghost cavalry. Before he could gather himself, a blade rose and decisively severed the soldier's head. His final words of hatred, the cursed war fiends, were left unfinished. The ground was littered with mutilated body parts. Jinshin, mounted, took lives easily with his blade. Loathing and rage were plainly written across his face. From afar, a large force was approaching. Shouts rang out, Tang generals were coming up from the rear. On hearing this, Jinshin turned his head to look at the advancing force drawing nearer. He quickly ordered HWI to Pyongyang to handle escorting the civilians. Buro and Yuru were to block the enemy pursuit. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. I'll open the way, he said coldly, his eyes growing even icier. The cold, sharp point of his sword was ready to wreak havoc. A gleam signaled readiness. Immediately the warhorses lunged forward. The terrifying speed struck fear into the soldiers. Civilians ran close behind. Swift arcs of blades swept clean the path. Guiding shouts rose, stay tight, don't look back. And before long the route was cleared. No one remained to block the way ahead. Only then did Jinshin stop his horse. He turned to look back as the civilians, now safe, ran with all their might. Behind them, Tang soldiers were held off by the black-armored Ghost cavalry, forming a sturdy shield. Suddenly a voice rang out, General, please allow this lowly man to fight. A man clasped his hands in supplication. I want to use my own hands to protect my family and Gory. Beside him, a son looked up at his father in surprise. The boy suddenly cried out, no father, I want to fight. Jinshin was silent and lowered his gaze to the boy. General, please let me fight. The boy looked up at Jinshin and voiced his wish. Jinshin glanced briefly as if weighing the boy's request, met the child's determined, expectant gaze. Jinshin asked, do you know how to ride? If you can't ride, you can't fight. The boy looked at him blankly and stammered. The boy really doesn't know how to ride. Jinshin ordered, give this child a horse. The man gently placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. A large scar still marked the man's face. He instructed his son, "All right, go protect your mother and younger sibling." Then he kicked up and quickly mounted his horse. Jinshin loudly ordered, "Take care of the elderly, children, and wounded, then run toward Pyongyang." The boy turned his back, tears streaming from the corner of his eye. In his heart he whispered, "Father, I will protect mother and my sibling." The man's face went cold, his look full of resolve. The boy silently hoped his father would survive and return. In the distance, an army like a tide of ants was swarming closer. Jinshin raised the sword in his hand, pointing its sharp tip toward the enemy. He shouted, "Make sure none get through." The soldiers roared in reply and readied themselves to fight. The last civilians reached the city gate. The tall red gates remained firmly closed. The people battered the doors with all their might. Cries for help rang out in chorus. "Please open the gate, please save us." On the ramparts above, the guard stood motionless, watching the scene below. A guard heard the pleas but showed no expression on his face. Below, the people kept pounding the gate, tears of supplication mixing with fearful waiting. Calls of "Open the gate" echoed through the palace. Hands gripped the battlements so tightly they trembled. A man with a face like a red ledger sat in the chair, his expression sullen. "Chief Guard, is there truly no other way?" spoke King Bajang, the last sovereign of Gori. The ministers and generals before him knelt, bowing their heads. "We are truly at fault. The enemy numbers are too many." Bajang clenched his teeth, breathing heavily. Tears rolled down his face. "Your Majesty, you must flee before the encirclement tightens." Demuduk, the king's chief guard, reluctantly explained the situation. "The country our ancestor Jumong built, I could not protect it." Bajang leaned back in his chair, sighing, "If I flee, where can I go?" "I have prepared boats," Demuduk said. "Your Majesty must sail south and regroup our forces." Demuduk closed his eyes and sighed in embarrassment, his voice low as he spoke. "If we gather forces, who will fight?" The question laid bare the deadlock. "There is still the envoy Ko Jinshin, sir." Demuduk loudly named the one he trusted. The envoy. Bajang, whose eyes had been closed, suddenly opened them wide, incredulous. "He still lives." He suddenly called for Chief Guard Demuduk, who replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, may I make a request?" Having said it, he looked toward the right corner of the main hall, where a figure stood. Bajang frowned, calculation evident in his eyes. Demuduk glanced as well and saw a woman holding a newborn who slept with eyes tightly shut. The infant sleeping in her arms was Yulji. On the blood-soaked battlefield, the man had left amid the longing of his son from the ranks. Jinshin sat on his horse, coldly looking at the man's corpse, his gaze unshaken. In his heart he thought, "For your death your son will remember." The ground was littered with bodies and fallen horses intertwined. In the distance, tens of thousands of soldiers still stood ready to advance. A voice called out, "Tang's pawns are as numerous as ants, with no end in sight." Buru behind Jinshin laughed and asked Yuru, "Scared now?" The question successfully provoked the enemy. "What did you say?" Buru gritted his teeth, challenging with fierce resolve. "Let's see who can kill more." Yuru accepted, finding it increasingly amusing. HWI said to Jinshin, "The situation has clearly shifted. The myriad Tang troops are closing in on us." The wind swept Jinshin's black cloak billowing. He said, "It might be hard to ride freely now." "Envoy, let's compete to see who among us can kill the most," Buru proposed. "The loser must go pluck the beard of King Yama." Jinshin considered this an actual contest. He saw the three retainers' faces brimming with excitement. Jinshin remained expressionless and said, "Sounds interesting." The three men beamed at his words. Then everyone in the unit burst into laughter at once. Their laughter echoed across the wide ground, rising under a sky dyed golden by dusk. The battlefield lay strewn with corpses stained red. HWI wore a gentle smile, a rare expression for someone amid such brutal fighting. The soldiers glanced at each other and returned joyful smiles. Their smiles were full of exhilaration and optimism, as if they were no longer standing on a land reeking of death and blood. Or perhaps these were their last smiles. HWI glanced and saw Jinshin also crack a slight smile. This final battlefield felt strangely lively. HWI closed his eyes slightly, a gentle smile at his lips, and tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Jinshin raised a spear high, ready, and the soldiers immediately returned to a state of intense focus. Determined to allow no one through, Jinshin's eyes took on a deadly look. He ground his teeth and hissed each word as he set foot toward Pyongyang. The towering city gates, tightly shut, suddenly showed signs of movement, as a rider emerged from inside the walls. Hearing the sound, Jinshin glanced back. The rider rode straight toward them. "Envoy Ko Jinshin, obey the orders of the sovereign," the rider shouted. "You are to announce, everyone withdraw." The two words "withdraw" stunned Jinshin and everyone else completely. Above, the sunset sky was splendid, painted with shimmering colors of cloud. Below, the troops formed ranks and began to move slowly. "But won't Pyongyang be in danger if we withdraw?" Yuru asked. Buru replied, "Surely the sovereign has a plan. Move to the boats prepared at the harbor and await further orders." HWI told Jinshin his conjecture. It seems His Majesty intends to sail south to regroup the forces. Jinshin said nothing. He glanced to the side and noticed something. Nobles, they spotted a carriage overturned with someone collapsed on the ground. Buru said angrily that nobles were abandoning the sinking state to run away, served them right. Yuru added they should have had their heads bored through by his own hand. Suddenly a rider galloped up shouting, "General." The soldier pulled the reins to halt his horse to report. A cavalry detachment of 500 from the road forces is chasing a carriage that appears to have just left Pyongyang, the soldier urgently reported. HWI lowered his eyes and sighed. Another noble fleeing. The soldier immediately shouted, "No," on the carriage. "There is the sovereign's banner." The mentioned carriage was racing down the road, followed by the non-stop clatter of pursuing hooves. Before long, the carriage was surrounded by hundreds of cavalry and horses. Guards close in on the carriage, allow not a single arrow through. Yuru barked the order. Behind the cavalry besieging the carriage, a large group watched on. The deputy guard cried out, "General, please let me stall for time. You must go ahead." "What are you saying? Impossible." But the man seemed to ignore them and shouted an order. 10 rear cavalry, follow me." Buru called out in astonishment, "Deputy guard," but the rider galloped on without turning back, leading the rear cavalry straight ahead. The deputy guard's face was inscrutable in thought. Then he raised the corner of his mouth in a smile. "You must escort His Highness safely." At that moment the massed Tang forces appeared right before them. One among them, riding a white horse at the front, quickly closed in and launched the attack. The deputy guard ground his teeth, eyes wild with rage and a desperate will to hold them off and destroy the attackers. The white rider used his long lance to easily kill his foe. In no time, the Tang troops had cleared away the obstructing men. The force surged onward, accelerating the chase. The white rider at the lead shouted, almost within reach. Ahead, the black-armored Ghost cavalry urgently escorted the carriage forward. Demuduk glanced back and inwardly called for the deputy guard. When he turned, his eyes were shut tight, his face showing grief and loss. Suddenly, a sharp arrow flew before him, the shaft within inches of Demuduk's pupil. Close enough to see Demuduk's astonished eyes reflected, the arrow continued on its path backward, and struck true into the left chest of the white rider who had been pursuing. That bought them some breathing room as the distance between them widened. The escort force sped up. The road below steamed with dust from the armored horse's furious pace. Tears welled at Demuduk's eyes. He clenched his teeth to hold back his sobs. The troops kept urging their horses forward. The carriage was at the center, escorted by the tightly packed force around it. Far behind, the overwhelmingly numerous enemy still relentlessly pursued. Jinshin suddenly halted his horse, astonished at the figure appearing before him. He called out, "Chief Guard." Demuduk, seated on his mount, responded to him, "Envoy." The hooves moved swiftly over the ground. Jinshin and Demuduk turned back to back. Demuduk bowed his head slightly and shut his eyes as if quietly receiving an order. Jinshin frowned tightly, each word hissed through his teeth. "Kill them all, leave not a single one alive." The armored horses thundered across the ground like flying steeds. Without hesitation, they charged straight into the enemy's dense ranks. The two sides crashed into one another in brutal, bloody combat. The escort force with the carriage was moving along a narrow trail through the mountains and woods. Around the carriage were spearmen and accompanying palace maids. Jinshin sat on his horse, his gaze fixed on the distance, his face resolute, eyes sharp with intense concentration. "Is it really a royal decree?" Jinshin asked, still finding it hard to believe. Demuduk confirmed firmly. Yes, His Majesty ordered the prince to be escorted by boats to safety. Meanwhile, inside the carriage things rolled along quietly, and Jinshin turned his gaze to the carriage, having accepted the importance of his task. Jinshin's stern, emotionless face looked out over the distant land ahead, while the armored horses' hooves tread slowly on the ground. Light on the sky dimmed as dusk prepared to give way to night. Below, the army moved slowly through the dense forest. Ahead of them, boats lay moored and ready. The trail the army followed led to those waiting vessels. The boats were now visible, but the distance to them remained considerable. HWI told Jinshin that at this pace, dawn might reach them before they did. Suddenly, a loud cry rose from behind. "General." Jinshin turned his head. Soldiers were racing up to announce loudly that the enemy was approaching. On hearing the report, everyone looked toward the distant plain and saw an enemy cavalry force thundering forward, kicking up clouds of dust at their hooves. A body of enemy horsemen was charging fast. The pounding hooves tore through the air, raising a choking dust. "Damn it, those bastards found us. Let me shoot their skulls with arrows." Buru, hearing Yuru, chimed in, "Leave some for me too." "Black armored Ghost cavalry hold the road for me, the rest escort the prince." Jinshin ordered loudly, and the force split into two groups at once as arranged. The cavalry armed with long spears rode forward at full speed. The leadman shouted, "Gori's troops are over there." On Jinshin's side, soldiers formed a long line like a steel wall, ready to meet the charge. Jinshin nodded and signaled Yuru to loose arrows. Yuru sat on his armored horse, ready at the command. Before him, the enemy cavalry came hurtling like flying steeds. He began to knock an arrow and draw the string. The soldiers behind him simultaneously raised their bows and drew taut. Yuru smiled with confident assurance in his famed marksmanship. One shot, two arrows. Each lead rider tasked with breaking the line was struck first. Then came a dense rain of arrows, a volley unleashed. Arrows whistled down from above at terrifying speed, embedding themselves into the charging horsemen. Jinshin urged his horse forward at once. Demuduk and Buru also spurred their mounts into the fray. The forces galloped swiftly to engage the enemy. Thrown projectiles struck the foe before they could dodge. Jinshin used his weapon to fell the enemies around him with ease. From a high vantage point, someone watched the chaotic melee of hundreds of soldiers fighting fiercely beneath the blood-red sunset sky. That man was Chunghain. Behind him stood soldiers ready and awaiting orders. The carriage escorted by soldiers was hurrying along. Inside the vehicle, a gentle handmaiden cradled Yulji, wrapped in cloth against the jolting and noises outside. The handmaiden looked at the little girl sleeping with her eyes closed and whispered, "It's okay, we're almost there." Suddenly, an arrow pierced the carriage roof and lodged right beside the child, leaving the handmaiden plainly terrified. Frightened, she dropped to the floor of the carriage and screamed at the arrow in panic. Startled awake, the little girl burst into loud crying. Outside the carriage, loud shouts rang out. Troops from the shore were also arriving. "Shield team, take the front and hold." The soldiers tasked with the duty moved ahead of the carriage to shield it and continued toward the shoreline. As the carriage reached the shore, they saw soldiers bracing large shields to block the rain of arrows pouring in from afar, shouting to hold formation. The men struggled to stand firm beneath the relentless downpour of arrows. In the distance, Tang soldiers were also charging forward. The soldiers' shields were pinned full of arrows and then dropped to the ground. Everyone braced together, trying to hold the line. They had to hold until His Highness, the Crown Prince, boarded the ship safely. A youth gripped his sword with both hands and commanded, "Stand firm until the envoy arrives." The speaker was Jai Ung Sam, a swordsman of Gori. Tang troops had closed in right before them. Ung Sam charged alone into the ranks with his blade. A battle raged on the shoreline while Chunghain led his forces on land, preparing to engage. He introduced himself, "I am Wei Chunghain, Grand General of the Tang garrison." Jinshin opposite him merely stared in silence. Chunghain offered terms. "If you surrender now, I will report directly to His Majesty and grant you the honor of fighting under my banner for the Great Tang." "Well?" he asked, eyes wide on Jinshin. Jinshin only stared back without answering. After a moment, Jinshin gave a slight nod as if agreeing. Chunghain and his soldiers laughed loudly. "You chose correctly, you'll become an arm." Before he finished, an arrow pierced his head. Yuru, positioned behind Jinshin, had acted. The arrow went through his head and embedded itself in the chest of a nearby soldier. Yuru spat, "You damn Tang, do you fight with your mouths?" Buru beside him added, "That brat's face looks like Li Shimin." Chunghain fell from his horse, his heavy body collapsing to the ground. Jinshin quietly ordered HWI, "Mount up." HWI tightened his grip on his weapon and loudly rallied the troops. The soldiers around them assumed ready stances. Everyone raised their spears high, faces focused, and the command was shouted out. Axes were hurled, flying toward the enemy. Soldiers lay fallen on the ground, faces contorted in pain. One opened his eyes in stunned amazement at the scene. An armored horse thundered forward like a projectile. Its hoof slammed down onto the face of the soldier Jinshin, led as the cavalry plowed into the ranks. Out by the shoreline, the Tang soldiers now lay scattered and motionless on the ground. Ung Sam breathed laboriously, exhausted after a grueling fight. Then he heard the distant thunder of hooves, and saw Jinshin approaching with the black-armored Ghost cavalry. Ung Sam turned and loudly reported the news to the soldiers. Hearing this, everyone cheered in unison. Someone shouted to hurry, "Enemy riders are on our heels. Get to the ships, run with everything you've got." By the time the Tang force caught up, everyone had already boarded the ships. Watching the shoreline recede, the Tang soldiers on the beach became dark silhouettes against the purple dusk. Gentle waves lapped at the sides of the large wooden ships, as huge white sails were hoisted, pushing the vessels away from the harbor into the open sea. Yulji slept soundly, the child's young face utterly peaceful. Jinshin held the girl in his arms, looking at her with a gaze full of feeling. He turned to ask Demuduk, "What is the crown prince's name?" The man replied, His Majesty Li letter 1 EC7T bestowed the name Yulji upon him. Jichin asked on, what are His Majesty's next orders? Demuduk suddenly lowered his eyes and fell silent, not answering at once. He closed his eyes briefly as if faced with a difficult question. Jichin called out loudly, Captain of the Guards, where is His Majesty? Demuduk did not answer but slipped his hand into his sleeve. He produced a sealed scroll and handed it to him. His Majesty had instructed him to deliver it. Jichin looked at the scroll presented before him while still cradling Yulji. He handed the girl to the handmaiden and took the scroll with his other hand. He opened it and read the instructed lines written there. I give my final command to my younger brother. Jichin read each line with a stern face. Take this child and the others far away and live a peaceful life. The ship bobbed gently on the calm sea and pushed forward. Everyone stared toward the distant land. The soldiers on board were bloodied and exhaustion showed on their faces. This was the elder brother's final plea to his younger sibling. Jichin seemed to see Bajang's face, the corner of his mouth curling in a smile directed at him. After finishing the message, his brows drew together even tighter. He crumpled the letter in his hand. The man he had never dared call brother in life now claimed to be one and told him to run. Jichin turned to Demuduk. What about Pyongyang, captain of the guards? The man only lowered his eyes and remained silent, not meeting his gaze. Jichin called him loudly once more, Captain of the Guards. Demuduk then fell to his knees, pleading, please kill me. He said nothing but his body trembled while kneeling, tears streaming down his aged face. The scene froze as if time stopped. Everything fell silent except the unbearable truth that could not be spoken. Jichin turned his face back to the land they had just left, his pupils constricted and his expression darkened. Where black smoke billowed up from the island, 900 years of Gori ended like this once more. His eyes grew cold, full of bitterness and self-reproach. In the end, I couldn't protect them. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, the crash of a great wave against the hull. The ship rocked so the waves began to leap onto the deck. The handmaiden, terrified, clutched Yulji to her chest. Jichin stood on deck watching the waves pounding the ship grow ever more violent. Yulji, asleep, was jolted awake by the loud noise, and the little girl burst into a cry that echoed across the vessel. Jichin's face darkened further as he looked at Yulji with deep concern. The ship with its white sails struggled to move as towering waves blocked the bow, the rough sea growing stronger and tossing the vessels wildly. The sky thickened with black clouds and a heavy downpour began. Forked lightning struck the storm-tossed sea, adding dangerous challenges for the ship. The once gentle waves now raged, making the vessels pitch. The storm rose on deck and the soldiers struggled to stay on their feet as towering waves threatened relentlessly. Shouts rose non-stop, hold the lines, grip the ropes, stay alert. Do you want to die? Lash yourselves in. The fiercer the waves hit, the more the soldiers panicked. One ship in the fleet was in danger of capsizing. The fleet commander hurried over to call Jichin, who was watching the sea and assessing the situation. Turn the ship around, a command went up as the vessel lurched violently. I've spent my life at sea, but I've never seen waves like this, the drenched fleet commander explained. Before he finished, a giant wall of water rose ahead with a thunderous roar. At this rate, we'd all be dead. Jichin heard him but said nothing, remaining silent as he watched the raging sea. The fleet commander pleaded in a low voice, General, turn the ship now. Spray speckled Jichin's face. He lowered his eyes and saw Yulji's youthful face appear with an innocent, joyful smile. At last Jichin spoke, resolute, his gaze steady and calculating. We have no way back. No sooner had he finished than a distant lightning flash illuminated his focused face. He looked toward the distant bolt, then slowly gave the order, through the waves, advance. This is the will of His Majesty. His hand tightened on the sword at his side. This is the battle of Gori's naval force. He drew his sword. Jichin stood on the prow, raising the blade toward the black sky where lightning kept striking as if he held command over it. Everyone present listened intently to his command. Jichin pointed the sword straight ahead and shouted, Go! Pierce the wall of waves. The great ship lunged forward into the assault of the raging waves. The other vessels followed together into the towering whirl of water. Ahead of the prow loomed a column of water like a monstrous beast. The whirlpools at times seeming ready to blow the ships away at any moment. The ships battled the roaring ocean as waves crashed in relentless succession. A shaft of light appeared over the ocean, carrying a glimmer of hope. The shaft of light widened like a gateway to new land. Jichin slowly opened his eyes, his face speckled with water, sea spray or sweat, he couldn't tell. He gently called, Crown Prince. He planted the sword against the deck to steady himself and forced himself upright, breathing heavily. Yulji still lay cradled in his arms. Jichin suddenly heard laughter and lowered his eyes to look. Yulji, lying in his arms, giggled happily. For a moment Jichin hadn't yet shaken off his shock. The fleet commander at the ship's side stared at the calm water and stammered, What on earth happened here? He muttered uncertainly that the mainland should still be far off, when Buru suddenly appeared, saying the storm had simply passed and the sudden stillness was unnervingly quiet. Then, puzzled, he asked the man beside him, "If you can see land, shouldn't we make for shore at once? You look dazed. Did an arrow hit your head?" The fleet commander pointed toward the land before them and said, "Over there." Buru answered, "Yes, it's beautiful. This land really is vast, turn in place, and it's all land as far as the eye can see." His excited face turned serious when he noticed something strange. How can the sea be so narrow? There's land not far ahead, and behind them is also solid ground. Jichin speculated aloud this might be a lake. Hearing that, Buru angrily grabbed the fleet commander by the throat. "Are you mad? Have we been circling a lake for days? I'll break your neck before you come to your senses." HWI spoke up to warn him, but the boor remained enraged. "HWI, brother, can you let this idiot go on like this?" HWI turned to Jichin and asked, "Ambassador, what should we do?" "This is clearly a lake we set out from the sea," Jichin analyzed. "But whatever the case, this place is very far from where we started, so it's safe enough." HWI looked at him, a little surprised by Jichin's words. HWI went over to the fleet commander, still held by Buru, and ordered, "Fleet commander, command the troops to disembark." The order rang out and the entire force went ashore. The white sails were furled, and the flotilla began moving toward the land ahead. Jichin stared ahead, frowning, suspicion rising. What exactly was this place? The sky above was clear blue as the ships drew up to the shoreline. On the wide land, the soldiers set up camps. Everyone busied themselves with work. "Yuru, take troops and scout the surroundings," Jichin ordered sternly. The two men straightened, clasped hands in readiness, and accepted the command. Jichin continued, "Prepare for any raids, set up warships around the area." HWI bowed and accepted his assignment. "Captain of the guards, check current manpower." Demuduk replied solemnly, "Understood, I'll take that responsibility." With duties assigned, everyone dispersed and began working. Jichin stood grimly watching the troops. Buru and Yuru set off together carrying their gear. HWI mustered the soldiers and assigned them tasks. Demuduk went to inspect and speak with the troops. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Jichin turned toward the sound and a gentle smile spread across his face. Inside, 3 maidservants were busy soothing Yulji. Jichin lifted the curtain and stepped into the tent, surprising the maidens. The 3 quickly bowed and paid their respects to him. Jichin lowered his eyes and said, "I am not your highness." The 3 maidens were flustered. One stammered, "Then please excuse me for a moment." Jichin remained standing and asked again, "What is the matter?" The maiden holding Yulji explained respectfully, "It seems he wet himself." Jichin's face showed a hint of thought as he replied, "Is that so?" Yulji kept crying, and Jichin's presence only made the maidens more anxious. Jichin stepped forward briskly toward the group. As he approached, the maidens looked at him with puzzled fear. "Change the diaper." Jichin lowered his eyes and coldly ordered as Yulji's crying continued. At his words, the 3 maidens' faces showed astonishment and apprehension. At last, the 3 changed the diaper while Jichin stood watching from behind. Yulji lay on the cloth and kept crying loudly. Jichin stood watching the girl intently. His expression shifted into one of astonishment. His pupils contracted and his brows knitted in surprise. "Summon the captain of the guards here." A loud shout echoed throughout the camp. The call for the captain of the guards rang urgent as Jichin's anger became apparent. Inside the dense forest, Buru and Yuru's men pushed forward. Buru complained, "I could have sworn there was a wild boar here just now." Yuru frowned and replied, "I don't even see an ant. What wild boar are you talking about?" Buru frowned too and said, "That kid speaks to the boss like he knows nothing." Yuru, trailing behind, snapped angrily, "Now you're nagging again." As they walked, Buru said, "Since we came out of the same spot, of course whoever goes first leads the way." Suddenly, a noise came from the bushes. Yuru turned to look. "Did you hear that?" Yuru gripped his axe and ordered everyone to focus. The soldiers readied their weapons. The sounds from the undergrowth continued to appear. Yuru and Buru exchanged curious looks. "Tonight we'll have wild boar," Buru said with an excited grin. From the bushes, the noises grew more frequent. Everyone raised their weapons, prepared. From the undergrowth, a large green foot stepped out. Buru and Yuru and their soldiers, poised to strike, suddenly froze, their faces full of astonishment. Yuru lowered the drawn bow and stared at the creature before them in bafflement. "What is that?" Were the boars here walking on 2 legs? Before them stood 4 large, blue-skinned beings with pointed ears, fangs, and snouts like boars, but upright on 2 legs. Buru observed and asked, "Why are they blue-green?" "Don't you see?" Yuru turned to him, anger clear on his face. "They're all bruised up." Buru raised his axe and looked at Yuru with a puzzled, suspicious expression. 2 legs or blue skin, does it matter? As long as the boar tastes good, that's all that counts. Hearing that, Buru immediately agreed. That's true. The boar-like monsters stopped, heads tilted in confusion, their feet stepping lightly on the grass toward the others. Buru and Yuru advanced slowly, excitement and anticipation on their faces. Seeing the two men's expressions, the blue-skinned group grew fearful. The green grass beneath their feet trampled mercilessly, pushing off so Buru and Yuru could spring into the air. Raising their weapons high to close in and strike, the four blue creatures looked up at them in terror. The dense forest, thick with verdant canopies, seemed torn apart by the blood-curdling screams that echoed across the sky. Back at the camp, a maid's face was dotted with sweat, eyes wide with fear, breath ragged as a sword pressed to her throat left her frozen. Jichin held his sword and pointed it at the maiden, his gaze icy. Demuduk burst in from outside, panic written on his face. The ambassador saw the scene before him and was stunned. Jichin glanced at him and said coldly, "Captain of the guards, the child has been swapped. But no one here can explain how this happened." All three maidens were terrified of Jichin's fury. Demuduk was silent, he understood what had occurred, and he quickly dropped to his knees, bowing his head respectfully in apology, then quietly reached into his robe pocket. Jichin turned and saw Demuduk holding up a rolled paper with both hands. Jichin lowered his eyes to the roll, frowned and asked, "What is this?" "This is another letter from His late Majesty the Liat Emperor. He instructed it be delivered once we settled at our destination." Demuduk bowed respectfully in reply. Jichin sheathed his sword. "2 letters." Demuduk remained kneeling, apologizing earnestly. "Yes, sir." Jichin reached out and took the letter from him. He opened it and read the contents inside, his brows immediately knitting together. The letter, per Bajang's instructions, stated that Yulji was not the crown prince but the daughter of Ul Ryuhwan, the deputy captain of the guards who stayed behind to protect me. I believed that child's life was too brief to remain where it would be cremated. Therefore I sent her to you. Forgive me for deceiving you. There was no other way. If I had not done so, you would have thrown away your own life to protect the nation. I would not subject you to such cruelty. A man born of the Liat Emperor's blood who has spent his life on the battlefield. Reading this, Jichin's brows knitted even tighter. He clenched his teeth. The letter went on to tell him not to blame himself for failing to protect the nation. Bajang had chosen his own end. When the enemy advanced, he sat on the throne as if awaiting them, with only 3 guards left to defend him. Tang soldiers formed ranks, bows raised at the 3 guards. The trio frowned and stared at the enemy before them, despair in their eyes. In the next instant, the 3 guards became like giant porcupines, their bodies pierced by countless arrows. Bajang comforted Jichin, "I who seized the throne by coup must bear that sin." After wiping out the last of the defenders, the Tang forces advanced to where he sat. Bajang sat on the throne and closed his eyes as if accepting what was to come. To him, his whole life had been no more than a puppet for power. "Please, ambassador, don't live like I did. Live according to your own will." Before him, the enemy's blade was raised high. Before the blade could fall, Bajang opened his eyes and stared straight at the foe. There was emptiness in his gaze, laced with a hint of relief. Then a sound rang out along with a dark red flow of blood. Jichin sat frozen as he read each line of the letter. "All right." His eyes brightened slightly as he read this line. The last words Bajang said to him, "I hope that child grows strong and becomes your companion." Demuduk looked at Jichin with a gaze full of feeling and silently listened as he continued. "He has given me my freedom." Jichin stood there clutching the rolled letter. His silhouette was steady. But Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Everyone bowed their heads in silence. Jichin turned his face toward Yulji. The little girl held in the maiden's arms smiled happily. Jichin lowered his eyes to her. His large hand reached out. When his hand gently touched her, Yulji's round eyes widened in surprise. At the strange sensation, the child's pale little hand reached up and grasped Jichin's finger. His eyes opened wide, showing a hint of astonishment. The 2 tiny hands gripped 2 of his fingers, and the girl burst into joyful laughter. Jichin turned his back and said, "Change her diaper." The maiden holding Yulji looked surprised for a moment, but quickly complied. Jichin went to Vo Distro Kletter 1E9C, who was still kneeling and asking, "The mother of the child?" Demuduk bowed his head and answered, "She said she will stay to defend the city with her husband Ryuhwan." Hearing the answer, Jichin remained silent. He lowered his eyes at Demuduk, and the sharpness in his gaze had been replaced by worry. He passed silently by the kneeling Demuduk. Jichin lifted the curtain and left the camp. Outside, everyone was still busy at their work. Jichin gazed off into the distance as a breeze passed over him. Inside, he felt bewildered. What am I to do now? At 6 years old, I took up the sword and charged the battlefield at 16. When they abandoned the country and fled, I fought on the front lines. For the one born by the Liat Emperor's blood out of wedlock, the duty is to protect the dynasty. He stood near the lakeshore staring at the clear blue water before him, but now that reason for being had vanished. Jichin stood there from when the water was bright and clear until it took on the colors of dusk. He gazed into the distance, wondering, so now what am I supposed to hold my sword for? Inside the camp, a small warm fire burned while a voice rang out, "What's going on around here?" Yuru reported the situation. "We searched the entire nearby forest, no enemy troops." Yuru added that the atmosphere here felt different from Tang or Silla, and some of the trees looked a bit strange. But he paused a moment, then continued. "The strangest thing is the green pigs walk on two legs." Suddenly a soldier burst in, panting and calling, "General." Demuduk barked loudly, "What is happening in the middle of a meeting? Have the enemy appeared?" The soldier, out of breath and stammering, replied as if the sky itself were angry. Demuduk frowned in astonishment and asked again loudly. Everyone quickly left the camp to confirm what was happening. The soldier pointed up at the star-filled sky. They all looked up in the direction the soldier was pointing. There they looked up following the soldier's hand, all sharing the same stunned, amazed expression. Comments rose up. The sun had given birth and it was twins. Besides a full moon in the sky, two smaller round shapes nearby were emitting similar light. The stars were different too, as if from another world. Jichin, standing right beside him, also followed their gaze and replied, "Is that so? At least we don't have to worry about Tang forces anymore now." Hearing him, HWI became flustered and hurriedly said, "Yes, that's true." But before he could finish, Jichin cut him off. "All right." That night, everyone set up tents and rested on that open ground. Early the next morning, a roar echoed across the tent area. A monster charged straight into their tent. Buru rushed out to block it. At the same time, Jichin also stepped out of his tent, and he scanned the group intently with his eyes. The monster quickly wriggled free from Buru and Yuru's grip, then darted straight toward where Jichin was standing. The two whose captive had escaped panicked. Buru shouted after it, "Where are you running?" Saying that, the two lunged forward to try to catch it. They pinned the creature to the ground and said, "Got you, you green pig." They beat it while scolding, "Stay still." Jichin stood motionless, brow tightly furrowed. "The pigs here walk on two legs." Then he looked at Buru and Yuru, who were roughing the creature up, and thought, or are these people disguised as pigs? The monster quickly screamed, "People, wait, people are talking." Yuru asked suspiciously, "Strange, these pigs seem to speak like humans." Buru replied, "What are you talking about? Have you seen pigs talk now? Anyway, hurry up." Hearing that, Buru taunted the monster. Tickled under the arm, it laughed uncontrollably and said, "Humans, please kill us with swords." Buru, annoyed by the racket, punched him hard in the ribs. HWI stepped out of the tent and came up beside Jichin. Seeing him come over, he asked, "What are they doing?" HWI gave a wry smile and replied, "They're performing a sacrifice." Jichin asked skeptically, "A sacrifice, but why tickle the pig?" He wasn't sure and answered, "Maybe a smiling sacrifice is better." Buru on the other side shouted, "Yuru, what are you doing? Tickle it properly, cut its throat while it's smiling, now it's crying." Jichin loudly stopped the two of them. Buru and Yuru, "Stop it." Buru asked suspiciously, "Why? Ambassador, we should sacrifice and then make food," he replied. "Can't the sacrifice wait till later? Besides, that pig is so green, it might be sick." Someone hurriedly dragged a man in from afar to report, "General, it's not good." Buru asked curiously, "What now? Has the forest's dogs or cows started walking on two legs too?" The newcomer blinked and asked, "How did you know?" The four of them showed suspicious looks when they heard him say that. In the distance, a cow smashed through a fence and charged in. It let out a loud bellow and prepared to attack them. The soldiers grabbed their weapons, ready to rush forward. Seeing the huge cow charging, they froze. "What is that?" They stood rooted to the spot and cried out, "Why is the cow walking on two legs?" The cow gripped a huge axe and swung it down. The soldiers all raised their shields in unison, blocking the massive axe. The cow swung the axe up again, sending the soldiers flying backward. Demuduk from behind ordered the soldiers to charge. He shouted orders for those charging to throw. The axes were hurled at the roaring cow all at once. The cow couldn't react in time and was struck. It staggered back a few steps, its eyes bloodshot with fury. It raised the axe high again and brought it down. Suddenly, a hooked rope shot straight toward it. Two hooked ropes latched onto its horns. The beast was held fast, roaring madly. Buru held the rope tight, cursing, "What kind of hellish place is this?" Yuru replied, "What are you doing? Can't you see it's immobilized? Quickly shoot arrows into it." The cow bellowed loudly again, then lunged forward trying to break free of the ropes. Yuru tightened his grip on the rope and said, "Is it trying to test its strength against us?" Next to Yuru, his gaze grew determined. the cow was pulled and yanked backward by the two of them. Seizing the moment, Vu Lao hurriedly ordered the soldiers behind to shoot their bows. They all raised their bows and fired at once. The beast was struck by a volley of arrows and let out a cry. Its body was now riddled with wounds. The pain reaching to its core made it collapse to the ground. Buru gripped his axe tight and charged, bringing the axe down hard onto the cow's head. That single straightforward strike was enough to finish it off. The cow's head tumbled down toward the soldiers on the other side. Everyone around stood frozen, staring at the scene. Fu Lao, unconcerned with his disheveled appearance, hoisted his axe onto his shoulder and called out, "Yuru, this cow should be edible, right?" Buru replied, "The ambassador surely won't object." He looked over Fu Lao's shoulder and flinched. He saw 3 more cows charging in and shouted, "What now, 3 more?" And dogs too, a pack of dogs were coming from behind. The lead cow saw the body of the man lying on the ground, and furious they charged forward like arrows. Buru rushed forward and said, "Yuru, split up and deal with them." He followed and shouted, "Who'll take the remaining one?" The two of them charged up, shouting at each other. The cows swung their axes down at Buru's head. He struggled to block the massive axe over his crown. Beside him, Yuru smoothly slipped past the razor edge of the axe. The dogs ran straight between the two of them and headed for the soldiers. The remaining cow tightened its grip and prepared a sneaky strike. Seeing that, Jichin dashed toward them at once. He slashed across the arm of the man swinging the axe. The sharp blade sliced through the man's arm, pain crashing over him as he screamed nonstop. Jichin lightly landed behind him, his face grave, brows tightly drawn. Buru knocked the axe that had been dangling overhead away, then stooped low to prepare an attack. His razor-sharp axe flashed through the air. He swung with all his might down at the cow. Then Buru frowned and let out a loud laugh right in the middle of the battlefield. Behind Buru, a bow was raised and fired at the remaining cow. That one, hit by an arrow, angrily swung its axe down. It leaped lightly into the air, preparing to strike. It was struck by an arrow and staggered back a few steps. Then in agony fell flat to the ground. Yuru finished with that one and gently landed back on the ground. The 3 of them finished off the cows and looked at one another. Jichin thought or asked HWI, "It feels like my body is lighter. Do you know why?" HWI explained to them, "The ground's gravity here is weaker, so the weight of armor, weapons, and even the body is lighter than usual." After hearing his explanation, Jichin frowned and nodded as if he understood. He glanced around, assessed the situation, then continued, "No wonder." Suddenly, the cow behind Jichin clumsily got back up. That one swung its arm hard down, trying to strike him from behind. Its punch slammed into the ground with such force that it cracked open. The cow clenched its fist and frowned, then tensely lifted its hand off the ground. Seeing you dodge its blow, it gaped in astonishment. Jichin from behind slashed down at the cow. Then, very dashing, sheathed his sword with a flourish. He clicked his tongue and said, "If it's like this, the Tang lot are no match for us. What a pity." Over there, the soldiers were working hard to wipe out the dogs. One by one, they were dealt with cleanly. Seeing their companions cut down, the dogs hurriedly fled. They watched them go, with no intention of giving chase. Jichin ordered Fu Lao, "Go chase them down and sweep them clean, widen the search and see if there's anything else." The scene shifted to the dense forest on the other side, where 2 people were running in panic through the trees. Those 2 were Sarah and Veron. They were terrified. Veron urgently said, "Sarah, go back to the village." Sarah called his name in confusion. He was sweating profusely, raising his bow and shouting at Sarah, "Hurry up." She kept shaking her head at him. Veron tensely drew his bow toward the thicket ahead. The bushes on the other side trembled as if something was about to step out. A giant walked, destroying the path wherever he went. The thing roared loudly at the 2 of them. Veron shot an arrow that way and yelled, "Over here, you stupid ogre." The arrow did nothing to the creature. He panicked, ground his teeth, and cursed, "Damn it." Then he turned in alarm to Sarah behind him, frozen. "Sarah, run." She doesn't know what to do. Her eyes welled up as she looked at him. She then hurriedly ran away from there. While running, she carelessly tripped over a rock. Sarah staggered and collapsed to the ground. The giant saw this and stepped toward her. Veron stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. He was drenched in sweat, trembling all over. Recovering his wits, he frantically fired an arrow that way and shouted, "You damn ogre, over here, eat me instead." The creature ignored him and reached out to grab Sarah. Suddenly, someone rushed toward them. Before the ogre could seize Sarah, the newcomer pulled her free. The one who dashed up to rescue her was Buru. Sarah squeezed her eyes shut, then suddenly heard Buru's voice. "What is that? It's even bigger than before." She opened her eyes a crack and looked at the person who had saved her life. The 2 of them stared at each other in astonishment. Sarah looked at Buru, stammering, unable to speak. Meanwhile, Fu Lao laughed loudly and said, "That was dangerous, young miss." Seeing him grin so broadly, she couldn't help but utter a sound. After hearing Sarah, Buru awkwardly asked her, "What's that?" She pointed behind him and shouted for him to move out of the way quickly. The ogre swung its fist straight down at the 2 of them. After that punch, the ground beneath them shook violently. Buru scooped up Sarah and dashed away from there. Then he gently set her down on the ground. She, still dazed, kept staring at him. Her clear eyes were filled with images of Buru. Then he hurriedly ran back toward the ogre. He tightened his grip on the axe, ready to attack. Buru swung his weapon and brought it down straight onto the creature's head. Veron gaped in shock and rushed to Sarah's side. In a single move, Buru had taken care of the ogre. Veron, astonished, began exclaiming nonstop. One strike and the ogre was done for. After dispatching the creature, Buru calmly sat down on the ground. Then he rose, intending to leave. Suddenly his eyes flicked, and he noticed the two standing off to one side. Buru smoothed his forelock neatly, then stylishly said to them, "I'm Buru, are you all right?" Veron and Sarah stared, wide-eyed and filled with admiration. Then both dropped to their knees and bowed deeply. "Forgive us, thank you, sir." Buru of the Buru clan was stunned and suspicious, asking them, "You know my name?" A little later, he led the two back to his camp. The people in the camp stared at them with curiosity. Veron steadied Sarah and reassured her, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." She glanced around, then replied shyly, "It's okay, I'm injured and can't move. Please run back to the village and tell everyone." Veron, sweating, said, "What are you saying? How can I leave you behind?" Someone outside called out, "What are you talking about?" The one who had spoken was Buru. He stepped in and stared at them. Seeing they were speaking a language he didn't understand, he added, "Say it so I can understand." Veron whispered over there, "It's fine, isn't there a saying that even if an ogre drags you off, if you're clever you'll survive?" The soldiers gawked excitedly. "Look at the blonde hair, how can people be so fair-skinned? Are all the people here this beautiful? They say Westerners look like this. Are these Westerners?" Sarah whispered, "Could they be troops of the reconnaissance force?" Veron panicked. "No way, in the kingdom soldiers don't have blonde hair and light eyes." Buru frowned at the two whispering together, his gaze fixed on Sarah's face. Then he turned back and shouted, "What are you staring at? Move away." The soldiers hurriedly stepped back at his command. Suddenly someone entered the tent and spoke to Buru. They seemed to be local residents. Buru saw Jichin and Hwi step in and greeted them. "Ambassador." You stepped up beside him and curiously asked, "Do they understand our language?" Buru answered you, "I told them my name, but I can't understand what they're saying." Jichin fell a gaze on his back, then hurriedly turned around to look behind him. From behind, the soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield outside. He watched them drive the pigs away and thought that they still didn't know exactly where they were. Besides pigs and walking cows, they needed to know what else was here. Unknown dangers could cut off their lifeline, so they needed to gather information about this place from the locals. Jichin, deep in thought, muttered to himself, "To do that, we need to be able to communicate." Veron and Sarah stared at them in puzzlement. Jichin turned and reassured those around him. There must be a way. Hwi, having heard him, pondered for a moment and then muttered, "A way to communicate." Yuru suddenly thought of something and shouted out. He laughed exuberantly and began, "I have a way." Someone sauntered into the tent from outside. Yuru introduced him to those in the tent. "This is my deputy. He's sharp-minded and is said to know any language. Let him step forward. His name is Sam." He entered bold and bowing to greet everyone. "I am Jai Sam. He's the one who knows all languages." Jichin, a bit skeptical, asked the Fulao beside him, "Really?" Sam hurriedly spoke up, "I traveled with my parents trading in the West so I can speak their tongue." Hearing his assurance, Jichin ordered, "Try talking to them." Sam, full of vigor, thought to himself this was his chance to prove himself. He had traveled widely from Chin to Wa. Confident he'd been everywhere, he believed he could interpret that language. Sam looked at Sarah and thought further that there was no language he didn't know. The corners of his mouth rose in a grin from ear to ear. Sarah, standing before him, showed a perplexed expression. Sam beamed and began to greet her cheerfully. She didn't understand what he was saying and stepped back. Both stood awkwardly, unsure what to say. She didn't understand him and backed away. Both were embarrassed and at a loss for words. Sam switched to another cheerful greeting in a different language. Sarah's face fell dark. She still understood nothing and was utterly confused. He glanced at Jichin staring at him and forced a smile. "Let me try kissing her cheek as a greeting." Sam moved in close, intending to peck her cheek. Buru, annoyed, shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Jichin, face black with anger, glared at him. Sam flinched, startled and terrified. After that, he tried every possible greeting, but none worked. Yuru punched Sam hard on the head to stop him. He scratched his head awkwardly, then turned to explain to Jichin, "My fault, ambassador." Yu sighed and replied, "I forgot I can't trust you and Buru for anything except fighting." Buru behind laughed loudly and said, "What is this, Yuru? Don't use that fraud eulogy anymore. It's embarrassing." Yuru, face dark, pressed Sam's head down. He hurriedly said, "Lord Yuru, give me a chance, he's promising." Today I'll personally oversee the training. Prepare yourself, trickster. Ung Sam kept crying out after them. Nihao, blonde-haired lady, answer me. Buru ground his teeth and called Ung Sam a liar. Everyone in the tent looked awkward and fell silent. HWI turned to Jichin and spoke. Let me give it a try. He stepped gently toward Sarah and crouched down. He pointed to himself and clearly enunciated each syllable of his name. Yon A Twigaram. Worried she might not understand, he repeated each syllable again. Sarah seemed to understand and exclaimed happily, your name is Yon A Twigaram. He watched her intently and then asked, may I ask what the young lady's name is? Sarah asked back uncertainly, as if to confirm what he'd asked. She pointed to herself and loudly said her name, Sarah. Those around them murmured excitedly, so her name is Sarah. A loud laugh rang through the tent, drawing everyone's attention. Over on the other side, Buru laughed heartily. Is that all? I already knew her name. She even said my name twice. Buru. Sarah pointed to herself and said, thank you, sir, thank you. He replied proudly, good memory. Jichin asked suspiciously. He seemed to be making things up. HWI forced a smile. Just ignore him, it's fine. He stood and told everyone in the tent, that's enough for today. After that, everyone left the tent one by one. Veron and Sarah watched the backs of the departing people in daze. Veron kept crying inside, then sighed, I'm right here too. That night, the scene shifted to a nearby encampment. Guards were posted around the camp perimeter. The commander of that camp quietly sat down to eat alone. He cut a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. That man was Baron Alvin, a knight of the Heian Kingdom. Beside him was Hugelian Tilleman, also of the Heian Kingdom. Suddenly, a soldier burst in from outside to report, Sir Baron, the mercenaries are about to take control of the village. He wiped his mouth and asked, those pests, how dare they flee the kingdom? Then he ground his teeth and said, I'll make them pay. The scene moved back to Jichin's group's tent. He scooped a spoonful of soup and while eating asked, are they leaving tomorrow? HWI standing beside him answered, yes, General. For some reason Sarah fits well with Buru and Yuru, so we've decided to let her go with them. Jichin ate and added plainly and simply that they're all the same kind. HWI caught the implication in that remark and embarrassed, was about to ask again. Suddenly someone outside the tent spoke up, drawing his attention, I'm here. The people standing outside were Buru and Sarah. The words of TR letter 1EA5N Theern popped into HY's head. He looked at Sarah, who offered a pure smile. Then his eyes shifted to Buru, a simple man, and he gave an awkward, embarrassed chuckle. Jichin ordered him, go to the village and help them, and make sure they understand we are peaceful people. Buru enthusiastically pointed at himself and replied, understood, you can count on me. He pondered, frowned, and stared at him, then sighed and continued, no, Captain Demuduk will accompany you, so cooperate properly. Buru, having heard that, looked toward them in astonishment. He asked him suspiciously, why the sudden change, don't you trust me? Jichin showed no change in expression as he answered him, no, focus on taking care of that child and make sure you leave a good impression. And Yuru needs to organize the information that Veron provided, which is why I arranged for the chief guard to go with you. Buru, having heard the explanation, exclaimed, so that's what it means. Good heavens, I thought you didn't trust me, now I understand. Seeing him laugh so heartily, Jichin felt weary. He sighed softly and thought to himself that aside from fighting, he really couldn't trust him with anything. A little while later, Buru escorted Sarah and Veron home. They and the soldiers marched slowly along the trail. Yuru rode at the front, recalling the earlier scene as he went. Jichin had ordered him and Buru, the chief guard has many duties at the camp, so you two should go. Both of them were thrilled and quickly replied, don't worry, sir. Then the two of them left the tent chatting and laughing, leaving Jichin with an exasperated look. Back in the present, they were using the pigs from that morning to pull the cart. The pigs strained in the heat, hauling the heavy wagon. Yuru sat on the cart, watching them to guard against any riot. Behind him rode Buru with Sarah on horseback, followed by a large warlike company of soldiers. The lead scout spotted the village and hurriedly reported that a village had been found over there. Yuru, having received the news, ordered the people behind to halt. Then he turned to look for Ung Sam, hey, the liar. The moment the call went out, the guy jumped in fright. He mumbled back defensively, I'm not a liar, I can learn a language in 10 days. Yuru gritted his teeth, so my 10 days of hellish training were just for show then. Hearing that, Ung Sam's face went pale and Yuru continued, enough, go and ask if it's really the village. He obeyed the order and hurriedly turned to ask Veron behind him. They then spoke for a while in another language. Veron pointed ahead and said, Ung Sam, the villagers will be surprised, so let Sarah and me go ahead to explain. Receiving the answer, he bowed his head in thanks. Suddenly, an axe flew straight toward his head. Buru shouted at Ung Sam, "You brat, you think you're on my level. How dare you speak like that?" He was struck so hard he staggered dazed. He quickly blurted out an explanation. "What? That word actually means thank you." Buru added another hit. The little brat dared to keep talking nonsense. Ung Sam was beaten repeatedly until he cried out. Buru hurriedly stopped him. "Cut it out, Buru, you're frightening the child." He looked toward Sarah, who was stunned, and added, "Look, Sarah's scared now." Hearing that, Buru turned to check on her situation. Seeing her stunned, he broke into a bright smile. She smiled back, thinking to herself that saying thank you would get you beaten. "We must warn everyone before entering the village." The scene shifted to Sarah's village gate. Veron rode ahead with another to return to the village and notify them. Upon arrival, he gently helped Sarah down from the horse. Entering the village, he saw no one and asked suspiciously, "Where has everyone gone?" Sarah scanned the surroundings and then froze. She pointed toward the light and said, "Look at the square." The two of them edged toward that direction. Along the way, they looked around and saw not a soul. Sensing something was wrong, Veron halted. He hurriedly pulled Sarah close and hid in a shadowed corner, signaling her to stay silent while he watched the situation. Veron's gaze fixed on the village square. The village elder was kneeling before Murin. He asked earnestly, "What is the meaning of this?" "Captain Murin, you promised to drive off the orgs, but you've taken all our money and food." Hearing him, Murin slightly crouched as if amused. Then arrogantly said, "This so-called village elder has no sense of the times. Are they naive because they're farmers or slow because they're old?" He looked down contemptuously at the people behind him and continued, "Why should we risk our lives fighting the orgs? Just capturing you lot would make us a fortune." Murin's soldiers glowered with brutal intent. He shouted orders, "Don't let the women be harmed. As for the men, don't be reckless. Anyone without value, kill them all." Heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the village. The villagers scattered like an ant colony torn apart. A woman clutching her child begged desperately, "Please, at least spare our child." The soldier, seeing her plea, paused. He leered over her body, then approached her with lascivious eyes. He said, "That depends on what you're willing to do." With that, he gripped her arm tight and tried to drag her away to commit his vile act. The village elder, seeing the chaos, collapsed to his knees. He panicked and tried to rush forward to stop him, but the bastards. Before he could do anything, Murin pinned him to the ground. Murin said, "Elder, isn't living like a slave better than being devoured by beasts?" The elder lay on the ground, helpless and unable to move. Looking at the village's turmoil, he felt utterly powerless. A sense of uselessness washed over him for failing to protect his people. He thought to himself that he'd fled here to farm and escape the kingdom's cruelty, but his trust had led to this. "Veron, Sarah, you two must not come here. At least both of you must remain safe." On the other side, Veron clamped a hand over Sarah's mouth to keep her quiet, gritting his teeth in pain at the sight before him. Sarah was bewildered, unsure what to do next. Veron said to her, "Sarah, go quickly and warn those people." She anxiously asked him, "What about you then?" Veron looked at her firmly and said, "I'll stall for as long as I can." Sarah avoided his gaze, wanting to argue with him. Suddenly she looked behind Veron and froze in terror. Behind him, a soldier under Murin had spotted the two of them. The man grinned wickedly and said, "Looks like there are still some rats left." Sarah and Veron were now sprawled face down on the ground. Veron's face was covered with countless wounds. The village elder, anguished, reached out trying to touch him. At that moment, the fat man was reporting that he had found them behind the fence. "Captain," Murin listened and smiled, directing, "Deal with them yourselves." He then watched as the man excitedly lifted her up. "Come here." Veron immediately lunged forward to stop the fat man. A moment later, he was kicked in the body by the man. As Sarah was dragged off, she screamed miserably, "Uncle." At that instant, the fat man's whole body trembled violently. She stared bewildered at the scene unfolding before her, because something had hurtled toward him. Seconds later, the fat man collapsed to the ground. Murin was startled and puzzled, not understanding what had happened. Very quickly, he saw someone riding in on horseback from a distance. Murin couldn't believe his eyes and blurted out, "A rider." Everyone around was equally astonished, not understanding where Buru had appeared from with such a huge axe. Meanwhile, the horse he rode slowly came to a halt. Buru proudly dismounted. He stepped up to Sarah and asked with concern, "Miss, are you all right? It's dangerous here, come hide with Veron." Then she and Veron supported each other and left. Then the overseer shouted angrily, "Black armored ghost cavalry." Murin was utterly terrified after hearing him say that. From afar, it seemed a group of people were charging toward them. In the blink of an eye, the ghost cavalry had arrived on the scene. He was still furious and shouted out, "Those bastards, strip them and make them play like animals, and to the armed men, leave no one alive, kill them all." They immediately followed Buru's command. A sharp arrow flew straight at the blonde man's face. Very quickly, he could not withstand it and fell. They soon recognized the approaching force as dwarves. A young man began to sweat in fear, his brow drenched. Then Buru rushed over, grabbed his head, and berated the beast. Then the black armored ghost cavalry swiftly annihilated them all. The subordinate, seeing the situation, asked anxiously, "Captain, has the kingdom sent knights?" He shouted in disbelief. "Dwarves can't possibly have come this far." Just then a soldier rushed up to report, "Captain, we are no match for them. I've never seen an order of knights like that before." Murin began to worry. He'd never heard of such an order of knights in the kingdom, nor anywhere on the continent. After all, where did that arrow suddenly come from? He was trying to beg, "Captain, give an order quickly." Before the soldier could finish speaking, he was felled by an arrow. Murin stared in astonishment, trying to see where the bow had come from. He was on full alert, glancing toward the. Murin stood amid the chaos, pondering, where had that thing come from? Even a crossbow couldn't pierce someone like that. Then a subordinate pointed in a direction and reported, surprising him. As Murin surveyed the scene, his brow furrowed deeper. He couldn't believe his eyes following the group charging forward. Murin was truly taken aback. Mounted archers. And arrows were streaking from there. Even a crossbow couldn't do that. "Damn it, if you want to live you have to run fast." So he shouted orders to retreat through the back gate, leaving the slaves behind. Then Murin and his men hurriedly fled from the place. Buru quickly spotted them trying to escape, his gaze fixed intensely on Murin. Moments later, Buru seized his axe and chased after them, as if asking where they thought they were going. Murin then ordered his men, "It's just a short-legged one, kill him." Hearing that, the man roared in fury, "Limp legs, you dare call me that? I hate that term more than anything." Buru stamped and shouted, "You're dead, you bastard." Murin, while running, shouted orders, "Kill that dwarf." At once his men rushed up to stop Buru, only to see him coldly clench the axe in his hand. Buru swiftly dispatched those before him while shouting insults, and his horse continued to accelerate forward. One man grit his teeth when he realized Buru was approaching. Suddenly he leapt up from the saddle. A man was utterly terrified when he discovered the horse could fly, and moments later he was ruthlessly cut down. Murin glanced back in some horror, and at the same time, Buru slowly lifted his head. His eyes burned with murderous intent toward the front, and Murin was terrified by Buru's gaze. So he hurriedly ordered to stop the dwarf at all costs. Murin's men obeyed and immediately surged forward to attack. Meanwhile, he stood there calmly, more disdainful than the roadside troops. These guys sure tucked tails and ran fast. Murin's men continued charging fiercely toward Buru. He smiled without a trace of fear and swept away the crowd before him. Buru's allies also quickly rushed out to fight, and in an instant his comrades gained the upper hand. Just then a man approached and curiously asked, "What about the ones who ran away?" Buru remained utterly calm, reminding him not to worry. He suddenly broke into a bizarre smile. After all, Yuru is here. In another corner, while Murin was desperately fleeing, he was privately calculating that he must report to Baron Alvin. Suddenly, a chilling sound rang out behind Murin. He and his comrades, caught off guard, were struck by arrows. Then Murin's body crumpled heavily to the ground. He lay flat on the ground, gritting his teeth. Then Murin forced himself to suppress the pain and slowly stand up. At the same time, Buru at the rear raised his bow. He knocked an arrow, preparing to take aim. Now Buru fixed the arrow ahead, his cold face reflected on the sharp tip. Murin stood frozen in the shadows, terrified. Buru continued to take careful aim. Then, he suddenly glanced in alarm over his shoulder. And Murin was struck with horror. That wasn't a dwarf, it was a monster. Buru could wait no longer and promptly released the arrow. Afterward he coldly turned and ordered his men to fall back, deep in the darkness wrapped in silence, because Murin had been felled by one of Buru's arrows. Time passed, and a scene of mourning descended over the entire village. A woman sobbed beside the corpse of a loved one. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel pained. Humans truly are the cruelest beasts. The village chief and others knelt in terror, begging not to be taken away. Veron immediately spoke up to reassure everyone. "Calm down, these people are here to help us." They couldn't believe it and asked again, "They're not dwarves, right? There's no way that army would come here, is there?" At the same time, he instructed Ung Sam, "You liar, prepare to interpret and convey the envoy's words." He immediately obeyed Buru's orders. Suddenly, Yuru noticed something unusual. So he called out a warning, "Buru, leave it for later and speak." Buru, curious, asked what was there. Yuru frowned and replied, "I don't see anything." In the deep forest, countless eyes were watching. Buru suddenly gasped in horror when he witnessed the sight. He quickly looked toward the green pigs charging fiercely forward. In the deep woods, the horse charged ahead with ferocity. A middle-aged man riding the horse carried out his mission, his face now looking quite ugly. The middle-aged man unconsciously recalled Buru's instruction to report the situation here to the envoy. He dared not delay and rode quickly forward. The silhouette of the middle-aged man gradually vanished into the deep forest. The green pigs, faces savage and fierce, were advancing. Buru saw the scene and shouted loudly, "You liar!" Sam immediately dropped to his knees, ready to receive orders. He took charge based on the situation, rallied everyone still able to walk, and handed them bows and arrows. He quickly obeyed Buru's orders. They continued charging boldly deeper into the forest. He stood motionless there, watching the danger draw near. Behind him, everyone raised their bows. They were also ready to face the threat. At this, Yuru couldn't help but be surprised. "What is this? A wooden bow? What could you possibly shoot with that?" "You liar, when I signal, you signal your white-skinned friends too. Clear." Sam acknowledged his command with a grunt. Not stopping there, Yuru then asked how many more. His subordinate quickly reported the current situation. Yuru, having heard this, said, "Same for me, load everything into the quiver." Eerie sounds echoed from deep within the forest, and seconds later the green pigs charged in fiercely, weapons in hand. Everyone had their bows raised, ready to meet them. The village chief was utterly astonished. No way. From this distance, they mean to kill those ogres with those tiny bows. Veron felt a pang of doubt. He knew they were extraordinary, but could they really defeat that many ogres? Meanwhile, the creatures charged forward, bringing terrifying force. Yuru immediately raised his bow and commanded, "If you can't take down at least 2 with 1 shot, we'll all be dead." Moments later, he loosed his arrow and loudly ordered his men to follow suit. Everyone obeyed the command and quickly fired their arrows. Sure enough, one of their arrows wiped out 2 green pigs. In an instant, quite a number of them were cut down. He was utterly shocked by the sight. "I didn't even see the arrows and the ogres were already falling." That wasn't ordinary archery, it was a magic device. Buru spurred his horse forward. "Black armored ghost cavalry, follow me." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man had reached the camp gate. He dismounted and hurriedly ran inside. The middle-aged man ran to a tent and loudly called for the general. Jichin, hearing the commotion, came out. He rushed to report, "A herd of hundreds of pigs, no, a horde of ogres, has attacked the village gate." Yu and Hwi were stunned upon receiving the news. At the village gate, the green pigs were growling menacingly, and seconds later one was taken down by an arrow. Buru easily wiped out a group of the guard pigs before him. Then he ordered everyone to hold the offensive and pursue. In a blink, quite a few of them collapsed. Buru sneered at the sight. After all, a pig is just a pig. Buru swung his axe and shouted, "We're pig hunting experts, remember." The green pigs, sensing danger, immediately fled, and he quickly gave chase. "This is a boar hunt, drive them into the woods." They moved quickly, dodging the danger. But the green pigs couldn't escape the assault from Buru's people. A pig's head rolled to a stop at his feet. Just then, Buru noticed something. Someone was slowly coming out from deep in the forest. Mukabun dragged the corpse of a green pig out. He didn't understand what was happening. "What is this now?" He shouted angrily, "Whoever runs from humans will be chewed to bits." At Mukabun's appearance, they cried out excitedly, "Chief." He bravely raised the hammer in his hand. Then Mukabal declared resolutely, "With me here, the ogres will win. Warriors, show them the bravery of the ogres." He was Chief Mukabal, heroic strategist, the foremost orc leader introducing military formations to the ogres. The green pigs seemed reinvigorated. Long live Chief Mukabal. Mukabal then ordered them to split into 4 groups and attack the village. They obeyed and immediately returned to the village gate. The green pigs didn't notice Buru's nearby presence at all. He was very surprised. Do green pigs even have a captain who knows tactics? Buru then ordered his men to hurry back to the village. Danger descended on the village once again. A green pig charged fiercely toward Veron to attack. He immediately took up his spear to defend. Veron fell to the ground, but had driven it into its chest. At that moment, he thrust the spear hard into the green pig's chest. Veron just wanted to kill it instantly. Meanwhile, the green pig wore a demonic grin. Then it swung its hammer and struck his arm. Veron cried out in agonizing pain. Just then, an arrow flew from nowhere, aiming straight for the green pig's forehead. He slowly sat up, clutching the wound on his arm. And at the same time, Yuru rushed over. That bastard snapped back to alertness immediately. Seconds later, he froze at the sight of a troop of green pigs appearing. Yuru's brow instantly furrowed, and he couldn't help but scold. Then he grabbed a pad from a saddlebag and flung it with force into a green pig's forehead. Those behind still charged forward aggressively, and suddenly many stones were hurled at the green pigs' faces. He rushed up to Veron and ordered, "Losing an arm won't kill you, pick up the spear." He obeyed Yuru and picked up the spear. Their comrades quickly rushed in as well. He shouted orders, "Drive them all out. If they flood in, we'll all die." At that moment, Yuru suddenly suddenly heard a terrible scream from behind. He realized the women at the rear were in danger, so Yuru hurriedly ran off. He charged in to slay green pigs and shouted, "I think we've killed hundreds already. Who told you pigs to open your mouths?" Then his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Buru turned and said, "Yuru, the situation is out of control." Yuru, counterattacking the green pigs, replied, "I think we've killed 200, but there are another 400 more." Moments later, he suddenly jumped off his horse. Yuru came up to support him. At this rate, it's unlikely they can hold out until reinforcements arrive. If it were just us, we'd run and be done, but behind them are innocent villagers facing danger. At that moment, Buru suddenly broke into a sinister grin. He continued fighting with all his might. Having no other choice, they could only hold their ground. He agreed with Buru, right? Fleeing from a few pigs isn't worthy of a gory man, is it? Seeing this, Mukabal roared 2 words, "Charge." The green pigs stormed into the village like a gale. Yuru and he were thrilled, joining forces to rush out and fight, with Buru and Yuru leading the defense. The green pigs still charged up aggressively, intent on attacking. They stood on both sides of the line, ready to fight. At that moment, a cavalry force appeared in the distance. Buru and he, seeing this, were excited and prepared to fight. Jichin and the soldiers were riding in to reinforce. He seemed invigorated and shouted out loudly. 3 green pigs, sensing trouble, called for their envoy, and seconds later they were cut down by a single sword. The swordsman happily cried out as he dispatched the green pig. He charged forward without a trace of fear, continuing the hunt. They quickly surged forward to wipe out the crowded green pigs. Jichin and the soldiers were about to enter the battlefield, and he immediately ordered his men to charge in wedge formation. A green pig quickly noticed the approaching mounted human troops. Meanwhile, Mukabal watched everything from above. He remained confident and declared, "I am the revolutionary strategist of the ogres. I've long prepared for the day to face the humans' cavalry. No matter how skilled they are, they cannot break through our brave warriors' wall. Stand together and live, scatter and die." Mukabal ordered those below to consolidate and unite. The green pigs obeyed him and clustered together. In Buru and Yuru's ears was the sound of them shouting to merge together. The green pigs' union formed an extremely solid wall. Seeing this, he asked in puzzlement, "What are those things doing?" Then he heard the reply, "How should I know?" While Mukabal continued issuing orders, "You will be crushed mercilessly before our ogre wall." One soldier worried at the sight, "Envoy, if we crash into that, we'll all be thrown aside." Jichin frowned as he assessed them, a bunch of weirdos, then he kicked hard at the horse's reins. Jichin and his comrades immediately advanced. They surged forward with great momentum. The number of fighting soldiers was immense. Meanwhile, the green pigs remained united, forming that sturdy wall. In an instant, he closed the distance toward them. Very quickly, Jichin drew nearly face to face with a green pig. He and the others dodged around them, circling to the sides. And the ogre laughed and mocked, "Look, the humans on horseback have fled before our bravery." The green pigs shouted in unison, "Long live the ogres." The villagers were still raising their bows. Yuru immediately shouted orders. "This target won't close its eyes and get out of range, right?" He commanded everyone to shoot arrows. And in an instant, countless green pigs were felled. They were attacked and scattered, falling in all directions. Mukabal, not very surprised, said, "They're acting exactly as I predicted." Then he shouted, "Green pigs, disperse." And sure enough, they immediately broke ranks. That caused the incoming arrows to go off target. Mukabal was greatly pleased to witness this scene. Jichin silently assessed the situation. They formed a block to open a path for us, then dispersed themselves so we could easily slaughter them. Then he shouted instructions to charge full speed in the opposite direction. Jichin led the charge at full tilt in the opposite direction. They surged forward to fight the green pigs. Seeing this, he ordered them to regroup. They shot arrows. Mukabal continued directing the green pigs to scatter in all directions, which helped them avoid the arrows. But the green pigs had to face danger from the mounted troop, and he, judging the situation, reminded them to unify again. Mukabal above kept loudly ordering the green pigs to scatter, unaware of the rear assault. In the blink of an eye, his face went pale. Mukabal felt excruciating pain and screamed in agony. Then his body plunged off the cliff. Seeing that, Jichin felt temporarily reassured. That should settle things. The green pigs were utterly stunned to discover their chief was dead. He seized the opportunity and ordered the remaining ones killed. Everyone immediately obeyed Jichin's command. In an instant, many of them fell. The green pigs, sensing danger, urged each other to flee. The villagers were overjoyed and shouted loudly. Then everyone rejoiced and cheered with great delight. Peace once again enveloped the entire village. At that time, Jichin finally had his horse move forward. He and the soldiers proudly rode in, moving together toward the villagers' location. Everyone was surprised to see Jichin approach. The distance between him and the villagers was very close. Just then, Tranthine glanced to the side and saw a fallen soldier lying on the ground. Then Jichin shifted his gaze elsewhere. Sarah, Veron, and the village chief stared at him in bewilderment. Next, Jichin ordered the interpreter to be brought over. Yuru immediately turned and commanded, "Interpreter, over here." Ung Sam responded to the order with a single call. Then he said, "We will leave now." Ung Sam immediately translated back, "We will leave." Yuru stared at Jichin in bewilderment. Just then HWI turned to meet his gaze. "He's worried, having learned that information. If you leave like this, what are we supposed to do?" Ung Sam quickly relayed. "They asked what they'd do if we left now. You reminded them to protect themselves," and he translated very accurately. Everyone was stunned after hearing Jichin speak. They immediately knelt and begged, "Please protect us." Ung Sam faithfully conveyed their words. They pleaded, "Please protect us, envoy." Jichin remained calm and asked, "Do you want to become slaves?" He translated every word without omission. "Do you want to be slaves?" They heard this and became very afraid. Veron stood dazed, thinking, "Slaves? How is that different from a kingdom anyway?" At that moment he shouted, "We live to protect our kingdom, our families, and our people. We do not wield swords to defend those who entrust their lives to others like you do." The village chief still hoped for rescue, but Jichin cut him off. "This land is your kingdom. Don't you understand that a kingdom must be defended by its own people? You shouldn't invite those you cannot face. That money should have bought swords and armor. A kingdom that relies on another's protection is bound to collapse. Do you want to become slaves, or will you take up swords and risk your lives to defend your families? Those who dare raise a sword will become my people and members of my family." HWI and Buru stared at him. Yuru beside them smiled in satisfaction, and the villagers were amazed at Jichin's words. He kept watching them thoughtfully. Then Jichin turned away and said he would be leaving. Just then Yuron declared firmly, "I will take up a sword myself." Hearing that, you halted your movement. The blonde woman cried out the boy's name in alarm. Yuron, full of conviction, said, "If I die, you'll protect my family, won't you?" Now Jichin glanced back and saw the brave boy gripping his sword tightly. Jichin couldn't help but remember another boy who once vowed, "General, I will fight." Then dismounted, placing his feet on the ground. Yuron gazed blankly ahead. Because Tran Thien stepped in front of the boy and admonished, "Your sword grip is too loose." He reached out to adjust Yuron. Then Jichin earnestly taught, "This is how you hold a sword. Now that you can hold the sword, don't dwell on death. You must live to protect your family." The boy couldn't hold back tears at those words. While you watched behind Yuron, Jichin saw that others were also taking up swords, and he simply stared at that sight. Finally, Jichin ordered everyone to withdraw. Scene transitioned to a sky filled with black crows scattering in chaos. They then perched on the wooden beams as if observing something. One by one, they swooped down and swarmed over the bodies on the ground. Murin had now become a tasty meal for the flock of crows. They relentlessly pecked and tore at him. The scene was truly gruesome. Hell was there as well, staring at Murin. His gaze mixed with many unreadable thoughts. Cut to another location, where bodies lay thickly on the ground. A soldier reported to Count Alvin, "Sir, we searched the area but there are no peasants." At the same time, Halen rode his horse along and asked in a low voice, "Lord Tilluman, what do you make of this?" The man replied that it seemed the ogres and the mercenaries had been wiped out by some force. Count Alvin wondered, did the peasants kill both the ogres and the mercenaries and then flee? Halen was somewhat pensive. "I've never seen arrows like these. It seems an unknown power intervened." He was angry. "How dare they take our property?" Immediately, Count Alvin spun around, looking very stern, and quickly declared, "After we've gathered enough peasants to tribute to the kingdom, we will eliminate those bastards." With that, Count Alvin and his men and soldiers set out. Scene changed. Today's sky was clear as soldiers shouted, "The envoy has arrived, open the gates." The mighty army immediately marched in, and all the townspeople followed en masse. One of them remarked, "Is the sunlight different here? How can it be so pale?" Another commented that they looked as if they were ill. They laughed and made fun of the appearance of the people here. Bureau gritted his teeth and said, "Are these brats drooling?" He threatened, "While I'm away, you've been slacking on training, haven't you? Today I'll train you properly." Hearing this, the soldiers were terrified. Over here, Demuduk walked up to Jichin curiously and asked, "What about those refugees following you?" You answered solemnly, "From now on they are also Gori citizens." He was a bit surprised. "Have you decided to continue the imperial line here?" Jichin bristled. "What do you mean?" He then trembled. "You say you've accepted them as citizens." You replied decisively, "What we need now are soldiers to resist invasion. Women and children will become the emotional core they protect. That's the only reason I accept them as our people." Demuduk was slightly worried, his voice faltering. "So you mean?" Jichin said little and immediately turned his back. Suddenly someone called out loudly. He looked back. HWI suggested, "Since you've already accepted them as citizens, please continue the imperial line as the guard commander advised." He smiled and added, "We don't even know where this place is or whether it's the same world we once lived in. Giving soldiers and civilians a purpose will give their lives meaning. You need to make a decision. HWI looked at Jichin expectantly. After hearing those words, you seemed a little hesitant. Yet you kept smiling warmly, making others feel at ease. Jichin suddenly turned away. You be the sovereign, I can't do it. Demuduk objected. Envoy, how can you say that? He sneered. Then why not hand it over to Buru or Yuru to do it? The man nearly went mad. No, you know this isn't a matter for joking. Jichin was silent for a long moment, as if pondering something. Then he slowly said, Guard Commander, I have lived my life at the frontier. I'm not skilled in statecraft. Leaving administration here to Guard Commander Demuduk, who neither wants the role nor dares to argue, would be improper. Jichin insisted, I'll do what I can, so what I mean is, Demuduk, Guard Commander, you should also take responsibility and do what you can. I never told you to be a sovereign. Have you forgotten that what brings a nation down is a weak ruler or emperor? All I know is war and defending Gari. Demuduk's voice trembled as he looked at Jichin with sympathy. When suddenly a loud call rang out, and everyone turned that way. He scanned the area and his brows narrowed. Troops had gathered densely on the other side. No one knew what was happening. Yuru said crisply, Look, we've got relatives now, haven't we? Yuru coldly, ridiculous relatives. He kept appraising the pale-faced crowd. Clearly they were not locals. The gray-haired dwarf heard this, his face sad as if he wanted to say something. His pupils dilated repeatedly as he stared into the distance. He drifted back into memory, the pounding footsteps along the cliffside. The three dwarf brothers tried to break free from the ogre's encirclement. The gray-haired one blamed himself. It's all my fault, greedy for a vein of ore. I went up to the Regania Mountains and now the ogres are hunting us. The three brothers were terrified and turned to look back at the same time. Unexpectedly, the army appeared and dealt with the ogres. Now the dwarf brothers shared a single thought. Yellow skin, black hair, black eyes. They couldn't help but be surprised to confirm the army were humans. A few soldiers approached the dwarf brothers. They stared at the soldiers, thinking they looked somewhat different from the humans they knew. Conversely, the soldiers were shocked by the dwarves' appearance, similar to Generals Buru and Yuru. Returned to the present at a small house lying peacefully beneath the mountain. Old Yang was deep in thought. Then he slowly said, It seems they are blacksmiths of this world. But what are they doing here? The gray-haired dwarf shouted, Look at this perfect balance, pure iron, no impurities. Jin touched the piece and marveled. How could humans make such a perfect weapon? A loud noise outside startled him. The three dwarf brothers stuck their heads out the window to see what was happening. Jin seemed to discover something that made him uneasy. Buru and Yuru rode in on horseback. The gray-haired dwarf now also felt puzzled. He was speechless when he saw the two Yuru, towering in height with bronze skin and black hair. The legend was real after all, so that's the reason for all those weapons. Buru and Yuru looked down at the dwarves and shouted in unison, The Titan clan. The dwarf brothers glanced at one another and wore mysterious smiles. They suddenly hugged and began dancing in a circle, looking very joyful. Buru saw the sight and was left speechless. Jichin sighed heavily, clearly displeased. Night had fallen over the camp. Jichin stood alone, a weight on his heart. He kept thinking of Hy's words. Jichin's eyes revealed worries he couldn't resolve. He also remembered Bajang, who had told Jichin to follow his heart. He mused that he was a descendant of the sovereign, yet had spent half his life on battlefields because he was born out of wedlock. A cold wind ruffled Jichin's hair, revealing the handsome lines of his face. Jichin anguished, The Gori I wanted to protect has been burned, and I couldn't turn back to defend the sovereign line all the way here. But the child turned out to be only a little girl. Moreover, she wasn't even of the sovereign bloodline proper, just a child born in the palace. I have to choose, for the soldiers who trust me, if this is the place where I die, I'll build strength and strike the road army. If not, then continuing Gori's legacy will be my responsibility and the purpose of those who follow me. Jichin suddenly widened his eyes. The bright moon was reflected clearly in them. Jichin smiled confidently, so it's decided then. Without another thought, he quickly went inside the camp. Early the next morning, the sky was unusually clear, and everyone was busy with their tasks. Jichin was leisurely taking a walk with his attendant. HWI cheerfully turned to him. At first, the farmers were very wary of the soldiers, but now they'd gotten so friendly it was almost romantic. After speaking, Jichin looked over toward the young couple standing and talking together. He looked incredulous. Only in 1 month. HWI reported further, the food issue had been solved thanks to seeds brought by the farmers. What luck. And those so-called dwarves turned out not only to be blacksmiths but skilled architects, so housing was solved easily. And because they were amazed at our metallurgy, they stayed with Old Yang to learn to make many things. Seeing Jichin's group, the dwarves respectfully bowed. Buru and Yuru saw this and laughed heartily. HWI hesitated, but the problem was we lacked wine, meat, and clothing for the upcoming wedding ceremony, and we were short on bows and arrows too. Jichin asked immediately, so what's the solution? He answered slowly, according to Veron, if we secretly go to the city to sell the skins and bones of the monsters we hunt, we can make money. With that money, we can buy things not found here, solving food, clothing, and even weapon problems. Demuduk heard this and volunteered, I'll go, the envoy. HWI hurried to stop him. The chief guard has many duties here, so I'll go to both handle matters here and observe the political situation. Jichin looked at the two of them without saying a word. Outside the city, the goods had been prepared, and everyone had changed into very discreet clothing. HWI curiously asked Jichin, you usually ask me to observe the politics, so why are you insisting on coming along? He kept rambling and was cut off by Jichin. Let's go. The caravan quickly began to move forward. Wooden crates were neatly stacked on the wagons, when suddenly a mysterious figure was hiding behind a tree. The action looked very suspicious. Raizo watched Jichin's group's every move intently. Jichin's group finally arrived. The wagons entered the gate one by one, flanked by guards standing watch with strict discipline. Urun saw Veron and immediately let them pass. Suddenly his expression turned sour, his brows knit together. Veron then turned his head to look at Urun, thanking him profusely. He stepped closer to him, rummaged in his satchel, then produced a purse and held it out to Iron. He quickly signaled Veron to pass through the gate. Urun also called out, get inside quickly. He bowed in relief, staring at Jichin as he rode in. Urun felt a bit irritated, staring at him without blinking, until Jichin's tall back swept past, and at that moment he firmly ordered him to stop. Urun hurriedly ran up to Jichin. He tried to get a clear look at his face, his eyes widening frighteningly. Urun used his blade to lift the cloth covering Jichin's face. He kept lifting until he could see the whole head. Urun froze for a moment when he saw Jichin's appearance. His face was so cold, it made the other man recoil in fear. He couldn't help but be astonished, black hair and brown skin. Veron immediately stepped in to defuse the situation, bringing another pouch of money. His attitude was full of concession, bowing low before Urun. Veron was fearful but could only force an embarrassed smile and let it go. He withdrew the blade from Jichin's head. Reluctantly, Urun made no further objections and allowed them to enter. Inside was a spacious courtyard welcoming Jichin's group. The day was full of sunshine, golden light falling on the red-tiled roofs. Jichin suddenly wondered, Veron, what was the name of that man just now? He answered quickly, what name? Ah, Iron Kansuman. Hearing the name made him a bit angry. Jichin radiated lethal intent, thinking he had remembered the man. HWI smiled softly and followed behind him. He paused, noticing something strange. Then HWI turned and took a look behind them, only to see townsfolk bustling back and forth buying goods. Nothing suspicious, so Ironhide quietly moved on. In fact, there was a dark shadow behind watching them. Raizo thought to himself that it was definitely goblin skin, so there should be goblin blood with it as well. Meanwhile, Jichin's group went to a quiet shop, and someone exclaimed, Veron, how did you kill a goblin? Even 20 soldiers would struggle to take one down. He replied politely, I'll tell you later, for now just finish your accounts here. By the way, do you need goblin blood? The man said in a low voice that only wizards would buy such a thing. What wizard would be out here in the sticks? Raizo had been watching their conversation from afar. He suddenly burst through the door, I'll buy it. The shopkeeper was flustered, assuming Raizo was a wizard. He was engrossed in the goblin blood, paying no attention to anything else. Raizo was delighted inside. With this, he'd escaped the cursed second rank. The owner was quite bewildered. Wizard, what do you think? He bargained. Perfect, I'll take 3 vials for 1 gold and 50 silver. He protested strongly. What? It should be 1 gold and 50 silver per vial. Sorry sir, but that price is a bit hard. Raizo didn't give up. He rummaged through his coat pocket. Wait. Then he produced 1 gold and 90 silver. Veron and the shopkeeper were left speechless. Their smiles were forced. Raizo looked pitiable. This is all the money I have. Still not enough, I beg you. The shopkeeper shouted angrily, You fraud, you look no different from a beggar. Don't think you can trick me out of good stuff. The old man immediately yelled back, furious, How dare you? I am Raizo, a once-in-a-century prodigy wizard. Hearing that, the shopkeeper sneered. A 3rd-rank wizard gets gold from the nobles. You expect me to believe you're destitute. If you're called a prodigy, how could you be stuck at rank 2? That question left Raizo speechless, his face turning pale. Raizo seemed unsteady and began to slump. He fell silent like that, and the atmosphere grew very bleak. Raizo suddenly muttered an incantation. O light born from the desire of flame. Seconds later, a beam of light appeared, and at the same time, he lifted the vial of goblin blood. The shopkeeper's eyes widened at Raizo's magic. He said slowly, It's true I haven't reached enlightenment and am still rank 2. But insulting a wizard, before he could finish, a piece of wood was thrown at Raizo's face. The unexpected attack sent him reeling, and he fell to the ground. Both Veron and the others were alarmed to see Raizo lying unconscious. It was Jichin who had struck. His tone was irritated. Even beggars here play at being sorcerers, HWI murmured. Maybe the sorcerer turned beggar instead. The red welt on Raizo's face looked pitiful. HWI frowned. The magic system here is rather baffling. A long time passed, but he still hadn't regained consciousness. In his dream, Raizo recalled old events. I am a once-in-a-century prodigy wizard. Others need 2 years to master mana. I took only half a year, so becoming a great wizard was only a matter of time. But then I stalled at the second tier. My master abandoned me, despite my desperate pleas, and I became an outcast everywhere. Believing there must be a path forward, I spent my life studying, accumulating knowledge rivaling the great wizards. But I could never conquer the second tier. Back to the present, Jichin's caravan quickly moved forward into the night. Raizo kept muttering, Master, please don't abandon me. With goblin blood, I'll reach the second tier. HWI turned to Jichin and asked, are we heading back early because of that old man? He answered seriously, they say sages, true wizards, are rare and learned in this land. He realized and smiled, so that's why you kidnapped him, afraid someone else would snatch him. He dismissed it casually, I just picked him up conveniently. If you find something, you keep it. HWI kept asking, but what do you intend to do with him? He's rare and valuable. Raizo suddenly burst into tears, his brows knitted. He jerked awake as if trying to recall something. Raizo was startled while Jichin nonchalantly said, you're awake. He saw the tears streaming down the old man's face and asked, but why are you crying? HWI mocked, isn't crying natural after being kidnapped? Jichin defended himself, I only said that. He teased, kidnappers always say that, you're being a double standard. When I do it, it's for righteousness. When others do it, it's a crime. Got it? Raizo panicked at the back, wondering who these people were and what they intended to do to him. But they certainly didn't know that an ordinary rope couldn't bind a wizard. His eyes lit up as if concentrating on something. Behind Raizo, the ropes were slowly loosening, in time with his incantations. HWI and Jichin happened to catch that moment. Without hesitation, Raizo immediately launched a counterattack at them. A bolt of lightning struck straight for Tranthine's head. But you were one step quicker and handled it calmly. Faced with Jichin's power, Raizo was a little worried. HWI also acted, his voice full of killing intent to block. The old man's lightning did nothing to him, and it was over. The air was tense now. Jichin breathed a sigh of relief reflecting on it, while HWI was probably amused. Raizo now feared, wondering how he could have blocked his spell. Raizo immediately shouted some incantation. The ring on his hand suddenly glowed. Raizo didn't hesitate and asked, who are you people? Jichin surprised, nice, so you can speak our tongue. He brushed it off, how can you stop lightning energy without a shield? His gaze radiated killing intent. How do you know our language? Raizo coldly explained, it's the power of an artifact, don't meddle in my affairs. Jichin wondered, the power of an artifact. Earlier I left that liar in town and kept worrying, but luckily we could still talk. He still wanted to know how you dispelled the lightning energy, what spell form you used. HWI assessed Raizo, you seem to be a mage too. Do you know it's rude to casually ask others secrets? He stumbled over his words, then someone else spoke. Wait. HY's brows narrowed as if pondering something. Ahead of them now a group of people were approaching. He suddenly smiled dangerously. They had to deal with these uninvited guests first. Urun led the group, weapons in their hands. He stared intently at Jichin's group, his face full of slyness. Urun remembered earlier how foolish to give up steady income for a moment of greed. Back then his eyes had always followed Veron's group, and from that Urun grew suspicious. But the load on the wagon was quite large, and I also felt the goods looked rather expensive. And conveniently 2 of them were alone. Deal with them cleanly, and you'd keep the income and get a pile of goods. Urun now grinned like a victor, you unlucky lot. Before he finished, HWI had already acted and burned them to ashes. All of them were simultaneously incinerated on the spot. He even pulled out a talisman with a few mysterious characters on it. It seemed HWI was targeting Urun, causing him to panic. Tranthine smiled in satisfaction. We meet again, Kansuman. He ordered his men to eliminate the 2 of you. A few who weren't burned rushed forward immediately. HWI assessed the situation and launched several more talismans. The talisman's power knocked them to their knees. Now only Urun remained. He stood with his mouth agape. Jichin suddenly stepped slowly toward Urun. His hand had formed into a fist before anyone noticed. Jichin's face darkened as he thought something over. A man in black suddenly lunged at him. Jichin drew the sword at his side without hesitation. His blade pierced the man, fresh blood spraying everywhere. Urun, like a madman, shouted to stop those bastards. He was stunned to see the soldiers still standing there. No one dared advance despite Urun's urgings. HWI continued reciting talismans, his manner eerily mesmerizing. Immediately, the remaining soldiers were burned from gut to skin, screaming in such agony that their cries were pitiful. HWI paid them no heed, his gaze icy sharp. Jichin strode proudly up to Urun, while Urun was terrified, crawling on the ground. Jichin fell silent, saying nothing, which made his opponent uneasy. Tran Thien wore an angry, disgusted expression. Urun was so frightened he nearly soiled himself. Calmly and unhurried, Jichin raised the sword high. Time seemed to freeze as everyone waited for Jichin to act. Urun screamed helplessly as he realized his fate. Jichin's movement was decisive. He swung the blade at him. But suddenly, when the sword touched Urun's head, Jichin stopped. HWI sighed from behind. "Ambassador, you really are something." His face was calm as he closely watched the other's expression. In the quiet night, no one knew a commotion had occurred in the forest. HWI stepped closer and advised, "Let's end this grudge here and be on our way." Urun heard those words, sweat soaking his face. Jichin remained silent, his eyes gloomy. Then he complied with HWI and drew a talisman from his person. Urun's face went deathly pale, as if all the blood had been drained. Jichin looked at the talisman and solemnly performed the ritual. Immediately, a wave of pain invaded his body. Urun resisted at first, but ultimately collapsed at his feet. Jichin said gravely, "Indeed, I still can't do it." HWI comforted him. If everyone could do it, it wouldn't be called magic, would it? He sat down beside Urun's corpse. As if he had discovered something, HWI turned back in astonishment and said, "His heart has stopped." Raizo witnessed everything and thought it over. The man cast a spell with only an activating word, no incantation at all. The old man was stunned and quite worried inside. Raizo realized that, considering our route, we're heading toward the Riganza Mountains, where dragons live. That meant the person must surely be a dragon. Raizo looked at HWI and guessed. He immediately calculated that if he could become a dragon's attendant, the source of magic, he would surpass the second tier. HWI suddenly grew embarrassed. "First, allow me to apologize for the kidnapping incident," he began. "If you dislike it," Riss heard this and fumbled. "No, sir, you certainly brought me here because you need me. Please give an order, I will do anything." Cut to a fresh morning, the lake lay still. Raizo gaped, unable to believe his eyes. As he followed Jichin, he thought he never expected such a well-organized village in the Riganza range. The discipline and spirit of the soldiers rivaled that of an empire. Buru and Yuru had been standing outside to greet Jichin and his companion for some time, eyeing Raizo curiously. He suddenly shouted when he saw them, "Giant." Buru turned to Yuru and asked, "Why does everyone call us giants?" Raizo couldn't help exclaiming. Even the dwarves thought to have vanished after the 1,000-year demon war were here. Jichin turned back, wanting to say something to the old man. "A thaumaturge, no, a mage. You haven't forgot your crime of trying to harm Veron. Where are my men?" Raizo replied weakly, "That's because they offended me." Tran Thien wasted no words and ordered directly, "Buru and Yuru, take him to the execution ground." The two dragged him away despite Raizo's struggling. Buru asked annoyed, "Where did you pick this old man up?" He answered nonchalantly, "Just happened to see him on the road." The atmosphere at the execution ground is extremely tense now. Jichin sat on the throne and said, "I did say I found this old man, so calling it a kidnapping isn't entirely wrong. But I cannot forgive you for attempting to harm Veron. You will guide us and you are now under my command." Raizo looked pitiful. "That happened because they insulted me. A mage." He heard this, sighed, and replied briefly, "I understand." The old man now felt anxious and fearful inside. Jichin growled, "However, you also offended me, old man, when you tried to hurt my subordinate." Raizo trembled and said, "It's okay, how can you say that? You couldn't help but shout angrily because the strong survive." Jichin emphasized that good triumphs over evil. He continued, "Don't you understand it's not virtue punishing vice, but the victor who takes all. In the end, the strong will take everything." Raizo heard this and wore a disdainful expression. Jichin sneered that a weakling who recklessly insults others is only hastening his own death. "Kidnapping? Is that even the right word? Don't you realize it wouldn't be surprising at all if I killed you right now? Besides, you lack the skill to be respected as a mage. Know that, am I wrong?" He clenched his fists but could do nothing. Raizo bowed his head and blamed himself. "How pathetic I am. 75 years of my life have been regrettable and wretched." Tran Thien suddenly softened his voice. "I will give you a chance. You can continue living like this, wandering like a beggar and being humiliated. Or you can come with me." He gave the old man the choice. Raizo couldn't believe his ears and asked again directly. Jichin slowly stepped down the stairs. "Not just an outstanding mage. I need a sage who possesses extensive knowledge of this world." He strode closer to the old man, walking with great dignity. Jichin said solemnly, "So will you join me?" Raizo was silent for a long time, offering no answer. He stared at the old man. "I'll ask one last time. I need you. Will you take part in my great undertaking? Raizo blurted out, so what will you do for me? Jichin affirmed, I will not stand by when someone mistreats my family and people. If anyone dares to belittle your talents, I will certainly crush them to pieces. Hearing this, tears welled up in the old man's eyes. Raizo immediately bowed deeply before him, his tone sincere, I will serve you as my lord. Night fell over the camp, the stars shining down on the forest. Raizo stared blankly at the two Yuru who were whispering to each other, thinking to himself that he'd expected the lord to treat him like an ordinary servant. Raizo didn't forget the afternoon moment when Jichin instructed Buru and Yuru, care for him. From now on, he will be the one to teach you. They protested vehemently against his order. Jichin letter 1 E1 and NH letter 1 E1 T. Shamtasi letter 1 E9, Koram letter 1 EDF de Maisao. PH letter 1 EA3 IH letter 1 EC3 U9 I distroke letter 1 EC3 QUY letter 1 EBF T distroke letter 1 ECBNH Con distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and G Fiat T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CCH letter 1 E9. First, instead of relying on the power of that item, you must learn our language. Once you have learned it, I will return the item to you. Raizo was a bit puzzled, but dared not resist. He glanced at the old man, thinking, do I look like someone who craves such things? Back in reality, he sighed inwardly, convinced the lord must have his reasons. Raizo appraised the two Yuru. Even for a legendary clan, a dwarf is still a dwarf. Suddenly someone came into their room, surprising him. Seeing Jichin, Raizo immediately greeted him respectfully. He watched the old man silently, saying not a word. Then Jichin removed the ring from his hand and handed it to Raizo, puzzling the old man. When he was done, Jichin turned away, seemingly unwilling to look at Raizo. He hesitated a moment, then said, it's broken. The old man then slowly slipped the ring onto his finger. Raizo quickly cast a translation spell to understand what Jichin had said, and when he understood, he cried out, Master, it's not broken. But when did you go out the door? The night was quiet, the sound of insects could be heard. Meanwhile, Sam and Veron were transporting goods by wagon, when something ahead suddenly made him startle. Sam gritted his teeth in annoyance, swearing under his breath. He turned to Veron and told him to stop. Sam suddenly laid down on the ground, as if listening for a sound. Veron didn't understand what was happening and immediately asked him. Sam was sweating, silent, then told him to abandon the wagon, which made Veron uneasy. Sam went to the back of the wagon and pulled off the cloth covering the cargo. He moved with nimble speed. Veron could only stand frozen. Sam securely strapped the pack to his body. He urged, hurry unless you want to die for no reason. Veron's face went pale, unsure what to do. At last the two of them left that spot. They tucked themselves into a bush to observe the situation. A moment later, two soldiers came over to the wagon. Bino shouted angrily, damn it, they actually abandoned the wagon. They can't have gone far, spread out and search for them. Having said that, they moved closer to Veron's group. He was terrified inside. Why were they heading this way? Sam suddenly stood up without warning Veron, who squeezed his eyes shut, not wanting to die unjustly. Sensing something odd, Veron dared to part his eyelids slightly to look. He saw soldiers lying strewn on the ground and gasped, what just happened? Impossible, he took care of those two by himself. Sam threatened the remaining soldier, you'd best keep quiet. He said coldly, if you answer my questions honestly, you can go home to your pretty wife and good children. That one was honest. I'm single. Sam didn't relent and pressed his sword to the man's throat. He growled, why did you attack us? The man, frightened, said there was an order from the kingdom to recruit soldiers, so Baron Alvin was rounding up peasants to meet quotas. Sam's face darkened as he realized that was why the mercenaries were chasing the peasants. They needed to inform the camp quickly. He begged, please spare me, I have a girlfriend. Sam snapped back angrily, you said you were single. The soldier stammered that he did have a girlfriend. Sam hesitated, should he kill him? The cold blade was now at his throat. In the end, Sam held back. Fine, you answered as I asked, so I'll let you go as promised. Sam was stern, but I'll be a bit uneasy. If you go back the way we came, close your eyes and walk that way, then count to 1,000 before turning back. The soldier obediently complied. Veron said nervously, is this safe? If we let him go, a pursuing squad might follow us. Sam smiled, you don't need to worry, this guy's honest and won't betray us. He grinned, of course, don't worry. Sam didn't hesitate to order, all right, run as fast as you can. The soldier ran while counting as Sam had told him. Veron felt relieved and stopped watching him go. Suddenly a sound made him look back. Sam's face turned dangerously serious. Be more careful. The soldier suddenly fell off a steep cliff. Veron followed after him, muttering curses. What a mess. A few other soldiers appeared. What's going on over here? They panicked when they discovered Bino was dead. That man immediately became wary of Aung Sam's group. He smiled dangerously, showing not a trace of fear. Aung Sam sneered, "Why does heaven insist on testing a good man like me?" The soldier across wondered, only two of them. Then he ordered them to finish it quickly and return. Aung Sam remained very calm in the face of such an aggressive force. Meanwhile, in another scene, Sarah was hastily running somewhere. She burst into the room, calling out Buru's name loudly. He asked, bewildered, "It's late. What are you doing here?" Sarah, full of worry, "When will Uncle Veron return?" Buru smiled and replied, "Probably tomorrow." He suddenly noticed something and paused for a beat. Worry was obvious in Sarah's eyes. Buru directly asked, "Is something troubling you?" She answered honestly, "Well, the road here is dangerous, and who knows what the punitive troops will do this time." He looked at Sarah seriously. "Are you worried because you saw the liar traveling with them?" She didn't hide it. She admitted she was a little worried. Buru suddenly burst into loud laughter and couldn't stop. Sarah looked at him blankly, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, over here, Aung Sam sighed in exasperation. He drew the sword from his back and said, "Nothing goes smoothly at all." Veron seemed like he wanted to stop Aung Sam. Then they charged in turn, ready for battle. His movements were very quick, not giving the enemy a chance to find a weakness. Aung Sam watched the situation seriously, his brows knitted. He suddenly unleashed a technique the opponents couldn't prepare for. Veron saw it and was alarmed, worried for Aung Sam. The two sides fought fiercely, the clash of swords ringing sharply. He skillfully weaved through the soldiers, and at the same time felled four at once in the blink of an eye. Fresh blood spattered everywhere with pitiful screams. Aung Sam's face was terrifying, radiating murderous, and Veron witnessed it all with his mouth agape. He acted as if nothing had happened, urging him to move quickly. Veron looked at Aung Sam with delight, proud. When the fight ended, there was suddenly a loud noise, accompanied by a strong wind that made a terrifying whooshing sound. Veron helplessly looked up at the sky and shouted, "Impossible." The two of them, full of panic, looked toward the source of the sound. A huge foot suddenly appeared, approaching them. A two-headed ogre seemed very eager for the two Veron. It kept roaring as if it wanted to swallow them whole. Veron and Aung Sam fell back, unsure how to face it. His face went deathly pale, as if someone had sucked the blood right out of him. Veron calmed himself, focusing on finding a way. He observed it and wondered if it might be the king of land monsters. But if it were Aung Sam, you would have felled the soldiers with a single stroke. Suddenly, when Veron turned his back, he had vanished. Now he was left alone to face the ogre. Cut to the camp, the place was utterly silent. Jichin was solemn. "This meeting is adjourned for today." Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. A soldier urgently reported. Dimuduk and Jichin exchanged a knowing look. The soldier stood respectfully at the door, ready to report. He quickly said, "We saw smoke rising from the northern border watchtower." You looked surprised at the word smoke and immediately asked again. The soldier nodded. "It seems something has happened to the farming village we trade with." Jichin didn't hesitate and asked how far it was. He answered, "Less than half a day's ride." You pondered slowly. You couldn't ignore it. "So we'll see whether they're friend or foe. Leave a minimal defensive force and march with the rest. Everyone there follow orders and prepare to deploy the plan." That night the camp hurriedly readied horses and took up bows and arrows. Raizo couldn't help but be unsettled. A sudden march. The old man loudly asked, "What's happening?" Raizo stood frozen when he saw something. He seemed to lose his footing. The march order was just issued. How could they be ready so fast? At that moment, Jichin rode up behind Raizo, startling him. The army had prepared everything. As you had said, thousands of soldiers stood in neat ranks, a pleasing sight. Raizo broke into a sweat, thinking he'd seen every corner of the continent, but he'd never seen an army so disciplined. A unit radiating such presence, on par with the royal cavalry. Jichin shouted, "Are the troops ready?" Buru grinned confidently, "Just give the order." "You didn't forget to instruct." Buru watched Raizo. He then asked, "Master, are you going too?" Jichin replied gravely, "Raizo, they say you've seen the world. Have you ever seen a battlefield?" The old man respectfully answered that he had seen some. You glanced at Raizo and reminded him, "Observe our battle today and report how this front and our fighting differ." He pondered inwardly. The simple words carried an irresistible power. The metallic tang of blood was strong, yet he remained calm, his voice low and measured. Raizo slowly knelt before Jichin. He wholeheartedly obeyed the orders you gave. The night wind blew strong, billowing Jichin's cloak. He adjusted his stance to appear solemn. Jichin immediately called for all troops to depart. Buru followed shortly after to provide support. The camp gates opened. The marchers stepped out in rapid succession. Jichin rode at the front, looking very majestic. Behind him, a host of soldiers followed, flags fluttering. On the other side, the civilians were bound and pleading nonstop. Haolen said slowly, "We've gathered the useless ones, everyone except able-bodied men and young women." Count Alvin said coldly, "Deal with all of them." Hearing this, he ordered the troops to shoot the civilians. The archers raised their bows high, waiting for the moment to release. Immediately the sky turned fiery red, a horrific sight. Arrows rained down, burning the innocent to death. Within seconds, a great blaze burst forth. Count Alvin was indifferent, the village was too small. Halen beside him added, "The prisoner said there's a larger settlement nearby. Sounds fairly big." He sounded a bit suspicious and immediately asked again. The men behind them now looked sullen. Count Alvin smiled dangerously. They began advancing forward, leaving the pitiful little village behind. At last Jichen's army arrived. They stopped in a clearing when they realized they had arrived too late. Count Alvin's forces and yours clashed. Cut to a starry sky tonight, the scene was very quiet. The ogre strode forward with heavy steps. It looked around, searching for something. After fumbling about for a while, the ogre suddenly grew angry. The two of them, Sam, hid carefully in the bushes to observe the situation. He grumbled, "What the hell did I do to deserve this?" Veron panted, "But at least we lost the two-headed ogre's tail, that's lucky enough." Suddenly a strange sound made him turn. A giant green beast was staring at them. Veron panicked, "Oh no, it looks like we've wandered into monster territory." Sam frightened, "Really?" As he spoke, a rock suddenly struck him squarely on the head. Sam fell to the ground, while the blue-green monster wore a defiant expression toward them. He angrily charged forward. "These bratty kids are pissing me off." Veron hurriedly restrained him. But perhaps too late, Sam kicked it flying into the sky. He lost control as he questioned you, but faced with that terrifying sight, Veron was speechless. He was sweating and hesitant. "The baby goblins are only raised in the goblin village, so I was going to say we should leave them and get out of here." But seconds later, in the distance, it seemed like countless eyes were watching them. Many green monsters surrounded them. Veron said miserably, "It seems too late." Sam now regretted his actions. Meanwhile, Jichen's army had reached the village. The burned corpses lay scattered on the ground. Seeing that scene, you fell silent and said nothing. Jichen turned to Demuduk and instructed, "We'll rest here for a bit and keep watch for an ambush." Raizo stepped closer and said, "Based on the emblem on the arrowhead, they appear to be Count Alvin's mounted troops." Jichen examined the arrow and understood what the old man meant. He lowered his voice slightly, saying he'd heard that the Count had come to this rarely visited area and was rounding up the farming peasants. "Do you know why?" Raizo's eyes grew melancholic. "The reason the Count rarely came here was that the monsters here were fierce and numerous, so sending troops would result in heavy losses. And because the city at the entrance to the Raganza Mountains is a trade hub, they don't need many slaves." He suddenly added, "But in this case, I believe it's to gather manpower for the war." The more the city's trade prospered, the more the wealthy tried to help their children avoid military service, so buying serfs or slaves and sending them to the front with bribes became common. It's very likely they're planning to use the captured peasants as substitute slaves. Jichen scoffed, "Madness, do they really think they can win that way?" Raizo was quite worried. The kingdom of Heian probably doesn't care much about victory or defeat. He turned to the old man in astonishment, unable to believe it. Raizo quickly explained, "This country sits between giant empires, sharing borders with two great powers and facing a maritime empire across the sea. So it has always been subject to their control and demands. Thus, when it goes to war, it survives by supplying troops to both sides. Therefore, who wins or loses isn't important. That's the reality of this land. The kingdom of Heian is truly a land with no one to protect it." Jichen stared into the distance. They had given up being a nation. A soldier suddenly reported, "General, we found the enemy camp. There are about 20 cavalry and 600 infantry. And we also saw roughly 250 people who seem to have been kidnapped from here, locked in the wagons. It looks like they're resting before moving on to another village." Upon hearing that, Jichen set his warhorse in motion. He said gravely that tonight would be a very long night. Cut to Count Alvin's camp, where several villagers were being beaten. The soldiers were torturing them for attempting to flee. They were gleeful and eager to take turns punishing the villagers. A few others were harassing the women. Their pleas could be heard easily. The women struggled violently. Some men stood guard at the gate, irritated about something. The blonde one complained, "We have to guard instead of enjoying those women." The man beside him grumbled, "I felt fired up all this time anyway." They each looked ahead, worry creasing their faces. As the pounding of horse hooves drew near the camp, the blonde man suddenly felt a chill run through him. The man beside him mocked, "Don't tell me you're afraid of wolves, are you?" Immediately, an arrow flew straight across his head. He and several others fell down. To the blonde man's astonishment, quickly the men beside him are now lying unconscious on the ground. The blonde man raised his blade, sweat pouring down his face. He was the last target. An arrow struck him squarely between the eyes. Not a single gate guard remained alive. Jichen stood over their bodies, an imposing figure. He and his troops had quickly closed in on the enemy. Without hesitation, Jichen gave the order and sent the signal. the carrier pigeons were ready to do that. The soldiers decisively released them into the sky. The birds flew swiftly off to deliver their message. Jichin halted before a thicket, as if pondering something. His brows knitted. They had secured the escape route. Jichin immediately called Raizo over as if to give instructions. Drawing his sword, he said, "From now on, keep a close watch." Jichin and his troops took battle formation. He made clear that this was their fight. The soldiers raised their bows high, determined not to miss a single target. Buru chuckled with glee, gripping his bow tightly. Then Buru shouted for everyone to release their arrows. The men in the camp, unaware of what was happening, were still drunkenly carousing. The bearded man suddenly noticed something and looked bewildered. He strained to hear the strange sounds and wondered what was going on. A dark blot appeared in the sky. The bearded man immediately realized it wasn't birds. Countless arrows were heading toward them. By the time he understood, it was too late. Arrows pierced the soldiers, blood spraying everywhere. From above, the corpses lay strewn about. Only then did the other soldiers begin to panic and take up defensive positions. Count Alvin angrily demanded, "What's happening?" The troops scattered in chaos, accidentally colliding heavily into him. Heilun appeared to reassure him, "Please, Count, stay calm and go inside for safety." Count Alvin's attitude was extremely irritable. He spat angrily at Heilun, "Deal with it cleanly and fast." He immediately rushed to act. The archers prepared to fire back at the attackers from the rear, while spearmen readied ambushes at the entrance. Heilun muttered irritably, "What kind of bastards are these?" The soldiers quickly gathered at the gate, keeping watch without pause. They fixed their gaze ahead, preparing to charge. Heilun narrowed his brows, sensing something odd. A huge force was slowly approaching him. Heilun felt uneasy. Cavalry, they aren't just simple peasant farmers. On Jichin's side, everyone raised their bows to attack. He gripped his bow tightly and aimed with deadly precision. Heilun gave a mysterious smile. "It doesn't look like a regular army either. Don't they know accuracy drops when shooting from horseback?" Without waiting for orders, he raised his bow with the others. "And when they hit their range, turn them into porcupines for us." The soldiers obediently followed, aiming their bows high. Jichin's side suddenly struck, their momentum soaring sky high. Heilun watched and inwardly sneered at them. No sooner had he finished his thought than a sharp arrow flew in front of him from nowhere. Then several more arrows followed, nearly costing Heilun his life. His troops seemed outmatched, unable to mount any meaningful resistance. Heilun could only gape, unwilling to believe his eyes. Jichin was intensely focused, aiming his bow at him. His gaze resolute as his hand began to release the arrows. Heilun kept dodging the deadly bolts with nimble movements. Half of the soldiers seemed to drop dead, leaving him to fight alone. Heilun could take no more and shouted, "Damn it, spearmen, stop the cavalry now." Soldiers immediately appeared to carry out his order. Jichin also changed tactics, forming a spearhead and advancing. His men surged forward fiercely, wielding very long spears. A brutal clash ensued, weapons striking each other in rapid succession. Bodies were flung into the air, blood spraying non-stop. Heilun watched anxiously. "What are you doing? Attack the horses, for crying out loud." One man suddenly lunged straight at Jichin's horse, but his spear broke on impact. What panic was that? The horses were fully armored. Before him now stood an entire formidable host. They could no longer fight and froze in place. The powerful hooves trampled the dead bodies on the ground. Everywhere rose the soldiers' pitiful pleas. Jichin ordered his men to execute the next phase of the encirclement plan. He suddenly turned and called out Buru's name loudly. Buru confidently understood and took on the responsibility. Jichin nodded in strong trust and agreement. Then he spurred his horse forward. "We're going to rescue the farming peasants." A portion of his troops following behind Jichin moved inward. Heilun's soldiers blocked them, preventing them from carrying out their objective. One man laughed cheerfully. "The cavalry has retreated." Buru retorted, "Why so cheerful, huh?" Then the camp troops with shields and swords suddenly attacked. Heilun's men immediately defended and surged forward with spears. The two sides locked into close combat, the atmosphere intensely fierce. Buru's forces had now pushed deep into the camp. It seemed the advantage was tilting toward his men. Heilun's side was gradually losing control. More and more soldiers fell. Shouts and the clash of weapons mingled into a deafening roar. And Buru's ranks also thinned considerably. The two sides pushed and pulled at each other for a very long time. Spears and pikes were the weapons brought to the fight. The battlefield descended into chaos, dust and smoke rising across the sky. The metallic stench of blood hung thick in the air, yet the soldiers kept fighting. Heilun's forces were almost all killed, the scene desolate. Count Alvin also appeared, silently watching the attacking troops. He was sweating. Looking at their armor, it was clear they were not imperial troops. so where on earth did they come from? Heilun hurriedly ran over to Count Alvin. He quickly urged that the lord must retreat to the rear immediately. He snarled, "Those bastards aren't worth the chewing. Once I return to our territory, I'll come back with the royal army." Another soldier ran up to report as well. Heilun interrogated, "So, have our men secured the escape route?" The man stammered and didn't dare answer. Elsewhere, the women being held captive looked at the situation in fear. How had it come to this? Heilun's soldiers lay dead where they fell. A few survivors fled quickly. A woman's eyes now shone with utter despair. Demuduk's men had reached the place where the innocent townspeople were detained. Jichin's forces had just arrived too, suddenly running into the foolish soldiers trying to flee. Demuduk respectfully greeted him, "You're here, envoy." He slowly praised, "Well done, protect the wagons, and let the black-armored ghost cavalry return with me." Suddenly an enemy with shifty eyes did something. He sat down and lit a torch, his voice trembling. "Damn it, dying like this is so unfair." He looked toward the group of poor women, damn beggars. He held the torch in his hand, intending to set the cage on fire. The women cried and begged in terror without stop. HWI, seeing this, couldn't help but panic. Meanwhile, danger was coming closer. "You're all going to die in the agony of being burned." After a few seconds, HWI made his first move. He concentrated his inner energy in his palm, transforming it to extinguish the fire. As his pupils contracted, an orange light began to flood in. The flame, as if possessed, began to change direction and terrified the man. "What the?" The wicked one paid the price by the very fire he held. Heat coiled and swirled around his body. Minutes later, only a burned skeleton remained in the empty yard. Everyone could no longer hide their expressions of horror. A girl involuntarily screamed, "Impossible." She inwardly confirmed HY's identity. A witch. There are now two encirclements, large and small, gathered at the camp's corner. Buru smirked, full of self-satisfaction. By contrast, Heilun's spirit was collapsing. He couldn't believe 600 men had dwindled to only 100 in a single attack. Just then Count Alvin angrily shouted, "Bastards, do you know who I am to dare do this? I am a noble of the Heian kingdom." Though threatened, the guards' faces did not change at all. But Count Alvin misunderstood. Of course, they wouldn't be careless with a noble. March forward and take control of the situation. He loudly signaled, "If you know the laws of war, you cannot treat me this way." "Where is your leader?" A shadow emerged from the crowd. The soldiers politely parted to make a narrow path for the figure to approach. Count Alvin also watched the approaching person carefully. Jichin was now standing at the head of the troops, and the man still dared to speak back to him. "Are you the leader? I am Count Alvin of the Heian kingdom." Jichin said nothing, only waiting with a cool look. He quickly grew impatient. How dare they ignore me? At that moment, Jichin suddenly spoke, "A liar." Yoru immediately reported, "Sir, he still hasn't returned from the village." Jichin paused for a moment, then ordered, "Raizo, hand me that item." The old man explained slowly, "If you want magic, you must say the activation word." He slightly raised his large hand in front of him, and under the tense atmosphere, Jichin coldly read the activation word. The awkwardness made Raizo blink as if he misheard. Then Jichin felt a bit embarrassed. "Did you hear what I said?" Raizo gently reminded him. "Sir, the activation word is a separate word." He said sternly, "Please repeat after me. Interpret." Unexpectedly, Jichin mispronounced interpret. Seeing no movement from his side made them slightly uneasy. Heilun spoke up, "It seems the tide of battle has shifted. Shall we try once more?" Count Alvin wondered. "Do you have any good ideas?" Then someone whispered a few countermoves into his ear, and a sly smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Raizo began to lose patience. "You must repeat each word exactly." Jichin obediently pronounced the way the old man instructed. Interpret. A thread of bluish light slowly flickered across the surface of the ring. Raizo felt pleased about that. "All right." Then Jichin asked again, "Can you hear me?" Raizo answered on behalf of the group, "Yes." "And you seemed quite satisfied. Very good." Meanwhile, Heilun suddenly stepped forward. "I am Sir Tilluman of Count Alvin's house." Jichin also introduced himself politely. "I am Envoy Jichin of the Great Gory Empire." He subconsciously asked about the Gory Empire. Jichin nodded firmly. "Yes." Heilun began to reconsider. There is no nation by that name, and casually using empire like that, what are these people plotting? Just then Jichin's voice cut through his thoughts. "Shall we continue?" He was a bit annoyed. Why continue when the outcome is already decided? He even calmly said, "But I have one request. I, Sir Tilluman, wish to challenge you, Envoy Jichin of the Great Gory Empire, to a duel. If I win, will you be allowed to withdraw?" Did Jichin intentionally drag out the words duel like that? "I accept a warrior's challenge." Heilun replied curtly, "Thank you, sir." Behind him, Count Alvin grinned inwardly. The duel had been arranged according to Tilluman's plan. After all, he's a famous knight of the kingdom. Capturing that man as a hostage could turn the tide. The two strongest warriors from each side stepped into the center of the circle. Caution and reserve were plainly written on Haelen's face. In an instant, he suddenly shouted in fury. The long sword in his hand was immediately surrounded by boundless radiance. His cloak billowed as inner power swept through. Raizo realized in alarm, a fake radiance. Why is someone with a royal guard level skill here? Haelen asked his opponent in a low voice, "Are you ready?" Jichin calmly faced him, "Come on then." But Raizo was extremely anxious. "Sir, he's a fake radiance." He urgently shouted to him, "Dodge now." Haelen moved like a gust of wind, closing in on Jichin. Too late. However, he didn't notice the murderous light gathering in Jichin's eyes. A clash rang out. Haelen's blade snapped in two. Count Alvin couldn't believe the situation wasn't going as he'd expected. Even Haelen was utterly bewildered. How could a sword that didn't use radiance still emit radiance? Jichin sneered and said, "Sloppy." In the distance, Count Alvin ran forward. "Sir Tilluman, what are you doing?" he demanded, grabbing the man's cloak as he spoke. But no matter how he strained, the opponent did not move. The truth before his eyes made Count Alvin go rigid. A very thin line of blood appeared on Haelen's face. The two halves of his face began to part apart. At last, a spray of deadly red burst everywhere. Unwitting drops of blood spattered onto Count Alvin's skin. He trembled and collapsed, sitting down beside the defeated man. His triumphant look had completely turned to ashes. However, the footsteps of the person before him were drawing ever nearer. A hair-raising voice sounded right beside his ear. "Is that enough?" Jichin looked at Count Alvin like a lowly insect, and he said a single line with boredom. Raizo thought silently. It wasn't visible to the naked eye, but the magic he sensed in that instant was not at the level of an ordinary fake radiance. Over there, Buru laughed with delight. "Do these places have enough fools to leak energy everywhere?" The soldiers quickly burst into loud laughter. Jichin coldly ordered them to withdraw, and the army's voices thundered, "Obey." Fear still lingered in Raizo's mind. He regarded a fake radiance as a fool. Jichin rode his warhorse away through the crowd at ease. Raizo carefully hid his awe. What kind of villain is Gori after all? The scene of the story began to shift again. Here, an early morning march was underway. Deep red banners fluttered in the wind. Raizo closed his eyes in thought. "I've racked my brains but still don't understand. I know the continent's information better than anyone, so how could I not know about a military group of this caliber?" Suddenly, Buru came closer. What is he pondering? He timidly spoke, "General, I have a question. Where are you from?" He replied nonchalantly, "Didn't we say we're from Gori?" Raizo looked at him in a daze. Who doesn't know that? He switched the question, "So where exactly is that place located?" Buru rubbed his chin for a long moment. "We travel by ship in the direction of." "Ah, you know our camp. From there it's about a 3-day sail." Raizo brightened for a moment at the thought of a 3-day sail from the lake. If that's the case, his mood quickly sank. What else would there be but circling that lake, dumber than the ogres? He stifled his anger and continued, "General Buru, there's no outlet from the lake. How can you say it's 3 days to Gori?" He answered vaguely, "Well, that's true." During the passage through the stormy sea, the story went on for a few more minutes. Buru told it until he grew sleepy, yawning short, long yawns. But the more Raizo heard, the more confused he became. Break through the straight wall of water on the sea, then to the lake in the Raganza Mountains. A flash of thought made him stare. Could it be that they would very quickly arrive somewhere else? The troops were pausing near the lake. A soldier loudly announced, "The envoy has arrived, open the gates." The rumble of the gates echoed as they moved, and the procession entered. At that moment, sounds of people approaching came from afar. Sam hurried over. "General, urgent news." He gripped his feet and bowed before Jichin. Then came the urgent report. Soldiers marched from the city intending to seize the peasant farmers. We must quickly mobilize forces to prepare for their attack. Jichin's face was calm, somewhat cold. The pressure in his gaze made the man somewhat afraid. So Sam adopted an even more respectful tone. "There's no time to hesitate. I rode day and night to bring this report." Despite his urgency, Jichin remained unmoved. He firmly pulled the reins and turned his back on him. Sam called after him in confusion, "Envoy." At that moment he was scolded. "You liar, stop beating the drum too late." Buru explained, "Don't you get it? You're sounding the alarm after everything's done. We just wiped them out and returned here. Go change your clothes, you look like a beggar." They entered one by one, ignoring Sam. The sunset of that day shone over the camp's sky. Inside, a council was taking place. Sam's voice was a bit heavy, so, with single-minded determination to report, "I cut down all the pursuers." Jichin asked coldly, "And then?" He told a thrilling tale, but suddenly, a gigantic two-headed thing began chasing me. Jichin asked with a nonchalant tone, "And then?" He patted his chest loudly. "But who am I? I shook it off with these swift feet." But you know what? His noise was enormous. His brain painted a grotesque scene. Sam's face looked fierce. thousands of blue bastards wanted to kill me. However, Jichen's attitude remained unmoved, and then, even so, he kept insisting it was thousands. His confidence plunged, it wasn't merely hundreds. Jichen stared at him, and then, now Aung Sam began lowering it to dozens. Jichen growled, and then, Aung Sam stammered and couldn't answer. Then Jichen asked decisively, "So you threw away the things you bought with months of sales money?" Aung Sam only then realized that grave omission. He awkwardly bowed his head low. After a moment, he mumbled that if it weren't for the name Alvin or something. Jichen, very perceptive, caught the key point. He turned and called his subordinate, HWI, to bring that potty fellow here. That made HWI a bit embarrassed. Jichen pointed, "That fellow Alvin or whatever." And soon after, Count Alvin was brought in by the soldiers. He angrily asked, "Don't you know you're not supposed to treat the kingdom's nobility like this?" A small flash gleamed on his ring. He paid no heed and kept shouting, "Under international law, a noble taken prisoner must be treated according to their rank." Jichen immediately probed whether his words were true. Rizzo honestly confirms it's true, sir. After hearing that, he turned to look at Count Alvin, and then made a declaration, "I'll treat him well." Count Alvin confidently offered, "If you release me right now, I'll pay a ransom of 1,000 gold, and furthermore I'll petition the king to grant this region autonomy." Jichen pondered for a moment. Autonomy, huh? We do need a comfortable place to settle. Immediately he tempted them. "From what I see, it seems you haven't pledged loyalty to anyone yet. I'm willing to take you on as my retainers." Buru and Yuru were instantly enraged. "That bastard dares say such things, I'll split his head open." Count Alvin was startled by their fury. "What is going on?" Jichen hurriedly ordered, "Don't be rude." They all nodded in unison and stepped back, though they still shot him hostile glances. Then Jichen spoke, "You say you'll take us in." Count Alvin promised, "I'll give you the BEST Chinese letter. He said nothing because he had to think for a moment. That hesitation pleased him. "See, play the right card and you can both escape this situation and gain elite troops." Jichen suddenly stood up. "Count Alvin, you've had a hard time. My men heard your voice. Remove his bonds for him." Being free, he unconsciously touched himself, then began to speak. "If I can recruit a talent like you, I'm willing to endure hardship." "Isn't that a lord's virtue?" he replied indifferently. "Thank you for your generosity. But actually I do have one concern." Count Alvin asked in surprise, "What is it?" His legs instinctively stepped forward. Jichen reached back. "I'm afraid my men might clash with the soldiers already in your territory." He said calmly, "Don't worry, the current force is only the security detail within the territory. I directly manage them, so how could there be a problem?" Jichen continued, "And if this force suddenly arrives there, provisions could become an issue." Count Alvin smiled again. "My estate has enough supplies to sustain this force for over half a year." He also bowed somewhat calmly. "Thank you, now rest for a while." Jichen ordered again, "Remove the thing around his neck." A soldier stepped forward to carry out the command. When finished, Jichen entrusted him to the place where only the strong men among the captured farm laborers were held. A soldier quickly made a gesture inviting him. The three of them exited the council room. Only then did Rizzo dare speak up. "Sir, they'll beat him to death." Jichen smiled dangerously. "If he dies, so what? That's his fate." Another order was given. HWI is to prepare to march the day after tomorrow. Rizzo was still a bit confused. "Sir, why soldiers?" Jichen replied excitedly, "Why, that liar needs to return both principal and interest for the cart he lost, doesn't he?" HWI also offered a gentle smile, and it seemed everyone felt satisfied about this matter. Jichen smirked and added, "Now that that bastard has few troops in his territory, this is our chance. Isn't looting one of the pleasures of war?" On Count Alvin's side, he was roaring furiously, "You bastards. What kind of attitude is this? I'm about to become your lord. There must be some mistake. Open the door now, you scoundrels." No one reacted, which made him a bit angry in the jail. Damn it. How do these idiots run things? When he turned back, he finally noticed the situation. The eyes full of hatred were fixed on him. The male peasants stood together in a large group. Count Alvin said with contempt, "Lower creatures." He pointed at someone nearby. "That man. Bring water here." He spread his arms commandingly. He angrily stopped his movement. Count Alvin sighed in outrage, and he vented his anger on the other man. The man fell and slammed to the floor of the jail. Yet Count Alvin still wanted to torment that rubbish some more. The blow was so strong it made blood spurt from his mouth. Groans echoed, "Please spare me." The peasant named Hook was furious and wanted to rush out. "I'll kill him." However, his friend reminded him, "Didn't that soldier earlier say he'd kill anyone who touched Count Alvin?" The warning made Hook pause for a moment, but his eyes still clearly burned with hatred. A vision of hatred unfolded. The sound of peasants being shoved down. and the piercing screams of those finished off by soldiers. Every image began to mirror the current scene in the jail. Hook still shouted in fury, "Don't you feel the injustice?" The crowd quickly fell somewhat silent, a heavy, dark atmosphere settling over them. At that moment, Count Alvin had already knocked that peasant unconscious. He shouted aggressively, "What do you want, you bastard? How dare you glare at me?" No sooner had he finished than Hook lunged forward, and his strike sent Count Alvin sprawling immediately. He slammed into the railing and collapsed, spittle mixed with a bloody nose spilling out. His initial arrogance vanished at once. After getting up, he shouted, "Soldiers." However, the sounds from behind were drawing nearer. Count Alvin stammered, "I'm sorry, first let me explain." Hook mercilessly swung his arm. "I don't need empty apologies," a tone with death. A punch immediately struck his jaw. Then screams rang out from the barracks. The next morning, everyone was gathered out in the yard. The peasants from the jail had been brought out. Standing above them was Hook, tightly restraining him. The one seated on the high dais to pass judgment was Jichin. He coldly demanded, "Why did you kill him?" Hook fell silent but did not avert his gaze. Immediately a hand grabbed his head. Then the guards shoved Hook down. He began to take heavy blows from them. Jichin waited a moment and asked again, "Why did you kill him?" Hook snapped back angrily, "You expect me to fold my arms and watch my enemy?" A faint smile flickered across Jichin's face. He said, "Revenge is a right granted to humans. Are you even human?" Hook angrily barked at him. "What?" A cruel voice rang in his ear. "Vermin have no right to speak of revenge. Besides you, who else laid a hand on Count Alvin?" Hook shouted back, "What are you talking about? I did it alone." Jichin stared at those below, then shifted his gaze to signal his men. The guards helped Hook to his feet slowly and escorted him elsewhere. Bureau also quickly moved away from his position. He followed the other soldiers who were leading prisoners. Back here, the other peasants waited in silence. Jichin pronounced harshly, "A noble life is worth 10 vermin lives. Now if 9 more volunteer to die, I'll turn the rest into slaves." The crowd took turns shouting, "It's me, let me sacrifice myself." However, that image began to blur. In truth, everyone was afraid. Actually, Jichin was now stepping closer. He laid down the condition, "If 9 more people sacrifice themselves now, I'll spare the rest." Seeing no sound, he asked again, "No one." The peasants all hung their heads. At that moment, someone stood up. "You can't just kill me and spare them, can you?" Jichin said coldly, 8 more. The soldiers coldly stepped forward and arrested him. Before leaving, he spoke, "Even if you don't get enough, I still trust you will spare my family." Jichin generously replied, "I guarantee it." Then he restored his cold demeanor. 8 more stepped forward. At the same time, Hook was pinned down against a tree. 2 guards tried to restrain his movements. Bureau drew his weapon and said, "Hold him tight." Hook broke out in a cold sweat, waiting for him to come. The shadow of the executioner descended. Hook shut his eyes in terror to escape reality. A scream and a spray of fluid burst up beyond the fence. The peasants trembled with fear, yet another pair of eyes shifted slightly. That man stepped forward. "If I go, there'll be 7 left, right?" Jichin nodded as if confirming it. Some more time passed during the trial. TR letter 1EA5N Theern's steady voice rang out. 6. When the next person stood up, he counted 5. Then he quickly waited for the next 4. The weight of each word fell. A chill enveloped everyone. Jichin clasped his hands and said, 4 short. Left, however, no one dared to lift their heads. Knowing no one else remained, Jichin issued the order. HWI. Provide housing and livelihood to the families of the 6 who sacrificed themselves. They will become my subjects. Lock up the rest, all will become worthless slaves. He turned his head to say that, and then walked away. Some time passed. This was now the soldiers' barracks. Hook stirred slightly in his sleep. Soon after, Veron called out joyfully, "You're awake." He suddenly asked, "Why are you here?" Veron replied softly, "Long story, rest first and we'll talk later." Hook still hesitated a bit. "Okay, but how exactly am I still alive?" Veron explained briefly, "It was a test." Hearing that, he was confused too. A test of what? Veron calmly continued. He and 5 peasants who volunteered to die would live as ordinary citizens with their families. The rest would live as slaves. Hook involuntarily whispered, "Oh no." But that agonizing pain, like dying and coming back, remained. "I'm sure I was dead." Veron smiled awkwardly and told him, "See, it seems he had no intention of actually killing you. He was testing whether you had even a shred of will. However, to make it feel real, General Bureau." The name that terrified Hook was that of the giant dwarf who carries others. Veron hesitated a little as he revealed more. "Yes. So he used an acupuncture trick on the anus. He also gave you a single strike to the vital point. Even Ung Sam had to pinch his nose then. Why that of all things so disgusting?" Bureau asked coldly, "Wanna know why?" Ung Sam answered eagerly, "Of course." He hinted and began, "There's nothing I can't tell you." Darkness thickened as he leaned his face closer. "Try pushing your button." Ung Sam panicked and ran from the danger. But his small collar was grabbed. Sweat poured down him at the ominous sign. Bureau's devilish grin was wide open. Finally, a miserable cry echoed through the barracks again. The sun sank once more beneath the trees. At this time, the peasants were still plowing. Nearby, 2 people sat watching. Sarah called Bureau's name and asked why those people were slaves. He answered thoughtfully, When first recruited, the general said one must take up a sword to be accepted. If you can't sacrifice yourself now, it will be the same when enemies invade later. Wielding a sword is the most basic thing for a person. That's the most important part. She was a bit surprised to hear that. Buru looked into the distance and said, I once asked the ambassador a similar question. His eyes were full of nostalgia for the past. At that time, Jichin was standing on the cliff, with Buru a short distance behind him. Then Jichin said in a low voice, anyone can survive, but not everyone will enjoy freedom. Buru replied innocently, that's hard to understand, Commander. He said blandly, look at the pigs locked in the pen. They only eat the food humans give them and repeat that until they die. But what about those living in the forest? When we try to catch them, they resist to stay alive. But not just to survive. If we catch them and lock them in a pen, what will happen? Buru answered honestly, they'll butt their heads against the pen. Jichin's face tilted down slightly. Exactly know why, because they know freedom. Even beasts give their all for freedom. Humans in the past lived free, with no nations or borders, following Hanon's teachings for the benefit of all humankind. But that was short-lived. Bloody history began when traders became greedy. For their own prosperity, they oppressed and stole others' freedom. Therefore, always remember the reason you take up the sword. Those without a reason cannot become strong. To protect freedom, you must bear the sword. And to bear the sword, you must know what freedom is. It's the difference in the weight of the sword held by someone who knows freedom and by someone who doesn't. So let us take up the sword together for Gori's will of freedom. Thus that beautiful memory came to an end. Buru smiled, we must wield the sword to protect. The weak cannot protect anything at all. The nearby women suddenly turned around, and even the soldiers were stunned by the profound philosophy. Suddenly Buru's large hands moved. He gently patted her head. Sarah, I'll protect you. She enjoyed the affection from him. I like that the most. Cut to another mountainous place. A troop was marching through the mountain range. At this time, sand and dust constantly swept through the forest. After a while, an order was given and the army halted. Raizo immediately panted, having covered in 3 days what would normally take a week, with no sign of exhaustion. Not to mention the cavalry, but even the archers who only marched on foot could handle horses with such skill. At that moment, someone spoke up behind the old man, Sir. Yuru reported briefly, the ambassador requests your presence. The old man slowly followed the directions to a secluded spot. After stopping, he immediately looked up to observe. Your black cloak flapping in the wind. Jichin began, Rise. This place is different from the one we know. Ah no, you and we are different, right? The old man confirmed frankly. Then Jichin explained again, the shapes of the stars are different, the moon is different, the languages are different. He added coldly. Raizo said respectfully, although I lack magical ability, I pride myself on having accumulated more knowledge than any non-mage. Jichin turned to look at the person speaking behind him. Raizo spoke in a low voice, but in the world I know there is no empire called Gori. Jichin had to ask cautiously, is there a Tang dynasty? He kept his usual demeanor, not bowing, sir. TR letter 1E5N Theern asked again, do you know any countries named Beek, Silla, Bedak, or Han? Raizo answered sadly, no sir. A heavy silence fell immediately. Jichin asked gravely, where on earth are we and what place have we come to? Raizo spoke his true thought. This is the continent Han, sir. It seems you have crossed a spatial barrier. In other words, you have arrived in a completely different world. 10,000 years ago, the ancient dragon Berserker personally traversed the world and set coordinates for every land. There is a kind of magic called teleportation that allows spatial movement using only coordinates. However, the empires you mentioned are not registered at any of those coordinates, so we believe you came from another dimension. Jichin asked further, what is an ancient dragon? How does it fly around to verify coordinates? Why do you trust it so blindly? Raizo looked up cautiously. Ah, the ancient dragon. A great species, the image of a majestic dragon came to mind. He said respectfully, we call them dragons. Jichin understood a bit, some kind of star god. Raizo clarified, not exactly, but on the surface they are creatures no force can approach. At that, Jichin left him dumbfounded, so they were dragons after all. A sinuous form appeared as he spoke. Its shape was somewhat different, but a dragon is still a dragon. Ridiculous, a world ruled by mere dragons. Raizo dared not say more, still too shocked. Then Jichin pointed at the armor. Do you know what this is? What he meant was the emblem on it. Raizo was a bit flustered. What is a three-legged bird? TR letter 1E5N Theern replied, the emblem living in our hearts is called Samjoko, a divine beast that preys on dragons. This terrible knowledge shattered all of the old man's imagination. He lightly bumped his shoulder against the old man as some small comfort. Next, Jichin said, no need to fear those strange divine lizards, remember that. He turned back confused as if wanting to say more. What? But Jichin had already turned and walked inward. Each of his steps was slow and steady. Meanwhile, the other soldiers waited outside. He remained standing in the trees for a long time. Jichin fell into thought, a place we can no longer reach. He felt very small in this strange, monster-filled world. A question arose, is this where we must live from now on? The stars glittered in the sky, and the forest below looked eerily gloomy. Meanwhile, the soldiers moved quietly. They aimed for a spot not far from the forest, and one among them was chosen as the stretcher-bearer. The remaining guards immediately took advantage of that to kick in. The coordination helped him get up onto the wall. More and more guards climbed higher. They had scaled the wall in a short time. Next, they readied their weapons. At the same time, the fortress guards were grumbling. The soldiers keep leaving and there's a dozen tasks. I'm nearly dead from it. He wondered, always dozing off. Are you tired? The man said, that's the reason. Can't sleep in a bed, always have to sleep standing. Just then he asked why the talking stopped. And when he turned back, he discovered his comrade had been hit by an arrow. Next, he himself was silenced. Sam subtly signaled him to be quiet. He inquired, how many guards are there now? If you answer honestly, I'll grant you everything. He made a sound to signal agreement, and the man happily released his grip on him. Good. After breathing normally, he revealed a total of 12, and there were 5 more reserves in the building in front of the wall. Sam cheerfully asked, all right, what should I grant you? He replied fearfully, please spare me. He seemed puzzled, is that all? The guard fell silent to think a moment, then dared say, if possible, some money to settle elsewhere. He still wanted to ask, that's all, you really only need that. The soldier began to demand more, give me a horse and plenty of money. Sam amiably patted his shoulder. All right. As he spoke, he noticed something strange. Thank you. His expression immediately turned panic. Why did you say you would give me that? Sam feigned surprise. I've already granted it. If it's not enough, say so and I'll grant you everything. His cry dwindled. Liar. Finally, the sound of a body falling. Sam said with disgust, how disappointing. The other guards all thought in unison, what a liar. A white light flashed on the wall. From the other side of the forest, they too had recognized that the signal had arrived. The reins were lifted. Jichin's voice rang out very quietly and swiftly. Let's begin the raid on Alvin's estate. There were no guards left alive on the wall now. The fortress's iron gate slowly opened. At the same time hooves were approaching, the army began to enter. Jichin solemnly led his troop. In front of him was the squad of 5 shadow guards sent ahead. Sam was respectfully saluting him. Jichin ordered, leave this place to us and protect the other gates. The 5 of them shouted loudly in unison. Then they quickly ran off to carry out their tasks. Jichin continued his instructions. Each squad will spread out and approach the target, slowly eliminating any patrols in sight with no exceptions. The soldiers replied in chorus, yes sir. He didn't forget to add, once the target is struck, immediately. When the signal is fired, only a small band of soldiers will remain with you. His ruthless gaze shot forward, where the magnificent castle stood. He coldly urged his horse and rode off, departing, cutting to the scene where they were lighting fires. Raizo sat broodingly, watching the flames burn, as if a heavy weight lay on his heart. Earlier, Jichin had instructed, I'll leave a few men with you, stay here until the battle ends. The old man asked, what am I to do? He replied casually, what else? You're going to pick through the loot. The old man grew more confused. You mean? Jichin explained, we're raiding the house of a man named Alvin. And when we raid a place like that, there'll be mountains of belongings. So between you and me, who do you think knows which items are valuable? Raizo hesitated a bit. Because of that, you think I know better. He answered, adding that the old man knew books and documents better. Precisely, we need those books and maps to survive in this place. Your task is to find them. The flames burned fiercely, as if scorching his very soul. Raizo muttered to himself, the master has chosen to settle here. A guard announced it's begun. Raizo remarked that they were signaling by firing arrows. Incredible. But he quickly realized, we must head for the castle, move quickly. The archer, puzzled, asked, suddenly where are you running off to? Raizo panicked, it's my fault. In a place this far from the capital, of course there would be a communication mage stationed here. I never thought of it. The soldier reassured him, we'll cut the beacon towers and relay stations first, don't worry. But the old man was furious. You know nothing, it's magic, communication magic. His face remained puzzled, but Raizo quickly urged his horse and rode off. He broke away from the group alone. Burning inside, he had to stop them before they signaled the kingdom, or else his nerves would be shredded. Raizo increased his speed. There would be no survivors otherwise. Cut back to the castle in the fiefdom. TR letter 1EA5N Theern and his subordinates were eliminating the guards. A shout rose from the defenders. The manor gate had been smashed, blocking their way. However, Jichin's strong force had already flooded in, his decisive, murderous gaze sweeping over the soldiers, followed by a swift, clean sweep of attack. In an instant, the guard force was broken apart, but Jichin declared, don't let anyone escape. Accordingly, the cavalry surged forward quickly. They charged and flung the gate guards aside, who were trampled under heavy hooves in agony. Jichin swept through in a brutal rush. The gate guard still bit his lip. He screamed in pain. Where did this cavalry come from? Next, Jichin ordered Buru, secure the interior of the manor. He replied decisively from behind, understood. Follow me. A group turned and ran toward the gate. Very quickly, soon after, the retainers had stepped onto the steps. He aggressively kicked the great gate aside. The small troop rushed in a state of urgency. Buru began to admonish, any rat that escapes and it's on you. The soldiers split into multiple directions to sweep the place. Buru and 2 other soldiers went down a corridor, and he encountered a door at the deepest point. His instincts kicked in immediately as he opened it. The dark passage beyond convinced him it was a perfect place for rats to hide. He quickly followed the stairs down. After a while, Buru signaled to stop. He peered suspiciously into the dark interior, then ordered his men to wait here. Then Buru pressed his ear to the stone wall. A shout rang out, "Why are you struggling so much?" His bowstring was instantly drawn tight, and the group became more cautious than before. At the bottom of the stairs, another corridor appeared, and there a dungeon had been built. The person inside also spotted them keenly, someone. He had barely finished speaking when he was struck by an arrow. Buru dispatched the suspected assailant and moved closer, and peered carefully through the bars. The guards heard the command to bring lanterns over. One of them found a torch. They then cut at the wall with spear tips to make a fire. So the dark cellar now had a bit of light. Buru could now observe the prisoner thoroughly, but that prisoner had been rendered completely unconscious. He quickly pointed the arrow in another direction. Elsewhere in the prison, someone was tied up. She looked utterly exhausted, yet her natural beauty was enough to make the men swoon. Buru couldn't help teasing, "Miss, that beauty could make men dizzy." She lifted her head slightly, but still wouldn't look at him directly. From this angle, the retainer could see more clearly. He trembled inwardly, skin white as jade, pointed ears. Could that appearance be? The group simultaneously dropped to their knees and worshipped the celestial maiden. Inside the damp stone prison, the gray walls rose as if to swallow every sound. Behind the heavy bars, a rough hand gripped Hidea's long hair tightly. The baldman coldly tightened his hold on her hair and threatened, "Don't resist." Strands of hair fell, hiding half of Hidea's face. Suddenly, a small sound reached them, and the baldman let her go. He warily moved toward the bars, his gaze fixed on the dark void beyond. At that moment, an arrow shot straight toward the baldman. Seeing this, Hidea exhaled softly, feeling some burden lift. At last, you're here, you'll save her. In that dreamy instant, a familiar voice echoed in her ear. "Ah, sister, that beauty could make any man dizzy." Hidea slowly opened her eyes and tried to look at the figures before her, a dwarf and a human. A dwarf that tall, and using a bow instead of an axe. Thinking that, Hidea's body sagged forward once more. On this side, Buru skimmed his eyes over her from head to toe, skin like white jade, pointed ears. A vague thought flickered through his mind. Could that appearance be? Immediately after, Buru bowed deeply to the ground and urgently shouted, "Celestial maiden." At the sudden sight, Hea stared in astonishment. The proud children of the motherland are bowing before her. Is she dreaming? The scene cuts to a castle as black as ink, where soldiers are restraining the enemy with spear points. After a while, the group was bound tight, each wearing a pained expression. The stunned enemy turned to look in one direction and saw Jichin standing before him, appearing with a cold face. At the same time, a subordinate hurried over. "General, we've cut down everyone who looked like members of Alvin's household already." Hearing that, the enemy couldn't help feeling unsettled, killing mercilessly even a noble's family, something even common bandits wouldn't dare do. He glanced at Jichin in terror. Who exactly are these people? Jichin remained silent, yet his presence radiated dense killing intent. After a moment of silence, Jichin ordered sternly, "Gather up the corpses." The subordinate answered quickly at once. Having spoken, he shifted his gaze in puzzlement, his pupils tightening. Just then, a group rushed rapidly toward Jichin. The newcomer was Raizo. He shouted once, "General," and you replied in confusion, "Raizo." At that, he quickly dismounted from his horse. Seeing Raizo panting, Jichin asked, "What's the matter? I haven't even signaled yet." After catching his breath, he hurriedly proposed, "Communication, we must stop the communication mage." Hearing this, you were still baffled. "What do you mean?" Raizo urged. "There's not much time, I'll explain later. But if we question Alvin's family or household spirits," he involuntarily stepped back, his eyes showing clear terror. "That is." The subordinate casually brought the severed head before Raizo. "You said lightly, we spared no one." Seeing him still dazed, Jichin turned to confirm. "It seems so." Suddenly a shout rang out from afar. "General." Buru frantically ran outside. He shouted, "General." Jichin's gaze fixed on the figure behind Buru. He hurried over and announced, "I've rescued a celestial maiden." You looked back in puzzlement. "A celestial maiden?" Raizo stared at Hidea in shock. "How is there a celestial spirit here?" He hastily warned Buru, "The one on your back is not human." Hearing this, he flew into a rage. "You fool, how could you compare a celestial maiden to a human?" At this, Raizo's voice trembled as he looked toward her anxiously. The celestial maiden know that's. Before he could finish, Jichin suddenly lowered his voice. Wait a moment. He immediately reacted to the warning, eyes widening. You coldly looked toward the beam of light atop the tower. The mana was beginning to gather. Seeing this, Raizo screamed in fear and stumbled backward. Oh no. Faced with Raizo's severe reaction, Jichin looked skeptical. What's the matter? Isn't this something the soldiers can handle? He hurriedly explained, it's communication magic. It's a kind of signal fire that sends news instantly from here to the capital. Seeing the mana gather, it's too late to chase after it now. They could only watch the mysterious man crazily casting spells around the orb. Jichin was silent, contemplatively watching the enemy. After a while, TR letter 1EA5N Theern turned to him. Buru carefully laid Hidea's body on the ground. At his gentle action, she was briefly bewildered. At that moment, the retainer slowly knocked an arrow toward the target. He looked sternly ahead, bow raised and drawn. Seeing that, Raizo intended to intervene, but only managed to exclaim, impossible. At this distance, even a celestial's arrow would struggle to reach. We can only run away. Buru did not back down. He stared intently at the target, then decisively fired an arrow toward the opposite side. The arrow sped straight for the orb. The bow itself trembled the instant the shot was released, and the arrow sliced swiftly through successive layers of wind. Immediately, the column of light exploded, a vast amount of light dispersing outward. The man atop the tower was thrown backward. His body was seen slowly falling straight down. On this side, Buru still wore a cold, hard expression. Raizo stared at the tower peak in astonishment. The mana had vanished. Hidea felt somewhat bewildered. An arrow even I, a great celestial, couldn't see. A few hours later, the enemy corpses lay scattered on the ground. At the same time, the soldiers gathered and stacked wooden crates. Then Buru let out a powerful shout, move quickly. He then hurried outside, his voice ringing out clearly, what's this? Are these strange things sellable? A soldier hesitated, I'm not sure. Just then a shout rang through the doorway. No. Buru didn't think twice, he casually flung the door wide. What is it? At this point, Raizo frantically tore at his hair, hissing through his teeth. My concentrated mandrake essence. Do you know how much this is worth? Buru stared blankly for a moment, foolishly asking, Manda what Goga, what is that? Raizo suddenly turned and growled, get out all of you. Seeing that, Buru was nearly stunned, his face showing utter daze. Raizo rushed forward, continually urging, I'll handle this place myself. As soon as the group was driven out, the door slammed shut immediately. Inside, Raizo clutched the liquid on the floor in anguish and screamed at the top of his lungs. Not stopping there, Raizo opened his mouth and howled miserably. The screams echoed throughout the room and carried outside. A few minutes later, the subordinate turned to report, General, we've brought out all the valuables. Buru turned to look at the soldiers, and suddenly waved an order, bring all those suits of armor from over there. The subordinate asked in surprise, what do you intend to do with them? He replied nonchalantly, melt them down to make arrowheads if need be. We're short on iron. The man awkwardly nodded. Yes. Shortly after, the subordinate reported back. The general on patrol said to take this pile of scrap iron with us and reminded them to bring any other metal fragments they find. The group shouted in unison, yes. On this side, Jichin briefly fell into thought. He stared at the pile of raw materials. The carts won't be enough. Take 40 soldiers and distribute the leftover grain to the people, focusing on those who look especially poor. The subordinate nodded lightly, understood. Jichin pointed in one direction and told them to smash or crush the other items before loading them onto the carts. He again received an obedient reply. Immediately, the group crazily set to pounding with heavy blows. Seeing that, the knight couldn't help but sigh, those full suits of armor worth over 10 years' living expenses, treated like this. A few minutes later, the armor was beaten to the point its shape was unrecognizable. Watching, the man murmured approvingly, they smashed them, impressive. The one beside him chuckled softly. All right. In a small corner, the ground suddenly trembled, and a hand abruptly thrust up from below. Next came an arm wriggling on the ground. After a while, Gerard struggled up from the earth. He curled his lips in a sneer, his face showing smug satisfaction. Finally, I broke in successfully. At the same time, Jichin's group stared at Gerard with astonished, dazed expressions. He lurched to his feet, eyes wide as he looked around. Gerard suddenly swung his sword forward. I am Gerard of Lightning, who dares challenge me first. In response, they all looked at him with contempt. Gerard froze, he put on an innocent, utterly wrong expression. Oh my. Just then, Jichin coldly shouted, seize him. Gerard sighed, even the most notorious mercenaries bow at the sound of his name. yet Gerard was treated so poorly. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Gerard roared again, the greatest treasure hunter on the continent and one of the 10 swordmasters, me, Gerard of Lightning. No sooner had he finished than a volley of arrows suddenly shot straight toward him. A long streak of blood appeared on Gerard's face. The soldiers took turns aiming their arrows straight at him, and the metal shafts were seen pinned around Gerard's feet. He immediately threw his sword aside, forcing a smile. I surrender. In the dark meadow, Gerard was forced to his knees, 4 soldiers circling him, cold steel blades heralding tragedy. He lifted his head to look at the soldier, black hair, black eyes. Throughout his travels across the continent, he had never seen people with attire or features like theirs. At that moment, Gerard instinctively glanced in one direction and saw the soldiers wildly hammering on the suits of armor. Seeing that scene, he froze in place. Gerard shouted in fury, his voice echoing across the land. You lunatics, do you know how much those are worth? Hearing that, Jichin called out in a loud, commanding voice, Hey, grave robber. Gerard immediately reacted angrily. Treasure hunting is an honorable trade, dungeon delving. He corrected himself and then said casually, treasure hunter, fine, then a grave robber. Is that plate armor so expensive? He hissed through his teeth in rage. Damn it, expensive doesn't even cover it. A common family could live 10 years on one set. Its intricate patterns and craftsmanship would put ordinary plate armor to shame. Plate armor like that, no sooner had he said it than the soldiers stomped harder on the armor. The sight was horrifying. Gerard screamed at the top of his lungs, stop it this instant. Seeing this, Jichin turned and lowered his voice, enough, stop it a bit. Just then, Buru stepped outside and spoke slowly, General, don't worry. Buru curled his mouth in a derisive smile. The troops arrived late, so I handled the rest. Seeing that, Jichin's expression darkened. On Gerard's side, his body went rigid. He lamented, ah, my precious living money. He was a treasure hunter. Gerard usually earned money by conquering dungeons. But during wartime, he tried to keep a low profile and eke out a living with odd jobs. Hearing that Baron Alvin was marching his troops toward the Riganza Mountains, Gerard had come hopping to make a bit of profit. To him, the continent's best treasure hunter, looting an empty house was child's play. Events unfolded unexpectedly, and Gerard inadvertently became the soldier's target. The long streak of blood on his face made his body go numb. For a swordmaster like Gerard, escape would have been no hardship. However, the reason he surrendered so easily was professional habit, curiosity. Gerard thought to himself, hatching a bold plan, he would thoroughly uncover the identities of these strange people. Gerard angrily demanded, hey, why did you hit me? Jichin snapped back loudly, don't spout nonsense like that. And from now on, tell us about important things like that. At this, Gerard reacted. He writhed and protested, why should I tell you that? After speaking, Gerard fell into thought. He would only endure until his curiosity was satisfied. But he also noticed something. At that moment, the corner of his mouth twitched up, revealing a sly grin. Gerard sprang to his feet and stared at Jichin. That guy holds grudges over the smallest things. Inside, Rizzo spoke in a low, weary voice. That's a wise choice. At the same time, Jichin turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. Rizzo cautiously suggested that in wartime, money loses value and the state is collecting every scrap of metal to send to the empire, so it would be best to just melt them down. Moreover, we'll profit more by using it to make and sell dwarf armor. Jichin's face lit up and he smiled with satisfaction. I see. Then Jichin glanced up at the darkening sky. The sun's about to rise, let's head back. As soon as he finished speaking, the group hurried straight toward the castle, the scene cutting to a very humble, dilapidated house. At the same time, the man stopped in front of the strange sacks of goods. He looked surprised and blurted, bread and grain, wait, who left these here? Just then an old man ran up in a hurry. Hey, something terrible has happened. Baron Alvin's manor has been completely destroyed. It's all corpses inside. Hearing that, the man looked bewildered. Who did it? The old man shook his head. We don't know yet. He propped his chin and cursed. That damned Baron Alvin dying would be fine, but won't someone just like him take his place? At that, the man couldn't help but glance at the strange sacks of food. He was silent for a moment, then hurriedly said, well, but at least we finally have enough provisions to survive this winter. The old man exhaled, that's true, but... The group cast their eyes around the corners of the house where the food had been piled up, and the man expressed his gratitude. Whoever you are, thank you. Having said that, he smiled gratefully. On the other side, Jichin opened his hand and felt the warmth, unconsciously smiling. After a while, the riders rode between the cliffs, when suddenly a wheel struck a rock in the road. The cart jolted violently. Gerard shouted loudly. Amid the crowd he growled, his voice drowning out everything. Stop. The group casually ignored Gerard. He sighed helplessly. Sitting on this cart was torture. After a while, the group halted and some soldiers came forward to inspect the wheels. Gerard spoke quickly, very displeased. Honestly, even those new recruits could make something better than this. They think anything round counts as a wheel here, I guess. One of them sighed, "This is going to be trouble." The man beside him suggested, "For now, report it to the general." The man nodded and replied quickly, "Yes, sir." At the same time, Gerard stared hard at the group. He fixed his gaze on them, inwardly wondering what to do about this. And where are they even going? Why are they heading toward that dangerous Raganza mountain range? The cavalry wore full-scale armor down to their ankles, and even their horses were covered in scale armor from head to hoof. But the strange thing was their magic felt utterly alien. Even as a swordmaster, I found it hard to gauge their skill. Make one wrong move and escape would be nearly impossible. No sooner had the thought passed than Gerard wore a dazed expression. He sneered, mocking himself, "Worrying like that again, hardly like me at all." Immediately, Gerard stealthily lurched to his feet. A soldier slapped the wooden bars and barked, "Sit still." Gerard didn't reply. He tilted his mouth in a casual smile. Then Gerard suddenly bolted out, shattering the wooden crate. He heaved his body and the restraint rope snapped in two. Seeing that, the soldiers shouted urgently, "Prisoner escape." Gerard leapt down from above to the ground. At that, the soldiers once more leveled bows at him. Unlike before, Gerard showed no trace of fear. He kept smiling. As the arrow flew in, Gerard casually slipped to one side. After that, he ran like mad despite the shards of metal hurtling at him. Gerard suddenly vaulted up and kicked the driver hard. He nimbly jumped into the wooden crates. Then Gerard frantically rummaged through a satchel. He fumbled slowly and a flash of light gleamed. Gerard raised his arm to reveal a jade ring. He lowered his voice to explain. A knight stepped forward a pace, barking orders to calm the other prisoners. "Dismount and secure that one quickly." Seeing this, Gerard smiled with satisfaction. "Bullseye." The knight continued issuing orders, forming a cordon so he couldn't grab anything that could serve as a weapon. Gerard sighed in exasperation, muttering under his breath, "Oh gods, what should I do now?" Gerard excitedly produced a length of metal. "Here, I've got a sword right here." The crowd grew uneasy. "What? How does a sword that big come out of that tiny bag?" Gerard leapt down below, taunting nonchalantly, "Now then." He stared hard at the group. He tightened his grip on the hilt. "Time to beat a retreat, huh?" He suddenly lunged toward the group. "First target, you." The knight immediately raised his sword to block. Gerard didn't hesitate and swung straight down at him. A look of boundless hatred flashed in his eyes. The knight below wore an expressionless face, his gaze utterly unmoved. Seeing that, Gerard sprang backward, well, technically back to his starting point. He stared wide-eyed at the group, utterly bewildered. Because of the full armor he wore, he assumed he'd be slow, so how was he blocked so easily? The general had to accept it, but what about the foot soldiers? With that thought, Gerard charged again. He aimed straight at the enemy and swung his blade, and a streak of light appeared in the air. Immediately, metal clashed with a shrill, ringing screech. At the same time, the group of soldiers quickly closed in on Gerard. Frantic slashes flew toward him. In a flash, Gerard was completely pushed back to his starting point. Seeing this, he swore in anger, "Damn it, even the soldiers, what the hell is this?" The soldiers stared at Gerard with unwavering eyes. He glanced warily behind him. There were many more soldiers dressed exactly like them. Gerard began to feel tense. The jailbreak was going to be difficult. Damn it. He tightened his grip on the hilt, a resolute thought flashing through his mind. But quitting isn't my style. Thinking that, Gerard grinned, his eyes burning with determination. Without hesitation, he charged at the enemy. Seizing the moment, Gerard slashed at a soldier, and the sword in his hand was immediately knocked into the air. In that instant, Jichin silently observed him from behind. He stared at Gerard and couldn't help but admire him. Not bad at all. Buru beside him nodded in agreement. Impressive, his swordsmanship has very good balance. Jichin changed his tone. "No, I don't mean the swordplay, I mean his courage." He looked slightly embarrassed. "Oh, you mean bravery." Clearly he thinks breaking out is hard, yet his blade shows no hesitation. "You'll complain, this will take time," Buru added softly. After all, the black-armored ghost cavalry's armor doesn't show its full power on land. Then he suddenly suggested sending out a fairly decent swordsman to try. Hearing that, Jichin looked puzzled and glanced over, his expression asking, "Anyone in mind?" Buru was silent for a moment, then replied, "The liar is the best fit." No sooner had he spoken than Sam cleared his throat softly. On this side, Jichin fell silent, staring at him as if to say something. He turned his gaze to Sam. "You mean that liar?" Just then, Raizo rode closer and curiously asked, "What's going on back there?" Jichin didn't look at Raizo. He replied coldly and briefly, "We caught a grave robber inside the city. He's trying to escape." Hearing that, Raizo squinted and looked ahead, feeling a mix of unease and familiarity. his face did look oddly familiar. At the same time, Gerard launched a frantic counterattack, metal clashing violently, then suddenly changed direction, his body tumbling toward the opposite side. The tip of his sword sped straight for the knight. A soldier rushed up immediately, and he quickly swung his blade. In that instant, the knight suddenly thrust his sword vertically toward Gerard. He instantly fell to the ground, his legs kicked up into the air. Gerard brazenly used his free foot to kick hard at the sword. The soldiers began to grow angry, each looking furious. Just then, he suddenly spun on his toe, and a circle formed like a magic array. Gerard raised an eyebrow, thinking this isn't our first time working together. The longer this drags out, the more it favors them. Then suddenly he pointed his sword straight at the sky, and crazed bolts of lightning shot out. Gerard gripped his sword tightly and snarled, "Try blocking this move." Taken aback by the unexpected sight, the knight instinctively stepped back, shouting urgently, "Careful." At that, Gerard wasted no time and slashed down. "You think careful is enough?" The knight's face showed clear tension. In a split second, Gerard's blade came down, suppressing the other swords. He pushed with force, his teeth clenching. Could he really block my sword without using any sword aura? At that moment, Gerard's eyes flashed an eerie blue-green light. His whole body erupted in violent lightning, like the end of the world. Opposite him, the group of soldiers were overwhelmed by the blue aura and couldn't move. Right then he strode forward, his voice booming. "Now is not the time to conserve strength." Back at Rizzo, the old man stared at him in shock. "That's Lightning Gerard." No sooner had he spoken than Jichin turned to probe. "You know him?" Rizzo spoke quickly, his tone urgent. "He's one of the continent's 10 great swordsmen and the only swordmaster among the free knights who isn't bound. We must stop him immediately." Meanwhile, his body began emitting a vast amount of chi, overpowering all the soldiers. After a while, Gerard's steps halted before a spearpoint. He suddenly slammed his rigid head hard into a soldier's skull. Seizing the chance, Gerard decisively lunged down. "Farewell." Just then, a pillar of light flared up. The entire space seemed to dim. A streak of light shot forward and struck him. The streak blazed fiercely. Gerard's vision was obscured. His body was shoved backward, his mouth stammering, "Gah, what the?" Ung Sam stepped forward slowly and shouted, "Everyone fall back, let me handle this." His gaze fixed on the sword in Ung Sam's hand. Gerard narrowed his eyes, pondering how such a frail-looking sword could withstand his greatsword. "This man is very strong." Ung Sam pointed his sword directly at Gerard and loudly introduced himself. "I am Kyer Hung Sam, care to duel." The two quickly rose to their feet, sunlight sticking to their opponents. At that moment he opened his mouth and let out a roar, and the sword in Gerard's hand immediately flared with light. Witnessing that, Ung Sam remained unshaken, a faint smile curling his lips. Seeing this, he flew into a furious, dazed rage. Can you really be smiling at that aura? By then the ground beneath Gerard had been miserably shattered. On this side, Ung Sam grinned with obvious pleasure. It was sword steel. He couldn't help feeling a little unsettled. What? His mind began to churn. Sword steel, what is sword steel? Gerard tightened his grip on the hilt, nearly shouting, "Sword steel or some damn sword thing." Gerard didn't hesitate and lunged at Ung Sam. Seeing that, Ung Sam immediately stepped back. The ground trembled slightly. He lowered his body, his gaze fixed on Gerard with excited intensity. Meanwhile, Gerard ground his teeth so hard he trembled. Instantly, Ung Sam swung down with a strike, and Gerard's body was suddenly sent reeling backward. He didn't hesitate and slashed at him. Ung Sam suddenly used a movement technique, flipping his body to evade Gerard's strikes, and Ung Sam leapt into the air. At the same time, he unconsciously stared at the sword in his hand, and the lightning flared up fiercely, the space itself seeming to sway. Then Gerard quickly unleashed a sphere. After a while, his body continued to tremble. Opposite him, Ung Sam stood motionless, smiling casually. Seeing that, he clenched his teeth until he bled in anger. Then suddenly, Ung Sam turned and left the battle. Gerard angrily demanded, "What? You've already looked down on me after just one round." Ung Sam didn't answer. He suddenly bent at the waist. He swiftly drew his sword from its sheath. At the unexpected sight, Gerard froze almost motionless, while Ung Sam slowly lifted his toe back. Across the battlefield, a surging flow of mana suddenly awakened, spiraling into vortices. At the horrifying sight, Gerard staggered, utterly bewildered, the mana all around. A thought flashed through his mind. He frowned slightly. Gerard suddenly raised his sword high, lightning quickly igniting. He leaned forward while gripping his sword tightly. In that moment, an invisible wave swept across the battlefield. After a while, the space returned to its original calm. Back at Ung Sam, he held his posture for several minutes. Gerard wore a stunned, bewildered expression. Did the air just freeze? The entire space suddenly fell into silence. At the same time, Ung Sam slowly turned around. His hand still gripped the sword tightly, his hold growing firmer. Ung Sam spun on his heel, his gaze locked on Gerard. Then he crazily slashed forward. On this side, Gerard was nearly frozen, his body rigid and unable to move. He hastily pointed the tip of his sword at Ung Sam. Back in the real scene, Gerard couldn't help feeling a bit unsettled. Was that wind? At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the sword in his hand. A shard of metal split off and fell straight to the ground. And immediately afterward, the whole space began to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, trees toppled one after another to the ground. Opposite him, Sam stared at Gerard with icy eyes. He slowly turned his head to look behind him. Gerard's face went as pale as a banana leaf. He let out a nervous chuckle. Seeing that, Sam sheathed his sword, puzzled by Gerard's reaction. At this point, the two still stood in place, their gazes meeting with mutual resentment. After a moment, he raised his sword before Sam. "I show respect to your blade." Hearing that, Sam sighed helplessly and crooked a smile. "You too." With that said, the two looked up at each other, their expressions softening somewhat. Gerard turned to leave and asked casually, "So shall we continue?" The soldiers watching were briefly bewildered by the scene. At that, he looked regretfully at the sword. "Damn, that was an expensive piece." Saying that, Gerard casually tossed the sword toward a wooden crate. He strode toward the crate and gave an order. "All right, let's go." Moments later, Gerard flopped down onto the wooden surface with ease. Seeing the group still not moving, he shouted in annoyance, "What are you all doing? Move it." At that, Jichin ordered sternly, "That bastard told him to come over here." After a while, the convoy continued to travel along the bumpy road. Meanwhile, Gerard was dazzled from behind and was pulled forward. Faced with the miserable sight, Gerard angrily swore, "Damn it all." The scene shifted to a vast range of tall mountains. In a small corner of the forest, the soldiers huddled together in groups. 3 of them looked at each other and then shouted the slogan, "Let's begin." One of them decisively stabbed his dagger into the ground. The other 2 immediately followed suit. They plunged down wildly. After a long while, the group stopped and acted strangely. The man suddenly shouted, his eyes lighting up as if he'd seen something obvious. The soldiers looked at each other joyfully, all excited. Finally, the man quickly took out a small jar. At that moment, a shadow appeared as if to swallow them up. As soon as they saw the strange figure, the group involuntarily groaned. They turned around and immediately dropped to their knees. "General Bureau, please spare us. We only made it from surplus grain. We found it already soaked in wine and intended to offer it to you. Please believe us." As soon as the words ended, the space suddenly fell silent. At that, the man cautiously raised his head to look toward the opposite side. Standing before him was Gadon. He looked at them in bewilderment. After a moment, he excitedly tilted the cup of wine back and drained it. A satisfied curl at the corner of his mouth. "This fermented wine is delicious. Is this what you call rice wine? It looks like soup but goes down so smoothly, really mellow." One of them spoke up, "Do you know how terrified we were earlier because we thought you were General Bureau?" Hearing that, he laughed heartily. "I saw someone sneaking around and chased after them thinking they were enemies." The other man asked cautiously, curiosity shining in his eyes, "By the way, how does wine taste in this world?" Gadon stared at the cup, his voice tinged with regret. "This is pretty good, but..." At that, the long-bearded man excitedly cut in, "Right, indeed it is." The group chanted back in unison, like reciting a slogan, "Beer is the best." They all looked at one another and then turned to him in unison, clearly puzzled. "Beer, what's that?" The old man smiled mysteriously. "There is such a thing." Gadon grinned, unable not to exclaim, "Yes, that tingling on the tongue." The man hesitated. "That thing called beer. We'd like to taste it someday too." Hearing that, Gadon said hesitantly, "Actually we..." The old man suddenly cleared his throat. "Hey Gadon." He put on a serious expression, "And as representatives of the clan who were already treated to rice wine, shouldn't we return the favor?" The scene shifted to a hut made of thatch. Inside, the group of soldiers excitedly drained glasses of beer. One, voice trembling after a sip, exclaimed, "How can it taste like this? Is this what you call beer?" The man, both curious and excited, asked, "Did you make this terrifying thing yourselves? Impressive. But what are the ingredients for beer?" Gadon answered lightly, as if it were obvious, "The ingredient is barley, isn't it?" The air suddenly stilled for a moment. He asked further, curious, "May I ask where you got that barley from?" He answered without guarding himself that it was from the storehouse. The long-haired man hurriedly covered his mouth. He forced a laugh. "Gaddingstone, you're drunk, friend." The man immediately reacted, "So that's why there hasn't been barley on the menu these days." As soon as the words left his mouth, the group almost froze. Another shouted urgently, "If we're found out, it's death for us all." Someone else interjected, "Yes, it's not the same as collecting leftover rice to brew wine, is it?" Seeing that, Gadon reassured them, "Don't worry, our chieftain is always upright, no matter what anyone says. I'll handle everything. Come on, drink up, I told you it's fine." However, the whole group's bodies continued to tremble violently. He said nonchalantly, "In the dwarf world there's a saying, getting caught is breaking the law, getting away with it is skill." Just then a familiar voice rang out, "You're caught." Bureau suddenly appeared from behind. He looked at the group coldly. Bureau raised an eyebrow and sneered, Stone means rock, doesn't it? Saying that, Buru growled an order. Those 3 stones stepped forward. The scene cut to the next morning, the group laboring hard to plow the fields. The old man couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the first time in my life I've seen dwarves farm." Veron grinned. "I've never heard of it either." Just watching the long-haired one crazily digging the earth with the plow, while over here Gadon was sweeping the ground. Meanwhile, the old man was diligently sorting the seeds. Just then Buru shouted, "You stones finish this before dark, understand?" He didn't forget to menace them. "If you want to live, plow like you're dead, got it?" As night fell over the deep forest, the camp appeared like a lonely island amid a sea of dark trees. The flickering firelight from the braziers cast clear silhouettes of soldiers sitting guard. In that space, Hydia sat quietly, her pale skin standing out under the dim light. Opposite her were 3 men, each with completely different demeanors. After a moment of silence, Jichin turned and ordered. Raizo asked her why she had been captured there. The old man's voice rang out slowly, carrying respect addressed to the child of the ancient woods, an entity of harmony with eyes that see through essence. Human mage Raizo Siren offers his greetings. Hydia bowed slightly, her voice sounded sweet and clear, bearing the tone of the deep forest as she addressed Lord Raizo. A shard of chaos and a child of mana, Hydia of the High Elf clan offers her thanks. A soft exclamation escaped Raizo, betraying his surprise. High Elf. Why should a noble High Elf endure such hardship? Compared to humans, they are like deities. Hydia spoke slowly, her gaze distant as if reminiscing. The High Elf clan, we usually travel among the common elves to bless newborn children. In the meantime, she was accidentally captured in the territory of Baron Alvin. There was a rare item there, a monolocking cuff, so Hydia couldn't escape. Raizo's tone turned grave as he continued, his gaze sharpening. Though elves favor peace, if you affront the High Elves, they will become a terrifying force of vengeance. He couldn't be unaware of that. How does Baron Alvin intend to deal with the consequences? Over here Jichin nodded lightly, a flash of understanding crossing his eyes. Suddenly Yuru turned and casually requested, "Master, may I borrow that ring?" He gritted his teeth. Yuru. Jichin scolded angrily, "That ring is your master's relic. How dare you borrow it for personal use? Is that reasonable?" He bowed immediately, his voice small but sincere. "Sorry. But as for the envoy," he cleared his throat softly, "why bring that up?" At that moment, Hydia suddenly stood up. Her body moved slightly. Hydia slowly stepped toward Yuru. Then she suddenly placed both hands on his head. Before Yuru could react, Hydia drew near, forehead to forehead. Immediately after, she whispered as if singing, "Iluan hayan sharom dialedium." As soon as the words ended, a streak of light flashed in the night. Seeing that sight, Raizo and Jichin were momentarily stunned. The 2 soldiers outside involuntarily turned to look toward where the light had come from. In that instant, the streak of light flared and formed a band of rainbow colors. After a while, Hydia slowly withdrew from Yuru. Faced with the unexpected spectacle, he fell into a daze. She bowed once more, the motion gentle yet filled with deep respect. Hydia Bayfumir of the High Elf clan offers greetings to the descendants of the noble warriors. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yuru cried out in amazement. "I can hear it!" He shouted with joy, his voice echoing through the space. "It's really audible." Over here Jichin couldn't help but feel a little curious. "Raizo, what's that?" The old man explained slowly. High Elves can use their mana to harmonize another's language with their own. You can think of it as a kind of magic. You lower your voice, "Oh, so that's how it is." At the same time, Hydia suddenly knelt before Buru. She stared at him with an innocent gaze. Yuru stood dumbfounded for a long moment, his expression unmoved. Opposite him, Hydia kept looking at Yuru, her lashes trembling slightly. After a brief silence, Hydia's voice sounded. "I sense the wind. A great wind sweeping across the continent. That wind is exactly Yuru." Back in the present, he pointed at himself with joy. "Me." Hydia nodded slightly, her golden hair stirring. "Yes." Having said that, she moved her body toward Raizo. Their eyes met and the space fell silent. Hydia continued murmuring the lingering words into the old man's ear. "Lord Raizo, don't be too impatient. A time will come when you unlock the blocked enlightenment and attain harmony with the river of years." Raizo bowed slowly, sincerely respectful. "Thank you for your guidance." Jichin's voice rang out firm, cutting the mystical atmosphere. "What are you people doing?" Seeing this, the old man turned and explained briefly but clearly that one of her abilities is to see a person's essence. Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. "Essence." Jichin hurried forward toward Hydia. He asked bluntly, "What do you feel from me?" She instinctively moved close to Jichin, only to see Hydia's pupils flash with a light. In that moment, her body drifted buoyant. Hydia lifted her head and looked toward an unbeaten direction. At that time, her body seemed nearly swallowed by an endless black hole. Returning to the present, Hydia's eyes remained tightly shut. After a while, her lashes fluttered. Hydia responded unconsciously, her face extremely flustered. I cannot know. What I saw was only a void. Hearing that, Yuru opened his mouth and burst into loud laughter. He excitedly asked again, still chuckling, "Is our general's head empty?" Seeing that, Tran Thien put on an expressionless face, his gaze flashing with fury. A moment later, he coldly dragged Yuru's body outside. At the same time, Hidia unconsciously followed Jichin's footsteps with her eyes. She clasped her hands before her chest, her palms so white they seemed otherworldly. Hidia closed her eyes tightly, pondering whether it was nothingness or perhaps boundless compassion. The scene cut to the next morning. The group followed one another across the barren road. They only saw the ranks of soldiers frantically charging forward. At that moment, the technician opened his eyes wide, his gaze narrowing. He spun around to the rear and ordered, "Whole force, slow your pace." The technician urgently warned, his voice echoing across the space. "Ahead, pigs." No, a pack of orcs appeared. Up front were the green-skinned Bukabal, sons of Mukabal. Right then, a piercing shout rang out. The mounted archers were behind, so the cavalry unit would enter the fray. At the same time, Yuru lunged forward. He shouted, "Left wing, follow me." Seeing that, Bukabal roared in fury as the horsemen massed together. Shouts answered back as the crowd of orcs jostled. Their hulking bodies collided, forming a compact, dense mass. Bukabal glared at the group. "I am Buget Ul, not like my father Mukabal. My father's mistake was leaving a gap for the enemy to pass through." He angrily replayed the scene in his mind and centered his focus on where the archers were. "But I, Bukabal, have sealed it off. There is no flank to avoid. And there are no archers here, only a little over 10 cavalry." Thinking that, Bukabal sneered, a thrill rising in him. "This time we will win." Yuru muttered, a mocking curl at his lips as he eyed the dense orc mass ahead. Why do the hogs in this province always like to bunch up like this? Hidia stared ahead, assessing that the orc formation was hard for a running cavalry to break. They must wait for the main force or fight a different battle. Why do they keep charging like that? At that moment, he suddenly drew his bow and aimed at the crowd. Then a cold command rang out. "Load the arrow guides." The group moved at once. Hidia glanced back unconsciously and couldn't help but marvel, letting both hands rest on the horse's back as if she weren't riding. Even the elf race, creatures of harmony, can't synchronize with horses to this degree. Hidia's gaze suddenly fixed on a point, her lashes fluttering as she froze. An uneasy memory rose. Was that the small bow she saw when they took down the messenger mage in the city? Just then Yuru turned back. "Fair maiden, hold on tight." Hidia had no time to think. She shut her eyes and clung to him. Yuru laughed delightedly and continued to draw his bow toward the enemy. "All right, fire." At his shout, the arrows were loosed instantly. In the sky, a volley of arrows streaked forth, their wooden points flying straight toward the green hogs. The orcs rushed forward frantically, trying to counterattack. Hidia's eyes widened in astonishment. She thought to herself, elf arrows find their mark by riding the wind. With their strong affinity to nature, elf arrows are guided by nature's intent, yet I sense no spirit sent from these arrows. Their archery differs from the elves. Moreover, even fired freely from a galloping horse, their speed surpasses elf arrows. Not merely fast, but so fast the naked eye cannot follow. On this side, Booker Ul's body tumbled to the ground. He stood stunned for a moment. How could a human both ride and shoot at the same time? At the same time, the remaining orcs suddenly fell straight onto him. Before the horrific scene, Bukabal could only let out a single shout. In the end, he was nearly petrified, his eyes wide open. In that instant, he unconsciously saw Mukabal. The man waved to Bukabal and smiled kindly. Seeing that, he let go of both mind and action. Bukabal's son comes to his father. Immediately after, a torrent of orcs fell straight onto Bukabal. Seizing the moment, Yuru decisively shouted an assault. In a flash, the group easily broke through the enemy line. Gerard couldn't help feeling a bit unsettled. Armored cavalry shooting bows from horseback? No Imperial Knight regiment could master that craft. Just then, the horse column sped past in front of him, after which Gerard covered his mouth, coughing incessantly. He seriously assessed 150 people, all knights, and all at least sword masters. Even the Empire's cavalry wouldn't reach this level. Those who use the sword start as sword practitioners. Then sword runners. When one controls aura, they're called swordsmen or sword masters. The final rank is sword sage. Only 15 exist on the continent, myself included. The more Gerard thought, the more frantic he became. Gathering all sword masters on the continent wouldn't even reach 200. His gaze stopped on the soldiers wildly charging forward. The scene shifted to a towering mountain range. At the same time, Gerard ran swiftly across the grass. He kept wondering, the Raganza range is the most inhospitable of inhospitable places, barely livable. How could a nation exist here? Just then, Gerard accidentally struck a metal bar. He grabbed the tip, pained, and grumbled. Why did it stop here all of a sudden? Gerard's face immediately changed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Inside, he almost screamed. How could such a massive structure exist here in the Raganza Mountains? A shout echoed from within the capital, announcing the Grand Envoy's return. The gate guards quickly opened the gates. Jichen's party entered slowly with full dignity. He rode atop his horse, followed by his trusted guards. And the unlucky one at the rear was Phelan Gerard. He was drenched in sweat, panting, cursing inwardly. Damn it, how were we supposed to know, since when did my arms? But before he could answer himself, Gerard startled at the sight before him. On both sides stood rows of imposing knights. They lined up precisely, respectfully welcoming the envoy. Gerard couldn't help looking around nervously. He panicked because every soldier here was at knight level. Then Gerard turned pale and let out a woeful sigh. After a moment, Buru hurried forward and bowed respectfully. He called out, "Thank you for your hard work." Jichen sat in the saddle and merely nodded. Then he looked straight at the scene ahead and offered a small compliment. "Now it finally looks like a proper village." Buru turned to the three dwarves and sneered. "Those rocks have suffered a bit, haven't they?" Jichen asked softly, "Is something wrong? You lot look a bit of a mess." Buru immediately put on an authoritative smile and declared plainly, "I merely straightened up the standards a bit, sir, please don't worry." Then he suddenly fell silent. "By the way, who is that dust-covered brat trailing behind?" Jichen glanced back accordingly and replied at ease, "He's a tomb raider who's skilled with a sword." Buru's eyes widened in surprise. "Skilled with a sword, so you're praising him." This fact left him unconvinced. Buru immediately spun around and stepped forward. He pointed at Gerard and called, "You tomb raider, what's your name?" He didn't answer at once, only looked at him with a sullen expression. Gerard thought inwardly, this name is the same as that dwarf archer's, isn't it? But are there dwarves this tall? His dawdling gradually tested Buru's patience. "I'm asking your name." He frowned tightly and answered in a low voice, "I'm Gerard." Immediately a thunderous punch came flying, accompanied by a curse to his face. "You bastard." And with that, Gerard took a staggering, painful blow. His whole body toppled to one side. Gerard hadn't had time to understand what was happening. He was briefly startled. Why all of a sudden? Didn't that give Gerard any time to react? Buru followed up, swiftly kicking the heel of his foot, which sent him flipping backward, unable to fight back. At this, Gerard's face contorted in pain. He gritted his teeth and even spat blood from his nose. Buru still didn't let up. He shouted, "What did you say? What kind of stunt is this?" At that moment, Yuru slowly rode up. He said in a deep voice, "You brought this beating on yourself." Seeing the chaotic scene before him, Raizo couldn't help but gape. He muttered in amazement, "I told you the name and yet." Then Jichen beside him suddenly ordered, "Hang him." Raizo panicked, "Sir, Gerard is a sword sage." But his words were cut off by Jichen's gesture. Jichen didn't want to hear any more explanations. He was both shocked and bewildered. What exactly did he intend to do? Before long, it was late afternoon, and Raizo was slowly approaching a building. The sounds of shouting from inside drew his attention. At the moment he entered, Gerard was hanging upside down from a rope. He was yelling loudly in the courtyard, "I'll make you regret ill-treating Lightning Gerard." As soon as he finished, Jichen immediately raised his sword. The moment that blade fell, Raizo shouted twice, "Master, master." Jichen stopped. At this, Gerard stood frozen, his face drained as he looked at the sword. Raizo became momentarily trembling. He couldn't understand why Jichen would do that. Jichen replied slowly, "If you want to avoid regrets, you must remove them beforehand." Raizo exhaled a few breaths, mentioning Lightning Gerard. He was indeed a renowned figure on the continent. Jichen said coldly, "I took him in to use him, not to admire him." Hearing that, the old man gaped in astonishment. He collected himself somewhat and added the explanation that Gerard had already refused Jichen's offer to serve under him. Only then did Raizo suddenly realize. He looked visibly deflated as he stared at Gerard. He was still hanging upside down from the rope, his face gloomy. Jichen continued, "You were a defeated commander in the last battle. You have only two choices, die or join my ranks." Hearing that, Gerard naturally refused to submit. He arrogantly turned his head away. Jichen gave Gerard one last chance. "I'm advising you because your strength ranks among the top 10 in my army." And this was an insult to Gerard. He shouted, "I am one of the 15 sword sages across the continent, and here are 9 people stronger than me. How dare you say that?" Jichen's tone was icy, full of disdain. "You are still very inexperienced." Gerard truly couldn't understand. He frowned tightly, clearly angry. Then Jichen tried to persuade him. "If you join my ranks, I'll turn that inexperience into perfection." But Gerard flatly refused, growing even darker. "So you treat sword sages like roadside stones, then just kill me already." Once the words were spoken, there was no taking them back. Jichen's sullen gaze dropped, and he decisively raised his sword high. Seeing this, Gerard's eyes widened. He was surely recalling his life. Immediately after, Jichin swung in a straight cut before Raizo's eyes. But Gerard did not die. The thing struck was the rope. He fell straight to the ground, cursing, "Damn it." Before him, Jichin held his sword aloft toward the sky, and a beam of light shot upward. Gerard was stunned, frozen in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Raizo shouted, "Invisible sword aura." Looking at Jichin, he was secretly shaken. That was attribute-less mana. In Sword Aura, everyone carries a color corresponding to their attribute. For example, Gerard's aura is white because it contains lightning. But the aura wavering on the Master's blade showed no color at all, only a trembling, transparent aura. It even surpassed the 1-meter aura Gerard had deployed, reaching nearly 5 meters. Jichin looked up slowly, puzzled. Is releasing energy like that something to be proud of? What a fool. Humiliated, Gerard shouted, "Even if I'm weaker than you, I'm still a proper knight. If you cannot treat me properly, don't insult a knight's pride." At this, Jichin casually swung his sword, then sheathed it. Everyone shouts their knights. What does that even mean? Gerard flew into a rage and barked, "You only ask because you don't know? A knight's duty is to be loyal to their lord and protect the weak." Jichin sneered, "Is that all?" He raged, "Only that? What do you mean? Don't insult knights any further." Jichin stepped forward. Even a household dog is loyal to its master and growls to protect its weaker young. So by that logic, dogs would be knights too. Gerard was shocked. He couldn't believe what he just heard. Then Jichin decisively turned his back and walked away. "Follow me," he ordered. "I'll show you what a true knight is." In another corner of the village, someone was being struck hard with a wooden beam. And that was the training yard. The young man from earlier had been knocked flat on his back. The senior ordered seriously, "Hold your sword properly." He quickly snatched up the sword. Despite the pain, he forced himself to stand. Then the young man threw himself back into training. The others on the yard did the same. And all of them had caught the attention of Jichin, Grand, and Raizo. Jichin spoke first. "Those are knights." Gerard was stunned. "What? It already looks like a mess at a glance." He slowly pointed to the right. Before them were boys and girls. Jichin spoke again. "Those people are also knights." At that moment, the children were playing together on the brown earth. Gerard couldn't understand. He asked suspiciously, "What are you trying to pull?" As if reading Gerard's thoughts, Jichin explained, "Everyone here are the knights you talk about." Gerard didn't understand. What does that actually mean? Jichin didn't answer. He just gave a slight smile, confident. Then he stepped into the training yard. An announcement rang out, "The Grand Envoy has arrived." Everyone immediately hurried to assemble. Before long, they had formed straight lines in front of Jichin. He pointed at the young man from before and asked, "Why are you here?" He replied plainly, "To survive, sir." Jichin lowered his voice and asked only 2 words more. "Why?" The young man answered firmly, "I must live. Only by living can I kill the enemy." Jichin followed at, "Why kill?" The young man shouted even louder, "To win, sir." Jichin went cold-faced, "And why must you win?" He remained unflinching. "The unit must win to survive. If the unit survives, it can defend the country, sir." Jichin didn't relent and asked again, "Defend the country for what purpose?" Sweating profusely, the young man answered clearly, "To protect the safety of my family, sir." Jichin pondered, "In war you might die. If you surrender, you'll live and your family will live." Before he could finish, the young man interrupted, "It's different, sir." Jichin feigned confusion. "Different how?" Now the young man spoke with full conviction. "You'll lose your will to be free, sir." That answer struck Gerard. He stirred slightly as if realizing something. Jichin turned and smiled with a half grin of satisfaction. Gerard began to waver, though his mouth stayed hard. "Never mind strength, the potential is decent enough to be noticed even at the Royal Knights training camp." Jichin nodded, "Maybe so, but 3 months ago they were just field workers." Gerard froze, a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. Jichin faced him squarely. "If you pride yourself on that hollow title of knight, I won't keep you. But remember this, anyone who lifts a sword does so for the same reasons. Being a knight doesn't make those reasons special. You wield a sword to protect, form a unit to win, and found a country to protect one another." Gerard frowned slightly, looking thoughtful. Then Jichin turned his back decisively and walked away. "I'll arrange separate lodgings, rest, and then choose to stay or go. But if we meet again after you leave, consider each other enemies." A few watches later, Gerard wandered slowly around the village, walking and thinking to himself, "Will to be free, huh?" Suddenly 2 small figures appeared before him. They were 2 children drawing bows and practicing. Gerard stepped forward and called out, "Hey there." He knelt before the 2 kids and asked, "Who gave you that bow?" The little girl spoke first. "The cavalryman handed it to me, sir." Gerard politely asked why. The 2 children answered without hesitation, "Are you stupid? With this I can protect my mother. They said that if we want to live free like now, we must learn to fight." Being taunted by a child was unpleasant. With a cold face, Gerard stared intently at the boy. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Lord Gerard." He slowly turned to see Raizo approaching. The old man smiled faintly and asked, "Would you like to talk with me for a bit?" The sky was a clear blue, and cornflower petals were drifting on the wind. Gerard spoke first. "These people treat the continent's taboos as if they're nothing. Where on earth did they come from?" Rise glanced over. "All I can say is they're human like us. It's just that if anything differs, it's their way of life." Gerard lowered his eyes, pondering. A different way of life. Isn't it natural for nobles to hold both letters and arms to rule the people? If commoners had both education and arms, who would suppress rebellions? How could the nobility maintain order? Rizzo spoke gently. "People here value force, but they also constantly cultivate their minds. I once asked why train ordinary people in arms. Aren't you afraid of rebellion? Do you know what the answer was?" Rizzo slowly recalled the scene. At sunset, he and Jichin stood on a bridge and Jichin sneered. He answered firmly, "Rebellion, it doesn't just happen because you want it to." Gerard couldn't understand. All he could do was scoff. Rizzo explained, "If you don't know why you hold a sword, you can't truly win. If you don't know what you're protecting, why fight to win? Then even a victory isn't a real victory. Therefore, the people must be intelligent so the ruler won't make mistakes." Gerard immediately shouted, "What?" Contrary to his confusion, the old man remained calm. "At least that's how the one I call my lord thinks. A ruler must bear matching responsibility and duty. Turning the people into fools is ultimately self-destruction and the ruin of the country." That evening, the purple sky embraced the little village. Little Yulji was wriggling and crying. The other girls immediately cradled her with affectionate faces. At that moment, Jichin slowly stepped out of the building. The women bowed respectfully at once. "You have arrived, lord." Seeing him, Yulji suddenly stopped crying. The little girl stretched out her chubby little arms, asking to be picked up. By now, Yulji had stopped crying entirely. The little girl broke into a bright smile. The sight froze Jichin. He didn't know how to react for a moment. Suddenly, a muscular arm settled on his shoulder. It was Bajang. He admonished in a stern tone, "You careless one, hold her for a bit. Haven't you been yearning for a little sibling?" Then Jichin slowly reached out with both hands and lifted the girl into his arms. Cradled on his arms, Yulji smiled with delight, looking utterly mischievous. Her cuteness touched Jichin's heart. Bajang's voice seemed to echo again. "That tiny breath is heavier than you'd expect, isn't it? Raising a life truly is a great responsibility." Jichin said nothing. He only turned silently to look at him. Bajang continued, "You can endure and bear that weight. Do not be afraid, young brother, for you are fully worthy of taking that place." A light suddenly gleamed in Jichin's eyes. He was stunned, astonished. Then right before him, Bajang vanished. Jichin snapped his head back toward Yulji. The little girl was still smiling happily, her arms flailing in the air. The pair, big and small, etched themselves into the space. Jichin gently stroked her. She responded with joy. After a while, Jichin slowly stepped out of the main gate. He looked up at the colorful sky ahead. Then Jichin slowly turned to the left. Before him was Sarah playing with Buru. A white lily branch had appeared on Buru's right ear. He smiled, clearly delighted and happy. A sound rang out and Jichin glanced to the right again. There Hidia sat on a rock while Yuru, carrying a heap of fruit, ran up to her laughing heartily. He handed her a red apple. The two laughed without stop, the scene lively and vivid. Jichin felt very satisfied. He clasped his hands behind his back and couldn't help the faint curl of a smile. Then Jichin slowly resumed walking forward. He strolled around the village, admiring the trees. Suddenly someone appeared before him. It was Gerard. Jichin lowered his voice and asked, "Have you decided?" Gerard solemnly raised a hand to his chest. "I swear I will stay." Jichin was very pleased. "Good." While bowing, Gerard gave a helpless little smile. He had one question. "You said staying or leaving is up to me, but if I leave, will you let me go in peace?" Jichin answered bluntly, "No." Gerard frowned as if he couldn't believe it. He pressed on, "Do you intend to kill me?" Jichin didn't hesitate and nodded, "Yes." Gerard gasped in astonishment. Panicked, he said he was only asking out of curiosity, not expecting Jichin to calmly say he would kill him. Gerard shouted, "Then why didn't you make me choose between death or submission from the start and instead lie?" Jichin answered calmly as if it were self-evident, "Because I don't want cowards who cling to life letting fear dictate them." His answer made Gerard's eyes widen in surprise. This man demands sincerity from others with ruthless intensity. Even with the settler folk, I now understand why you require genuine hearts from them. If everyone gathered under this man's banner were like that, what would the eventual outcome be? After a moment of thought, Gerard asked again, "What do you intend to use me for?" Jichin calmly denied it. "I won't use you for things like digging other people's graves." Gerard tugged at the corner of his mouth, looking rather pleased. Then Gerard dropped to one knee. He intoned solemnly, "I, Gerard Lode, free knight of the continent, swear before the heavens that from this moment I will become a sword acting according to my lord's will." Jichin was very pleased. "I will accept your faith. If someday I go astray, then rely on that faith to strike me down." And so Gerard's oath became Jichin's promise as well. They established a new covenant together. At that, Gerard slowly rose to his feet. He gave a slight bow to his new lord. Then Gerard stepped away. But this time Gerard's step seemed noticeably lighter, for he walked the path of righteousness, a road no less glorious, and at the same time a proper road leading to happiness. For a moment, Gerard seemed to see himself astride a horse, charging resolutely forward. It was a Gerard both familiar and strange, but that image only made him more determined and eager. That noble silhouette faded, leaving a brilliant spark in Gerard's heart. Jichin had witnessed it all and fell into silent contemplation. A dungeon, for now we won't have to worry about money anymore. Turning back into the village, the scene was peaceful and gentle. A woman stepped out calling to her husband, "Dear, the rice is done." But before he could turn, Jichin had already approached. He exclaimed, "Ambassador." Jichin smiled softly. The child was so charming that the man brightened. "Thank you, sir. Thanks to the ambassador, I now have a home like this. Lately, we've truly been happy." His honest smile was like a ray of afternoon sun shining straight into Jichin's heart. At the same time, all the nearby villagers flocked over to him, calling nonstop for the ambassador. Standing among those simple folk, despite the poverty, he felt his heart brighten. Jichin took his leave, and those sincere villagers watched his departing figure. Before long it was night, countless stars hid in the high sky. Jichin looked up, feeling an unusual peace within. He slowly reminisced about old memories. Raizo was bowing respectfully then. "This place is the Heian continent. It seems the Lord has crossed the spatial barrier." Then Jichin pondered silently. He remembered Hui, who warned that we don't know where this is and might not even be the world we once lived in. In times like this, setting goals for soldiers and civilians becomes the anchor for their lives. You must make decisive choices. Hui's eyes flashed with a few sparks, and those sparks Jichin still remembered to this day. At that moment, his figure standing on the bridge looked truly solitary. The next morning, a herald's announcement echoed through the palace. "The ambassador has arrived." Hui glanced toward the gate and thought to himself, this isn't a strategy meeting, so why would he come here? Jichin strode in, fully clad in iron armor. Each step he took exuded solemn dignity. Demuduk and Hui bowed respectfully. "You have arrived." Hui slowly lifted his face and voiced his question. "But why are you suddenly wearing full armor?" Jichin did not answer at all. He simply issued an order. "Demuduk Hui, both of you pay attention and follow orders immediately." He continued, "Assemble all commanders of at least deputy general rank, including Raizo and Gerard. Immediately." Demuduk and Hui were momentarily stunned. Shortly after the word spread, Gerard and Raizo ran as fast as they could to the palace. Gerard ran while wondering, why summon all of us so suddenly? Old Raizo replied, "I haven't heard anything either. Let's go inside first and see." The moment the two flung the doors open, the scene before them turned them to stone. Inside the palace were 4 ranks of knights, and presiding at the head seat was Jichin. They were frozen. Even in any imperial noble council, you wouldn't find such sharp discipline. Did the generals not look exactly like ordinary soldiers standing before a king? Only then did Jichin speak. "Is everyone assembled?" Hui answered crisply, "Yes." Immediately after, a lackey appeared. Carrying a wooden box in his hands, he carefully approached the head table and placed the box on it. In front of Jichin, he lightly touched it and opened the box. A vivid red light burst from the box, carrying an oppressive force. All the soldiers frowned solemnly, looking extremely dangerous. For a moment the box flew open, and the air grew thick and eerie. Gerard couldn't help but be astonished and suspicious. "What is this? What is this pressure?" Raizo beside him was equally amazed. "What on earth is that?" The light from the box was so blinding it illuminated a stretch of sky. Then a world-shaking power erupted, shaking heaven and earth. Jichin took up the item inside the box. It was a black cloth, and he slowly straightened up. Step by step, Jichin advanced forward, and he handed that cloth to Hui. Then Jichin's stern gaze fixed straight ahead. Rows of soldiers stood arrayed before him, solemn, strong, and imposing. Jichin lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice, "We have no home to return to. That is the truth, and everyone must understand it." They fell silent and continued to listen to Jichin. Thinking of the endless mountains, he and the soldiers had no path of retreat left. Their hands tightened all at once in that moment. Jichin paused for a few seconds, and behind him, Hui slipped the cloth onto a gleaming metal pole. Then Jichin declared, "Here I will carry on Gori." His voice was low but echoed through the space. Immediately after, a black banner rose and unfurled behind him. All the soldiers below were astonished. They stamped their feet hard on the wooden floor. Then all knelt at once and shouted a unified cry. Faced with this majestic sight, Raizo's eyes widened in surprise. Both he and Gerard recognized that everyone's convictions were merging into one. What did that flag mean? And then, suddenly, Jichin extended his hand. Hui immediately understood and stepped forward, then handed the flag to him. Jichin gripped the staff tightly. His face was filled with resolve, and looking straight at HWI returned the gaze with the same determination. Jichin decisively turned and marched off, raising the flag high, and the ranks of soldiers quickly rose to their feet. They proceeded after him, quickly forming up, their spirits soaring. Before long, only Rizzo and Gerard remained. The two men gaped, seemingly not yet grasping what was happening. Then they hurried to catch up. Outside, Hideo was playing with a group of small animals. The scene was peaceful and warm. The gentle creatures seemed very fond of her. That was until the earth-shattering explosion occurred. Witnessing the spectacle, Hideo was extremely astonished. She quietly analyzed, it wasn't mana nor dragon might. So what exactly was that terrifying presence that could even seize the wills of tiny creatures? At the same time, in the smoke-filled forge, Old Yang was fully absorbed in his work, sweat pouring down his brow. He and the other blacksmiths also witnessed that thunderous explosion. Old Yang pondered for a moment, then suddenly ordered everyone to stop. Old Yang dashed off amid the confusion of those around him. The short folk behind were thoroughly puzzled. If it cools off, we'll have to reheat the iron from scratch. Why on earth is he doing this? I'll go ask. Before they could do anything, Old Yang had already donned a suit of armor. He shouldered his weapon and strode out. The dwarf asked why he suddenly ordered a stop, but Old Yang paid him no mind. He dashed out the door, leaving the three dwarves standing bewildered. But in the next instant, it was as if a light bulb went off. The three dwarves immediately followed. Let's go too. Right. At that moment, the red light still hovered in the sky, and the black banner fluttered in the breeze. Jichin led the soldiers as they walked along the village road. The woman who had been holding her child the previous evening stood inside her house watching him. A moment later, when she turned, her husband had already donned his armor. He was full of resolve and determination, and without a word the husband left. He joined the troop, ready to take part. Other families did the same, though they had been mere farmers. They left without regret. Day by day, the ranks of armored soldiers swelled. The wife still held her child, watching her husband go. And the other women too, they were stunned, not understanding what was happening. The troop slowly and solemnly departed. Before long, in the middle of the square, a surefoot was placed upon each step. It was Jichin. He gripped the flag and stepped forward. Standing on the high platform, Jichin looked statuesque. He stared straight ahead, his gaze resolute. The troops had formed up neatly in rows. Guards stood watch right beneath the platform, and in the distance were Rizzo and Gerard, Old Yang, the dwarves, and Hideo. Then Jichin raised the flag high. It fluttered in the wind, and he struck the flagstaff down onto the wooden planks with a thudding sound. HWI immediately shouted the opening cry. Those below received the order and quickly knelt to one side. Then Jichin declared clearly, I, Ko-Jichin, though a younger son, am the legitimate descendant of the great emperor. The troops below immediately let out a unified shout, as if they had heard it loud and clear. Jichin continued, I, Ko-Jichin, vow to uphold the ideals of Han, Bactal, and Juzin according to the benevolent will for the people's benefit. Whoever disobeys, betrays, or acts treacherously, I will not spare them but will punish them severely. A resonant shout rose from below. He tightened his grip. Now under the Samjoko banner, I report to the high heavens. I, Ko-Jichin, as a descendant of the great emperor, will always lead in punishing our enemies, and swear to be the shield that protects the people until this life ends. He then continued the oath. I, HWI Garam, before His Majesty the illustrious Emperor, the supreme of all, the one who embraces all people and things, even if this body turns to dust and only the soul remains, I will still follow your will under the witness of heaven, earth, and all beings. Once more, the unified cry rang out with overwhelming power. At that moment, someone else slowly stepped forward, his tall figure gleaming in the sunlight. It was Old Yang. He walked slowly to where Jichin stood. Then Old Yang opened the wooden box on his back and bowed respectfully, presenting the treasured item to Jichin. Jichin slowly turned to look at him. Then Jichin gently reached out his hand and took hold of his silver sword. A flash of white light gleamed from the blade. He raised the treasure before him and solemnly declared, the Gory Empire will not be a nation ruled by the great emperor, but a nation protected by the great emperor. His resonant voice echoed through the air. Jichin proclaimed clearly Gory's founding, his grand voice reverberating through the mountains, striking deeply into the hearts of all who watched. The soldiers seemed to be filled with battle lust. They cried out with determination, and even ordinary folk joined in the cheers. One dwarf, stunned, wondered aloud, what exactly is Gory? While he was still bewildered, a female figure swept by. Hideo stepped forward, dropped to one knee, and paid homage to the one who embraces all things. Her sudden action shook the three dwarves. The dwarf was so astonished he nearly fell over. The Height Elves never kneel before anyone, not even dragons, yet she knelt in reverence. What, after all, is the true nature of that being? As if hearing his question, Hideo spoke up. That person is one who not only embodies harmony, but also embraces all. You will illuminate this world. That night, everyone raised a cup to celebrate the founding for Gory, for our great emperor. Cups drained, bottoms up. Nearby HWI respectfully poured wine for Jichin. Then Jichin reached out and took the wine jug from him. Jichin courteously refilled the cup for him. Together they lifted and drained it in one go. HWI set his cup down, a smile already tugging at his lips. He turned and asked, "Why did you suddenly become so determined?" The fire before them still burned brightly in the cold night. Jichin pondered for a few seconds, then softly said. Yulji smiled. HWI found that hard to understand. He slowly began, "I thought that growing up here without a parent's love would be brutal for that child." Jichin looked toward the noisy crowd and said the soldiers were also striving with all their might to survive here. He added with satisfaction that Buru and Yuru also seemed to have found their loved ones. They were out there, gleefully daring each other to see who would get drunk first. Jichin bowed his head and said determinedly, "Aren't we meant to protect these new families and their freedom? There's no lofty reason beyond that." Those words plunged HWI into silence. He still remembered vividly the fall of the previous dynasty. "Above all, I cannot stand to see strength fall meaninglessly." Jichin declared firmly, "If we live on this land, I will bring the army to rule the realm." HWI couldn't hide his surprise at the other's spirit. He took the still warm wine jug, thinking to himself that a ruler who values small things and has faith to protect them, now that's rare. HWI poured another cup for Jichin. "Have another." From that moment, a steadfast will lived within him. "That is why I follow you." Cut to Gerard, still standing motionless beneath the gory banner. He'd been staring there for a long time. A three-legged bird, really. Gerard kept fixating on the emblem on the flag, wondering why his heart thudded so hard at this first sight. Yuru suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "What bullshit?" He frowned at the mispronunciation of his name and barked, "It's Gerard." Yuru, seeing him riled, frowned and sulked. "Kid, I'm not petty, but that's a bit much." Gerard gritted his teeth in anger. "What did you just call me, huh?" At that moment, Ung Sam also came over, cheerfully calling Gerard. Seeing him, he rushed up upset and shouted, "Jai Ung Sam." Gerard snapped a long tirade in annoyance. "Take that freakish dwarf away, he's been bothering me nonstop." Ung Sam, confused, asked back, "A freakish dwarf?" He made a pouty face, pointed at Buru and complained, "I'm talking about that stubby dwarf, he's so loud I can't stand it." Ung Sam looked pale and stammered, "It's not that." But Gerard kept ranting on. "I get Ung Sam's fondness for the dwarf, but if he misbehaves, he must be punished. Left unchecked, he'll climb over everyone and won't give a chance to explain. It's not like that." Gerard constantly mocked Buru in an unbearable way. If he were an ordinary dwarf, he'd be hardly worth attention, but that oversized head is truly obnoxious. Good heavens, he clutched his stomach and laughed mockingly. Just imagine that head bobbing annoyingly right in front of your eyes. While Gerard laughed with relish, Ung Sam was sweating profusely. His face twisted into an ugly grimace, making Gerard's grin falter awkwardly. He wondered dazedly, "Ung Sam, did you really beat a sword sage like me?" Then Buru behind erupted in fury, roaring, "Liars, bend over and tuck your head down." Ung Sam immediately obeyed, pressing his forehead to the hard ground, leaving Gerard frozen in horror. "Damn it." He ordered, "Why aren't you bowing your head? You're too timid." And Ung Sam had no choice but to comply. Buru crossed his arms, still seething. "Bullshit, you liar. Come see me tomorrow morning, understand?" Both of them answered in unison. Then he stormed off, all fired up with anger. Ung Sam ground his teeth in grievance. "Damn, why me?" Gerard forced a smile and murmured, "Sorry, how dangerous is that freakish dwarf anyway?" Dawn gradually crept up behind the ranges of high mountains. While the soldiers dozed off, two remained with their heads bowed to the ground. Their bodies trembled from a night of exhaustion. Gerard suddenly dropped onto one knee to relieve some of the strain. Though still sore all over, he felt lighter. Wishing he'd done it earlier, he finally breathed easier. Suddenly a voice rang out, "I saw everything." Gerard immediately clasped his hands behind his back and shouted, "That's not true." Just then a bag was hurled through the air, and it landed right within his line of sight. Gerard stared at it and trembled. "My bag." Jichin raised a hand and said, "Stand up." As he rose, he clutched his head and complained. Ung Sam breathed a sigh of relief. Alive then. He tilted his head back and ordered, "Gerard, take the bag and follow me." Jichin curtly commanded. The liar returned to his place, which made Ung Sam blubber, "Why only me?" Gerard forced an awkward smile and apologized sincerely. The sky was just dimly lightening, the stream flowed quietly. Jichin straightened and declared sternly, "From now on we will build Gori with this place as its center." Someone behind him couldn't help asking, "But why not seize Baron Alvin's castle? he calmly explained. With our forces, taking such a castle 100 times over would be easy, but we'd be exposed, and if that happens, we can't consolidate power. Gerard, stunned, pressed, what? Is our military strength still insufficient? Jichin kept his composure and said, I raise arms to build an empire, not to build a sandcastle. He paused for a beat at that remark, then turned and continued gravely. Our current forces are strong, but that's all they are. Jichin judged that even if we seized territory, we would have no way to hold it if the kingdom kept sending troops. Gerard grew even more curious. So then why did you distribute rations to the poor in those lands? He didn't hesitate to expose the truth. We handed out rations, but the next noble to come along will just seize them. He stammered, if that's the case. The corner of Jichin's mouth lifted as he said, I give them knowing they will be robbed. Gerard immediately grasped the point. The poor can leave to become exiles at any time. Those robbed of rations will grow to hate the kingdom. He analyzed deeply and would seek out those who had shared food with them. Gerard thought of a clear outcome, to become a liberation army. Back in reality, he was so astonished he blurted, terrifying. Jichin replied calmly, I merely help those in need. Gerard fell silent, unable to say more. A light breeze blew, making his cloak flutter and revealing a cloth pouch at his hip. He pointed at it and said, that thing, I've heard it's an item with infinite storage. Jichin stared at the man shielding the pouch. I'm curious what's inside. Gerard broke into a cold sweat and glanced over cautiously. A wry smile tugged at his lips. Just curious, could you show me? Cut to the Heian kingdom nestled in a vast forest. Inside the magnificent, snow-white, imposing castle, Levian Gwyn strode forward with swagger. He stopped when he faced the great door, and as it opened, the lavish space inside came into clear view. His steps marched solemnly in a straight line. Levian Gwyn walked between two rows of neatly aligned guards. He knelt on one knee, head bowed in a show of respect. Levian Gwyn's voice rang out with proper ceremony. I pay homage to your majesty. The heavyset man on the throne was King Virahan. He frowned, glanced down, and spoke. Viscount Alvin is dead, and the manor in his fief has been looted. Virahan gave a curt order, lead your troops to the Reganza Mountains and investigate Viscount Alvin's death. His voice dropped with weight, the Highland Viscount Levian. In the magnificent main hall, the lamps still burned bright, and the atmosphere inside was so serious it fell completely silent. Jichin, seated at the highest place, spoke up, proceed. HWI bowed slightly and spoke respectfully. Almighty Sovereign, you encompass all things and all things. Suddenly he turned to the side and said, stop. Jichin irritably ordered him, that sounds painful, drop all those flowery phrases from now on. Suddenly Demuduk loudly and firmly objected. We cannot, sire. He questioned in confusion. Why not? He bowed his head to explain, before the founding of the realm it was one thing, but now that your majesty is. Demuduk shouted passionately, the sovereign on the throne cares for all things of the world. We must not be disrespectful or commit lèse-majesté. Jichin sighed, both helpless and weary. He sat up straight and stated clearly, I am not telling you to abandon ceremony, I'm asking you to drop those useless phrases. Don't you see those lines are why meetings drag on so long? He spoke, and though the old man hesitated still, Jichin put on a stern face and said decisively, no, just fewer greetings and we can discuss matters of the people more. He looked down at the ministers and said he hoped they would understand the meaning of his majesty. Demuduk raised his eyes, lips pressed tight, tears welling in his eyes. He suddenly fell to his knees and confessed, exalted sovereign, punish your servant for failing to comprehend your majesty's profound intent, which left Jichin annoyed and unsure what to do. He took a deep breath to ease the rising irritation. Jichin regained his composure and spoke, changing everything from before to strengthen the state's structure. His voice resounded firmly through the hall. Also, from now on all meetings will be briefed like military sessions. While Jichin was concentrating on announcing this, today's meeting, suddenly Demuduk shouted out, exalted sovereign, did you get riled up and shout something else at him? He bowed his head and lowered his voice, hesitating. According to Bajang's will, your majesty. Demuduk slowly reported that Yulji Miss had been granted the title of royal consort. Jichin called out coldly to Demuduk, which startled him into looking up. He stated seriously that she was only a 100-day-old infant. Though Demuduk hesitated, he still advised, bring her into the inner palace first. When she grows up, she can be formalized. Jichin raised his hand and ordered, stop, do you think you can marry off someone who hasn't yet celebrated their first 100 days? The old man broke into a cold sweat and stammered, but the boy snapped angrily, but what do you mean by second? Jichin shouted in fury, are you saying you want to make me sleep alone for over a decade? Demuduk, struck to the heart, was flustered. That matter. He didn't want to hear any more. He slowly stood. The top priority now is to establish a ruling system and equip armed forces. Jichin strode out of the main hall, leaving a decisive remark. consort or whatever, survival is what's most important right now. Outside the hall, two figures stood in thoughtful silence. HWI turned, puzzled, and asked, "Chief Guard, you've suddenly become so old-fashioned." Demuduk's face was full of feeling as he said, "Because what I can do is become old-fashioned." Hearing that, he asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" The old man sighed and confided that perhaps because the sovereign, the majesty, and those around him have all been to the battlefield, their ways are very unorthodox. Demuduk continued, "Of course, being unorthodox isn't bad. I've seen those who only cared for formality before the founding of the empire, so I sympathize with the current pragmatic approach." HWI grew increasingly astonished. "Then why are you?" He didn't rush, speaking evenly. "People change, life changes, laws and institutions must change too. Surely those of you here will change them for the better." Demuduk reached for the sword's hilt, saying that as people who understand the suffering of the weak, such change is something to look forward to. He drew the blade and pointed its tip high, declaring that some things must not be altered. Demuduk went on, "This sword has evolved, but there are immutable truths." His gaze grew unusually resolute. That fire and hammer must forge it, and the pursuit of sharpness is essential. Suddenly, Demuduk swung the sword down hard. Watching fragile twigs be cut by the blade, he affirmed that a sword's sharpness is something absolutely not to be changed. He planted the sword upright before him. "There can be innovations, unorthodox ways, but some absolutes must remain. A harmony of old and new is needed." He gave a bitter, self-mocking laugh. "Am I not the only one here still talking about the old ways?" HWI was almost speechless after hearing it all. And thoughts arose in him. His Majesty and the generals all come from a single unit and shared life together, meaning they could be biased in one direction. HWI looked at Demuduk with genuine awakening. Thus, if Gori goes astray, only the chief guard can rein it in. He sighed with some helplessness, saying he didn't know how much longer he could keep this up. Just one sentence from the Majesty made his heart jump. As the two chatted in the courtyard, a figure was already hiding nearby. Having heard everything, Jichen's face showed a contemplative, hard-to-hide expression. The next morning in the main hall, he announced that the elevation of Yulji to royal consort would be postponed for 5 years. Everyone turned in surprise. Demuduk couldn't hide a satisfied smile. Then Jichen added, "But if the chance arises, I'll confer the harem title first." The old man sprang up and demanded in displeasure, "Why is that?" Jichen said sternly, "Postponing the elevation for 5 years is solely because Yulji is still a child. That decision is final." Jichen handled each matter cautiously, "But due to unpredictable political factors, I may take concubines." He narrowed his eyes slightly, unwilling to elaborate further, and told them not to discuss the matter anymore. Demuduk had to sit back down, head bowed in apparent disappointment. But once outside, he shook HY's hand with great enthusiasm. Demuduk beamed broadly and said, "General HWI, thank you for your help." HWI smiled and replied, "It's nothing, His Majesty is naturally sentimental." Both of them laughed, satisfied and pleased. Amid the cheerful atmosphere, a figure was hiding behind a pillar. Jichen frowned in annoyance at being so spectacularly duped. "If only you hadn't spoken so loudly yesterday." He turned away in exasperation. "They've conspired." Cut to Old Yang's small roof. He worriedly said the iron supply is becoming a problem. Old Yang elaborated, "The iron stockpiled from hunting and reinforcements for the troops has dwindled to very little." Buru folded his arms and asked, "Veteran General, can't we go to the city to buy like last time?" Gerard replied decisively, "Almost impossible. With the Empire's wars escalating, the Kingdom of Heian is requisitioning iron from ordinary households." He frowned in annoyance and asked, "Why should Heian hand over iron just because the empires are fighting?" Hearing that, he explained that 3 empires are pressuring Heian from both sides. In reality, they're pillaging each other's supplies and manpower. Jichen crossed his arms, sneering that his people and water resources would be handed over to those warring nations. Insane. Buru shouted angrily, "So what do we do now?" Suddenly a voice cut in, "Well." Gadin stepped forward from behind and said, "Actually, the reason we came here is to mine. We've got a site in mind. What if we mine that place?" Buru asked in surprise. "Really?" He nodded in admission. "Yes." Suddenly Jichen spoke up in protest. "No way. You've got some nerve to question me. When and who will work the mine when we're short on manpower?" The dwarf beside Gadin stepped forward to answer, "Our clan will handle that. Our population is overcrowded, so we have migration plans. Manpower won't be an issue." Jichen asked sternly, getting to the point, "Surely you want something in return?" He answered frankly, "Methods to control fire and techniques for folding steel." At that moment Old Yang shouted firmly, Absolutely not. He roared in fury, you lot, how dare you trade knowledge? After all the effort I've put into teaching you, you still haven't grasped it. Which left the dwarves bewildered and stammering. Oh my. A commanding voice rang out. Furthermore, this is Gory's territory. He announced plainly, I won't stop you from coming, but you must pay appropriate taxes. The dwarf in the back protested loudly, what? That's outrageous. Before he could finish, how dare a human demand that the clan's top figure pay taxes? He immediately took a straight punch to the face. The dwarf then fell to the ground in pain. He was thrown far away and lay motionless at once. Buru, fuming, roared, what nonsense is this? These oafs won't stop unless we beat them. Give them a break and they'll act up again. He, burning with rage, ordered, drag that brat over here. Today you'll all die with me. Then Buru turned and left, not forgetting to shout, those stone lumps, crawl over here quickly. So the dwarves had to support one another and follow, under everyone's gaze. When Jichin saw things settled, he spoke. Once the mine is established, there will be supplies. Raizo turned to say, but the dwarf clan doesn't compromise with humans. Gerard nodded in agreement. That clan has high pride. It could even lead to war. He replied calmly, leave that issue to Buru and Yuru. He grinned wickedly with a terrifying face. Leave it to us. Gerard forced a smile and asked, so what's the plan for now? Jichin looked over and spoke. Gerard, I'm assigning you the first task. His eyes filled with passion, thinking to himself, finally it's time to show my skills right. Gerard knelt on one knee reverently and spoke. Lord Filion Gerard awaits your command, mighty sovereign. He gave the straightforward order. All right, Gerard, step forward. He obediently prepared to follow. But upon reflection, Gerard sensed something amiss and looked up. Jichin didn't hesitate to instruct, namely to intercept the iron shipments that are being transported to the Empire and bring them here. Only then did he hear the full content, and he immediately became utterly horrified. He was still stunned and stammered, a god, sir, and you replied nonchalantly. Gerard's face went stiff as he thought, how can someone talk about robbing the Empire so casually? He stared at the other man and asked himself where that bottomless confidence came from. Gerard snapped in frustration, why must it be a divine engineer of all things? Jichin raised an eyebrow and said calmly, who else would it be? He bowed his head, mind in turmoil, damn it, at this rate I'll have to go rob the kingdom. Suddenly his eyes widened as if he'd thought of an escape plan. He sprang to his feet and declared, Your Majesty, that is impossible. Jichin heard that and countered why. He explained sternly that the iron shipments were transported by ship through the Heian Kingdom's port. Gerard laid it out clearly. To raid them before they board the ships, you'd have to enter the Heian Guild grounds. A vision formed as he described it. If Gerard recklessly led troops and swung his sword to seize the cargo, he'd have to run across the planks spanning the harbor to the big ships. But Gerard would then be surrounded by a mass of archers. Even if he reached the port, getting past the strict defensive barricades to remove the goods, they would certainly be wiped out, so it's impossible even if a divine swordsman were there. Jichin listened to the analysis and grew serious. Gerard bowed his head and said firmly, Your Majesty, whether it's mountain bandits or sea raiders, if you command it, I will perform it with the honor of the Lightning Order. But under current circumstances, it is absolutely impossible. He looked down, frowned, and asked, what did you just say? He broke into a cold sweat and repeated, I did say it's impossible. Jichin suddenly stared hard at Gerard. Gerard blinked and stammered, you mean become sea raiders? Jichin snapped his fingers with delight. Yes, sea raiders it is. Gerard once more tried to find a reasonable excuse to refuse. I know there are more than 10 boats on the lake, but the river branches leading to the sea are too narrow to get ships out to sea. Jichin turned to Raizo and asked, Raizo, you said the sea isn't far, right? The old man nodded, yes. He said quickly, then we'll haul the boats there. This time Raizo was the one left gaping in shock. Gerard beside him objected vehemently. No, even if the sea isn't far, with our current numbers it's very hard to haul them there, and how would we keep the boats steady on land? He ranted passionately and admitted, our cavalry is strong, but the navy is too weak, isn't that right? Honestly, they're just fishermen. Suddenly Yuru from behind delivered a godlike whack to Gerard's crown. He angrily demanded, how dare you sass his majesty? Gerard rubbed his aching head but stuck to his point. This is absurd. Yuru crossed his arms and said gruffly, if ordered, then do it. Gerard sighed, exasperated with these people who wouldn't understand. He frowned as if about to say something more about Gory's navy. But Jichin cut Yuru off with, just drop it. Yuru was a little surprised by the prince's attitude, but seeming to understand, Yuru bowed his head and complied. Raizo finally had a chance to speak. However, Sir Gerard's point isn't entirely wrong. He calmly presented his view. Setting aside the navy issue, fixing a tilted boat well enough to haul it is already no small feat. Jichin stared at him and said, you think so? Then you need to learn more about naval forces. Raizo. The old man was stunned. How could you say that? He offered without much explanation, simply turning around and saying, "Come with me." Then the group followed in single file out to the wide, tranquil harbor. Jichin ordered sternly, "Call the captain here." A soldier bowed to take the order and quickly ran back toward the large ship. The group stood there waiting for this mysterious captain, and when Bogo heard, he hurriedly left the big ship. He threw caution to the wind and sped off. As soon as he arrived, Bogo suddenly dropped to his knees long and low before Jichin. He began a flowery speech, "Exalted sovereign of the 10,000 heavens, the one who embraces all people and things." Jichin, displeased at being forced to listen, cut him off irritably, "Stop," leaving Bogo bewildered, not understanding what he'd done wrong. Jichin, knowing who was behind this, asked, "Did the head guard order you to do that?" Hit in the soft spot, he felt a bit embarrassed. "Yes, that's so." Thinking of Demuduk's satisfied grin made him clench his teeth in frustration. Jichin spoke plainly, "Captain Bogo, lift your head and receive. There stands His Majesty, the illustrious sovereign." He declared solemnly, "Soon we will range across the open ocean." Jichin instructed, "Discuss with Elder Yang about training a navy and the weapons needed for warships." Hearing this, he was amazed and asked back, "Is that true?" Jichin smiled and answered confidently, "Yes." A look of deep emotion and hope shone in Bogo's eyes. He bowed deeply and proclaimed loudly, "I, Yang Bogo, vow to dedicate my faith and life to your Majesty's will to become master of the seas." Gerard frowned, puzzled. He didn't even bother asking how they'd get from the lake to the sea. How unshakable is this faith in His Majesty? He suspected there were deeper thoughts at play, but even if those fishermen were armed still. Bogo now stood up straight facing Jichin. He stepped forward with resolute, measured footsteps. Everyone turned their heads slightly to watch Bogo's approach. Inside, a group of fishermen were mending their nets. They chatted as they worked to stave off boredom. Then unexpectedly, he walked up with a smile on his face, and all eyes turned toward Bogo. He bellowed stoutly, "We are setting sail again." Everyone immediately dropped their nets, and shouts of joy erupted at the thought of setting out again, of roaming the wide ocean. They cheered like at a festival. "The ocean is ours, finally we go to sea." Raizo watched in amazement. He had thought they were merely fishermen. Yuru stepped up and said, "They're not such ordinary folk after all." He said proudly and plainly, "On the water, even our cavalry must yield to the men of the sea." Yuru added confidently, "People like that stuck in the lake fishing, now thinking of roaming the open ocean gets their blood boiling." Bogo here couldn't hide a satisfied smile as he saw his comrades celebrate. Just then Jichin called out from afar, "Hey, Captain." He ran over panting, waiting for orders. Jichin asked, voice curious, "Captain, how many flat-bottomed boats do we have right now?" Bogo, knowing well, answered quickly, "6, sir." Jichin probed further, "What condition are they in?" He reported honestly, "They're used for fishing, but converting them into warships wouldn't be a problem." Jichin nodded as if he'd grasped the situation. "All right." Jichin turned to give orders. "As for vessels, only tow the flat-bottomed boats." Gerard beside him hesitated a little. "Flat-bottomed boats, you mean?" Yuru promptly explained in detail. "The kind with the flat level bottom." He was astonished. "Flat bottoms?" He nodded. Yes. Gerard was still puzzled. How can a boat have a flat bottom? Raizo stroked his beard, thinking. Even if a flat bottom prevents capsizing, hauling it still requires mobilizing many people for days. But an event occurred that made the old man's gaze dart over in shock. While Raizo rushed over and froze, Gerard next to him wondered aloud why there were orcs here all of a sudden. He stammered, "Surely not." The soldiers now struck the orcs with their weapons and shouted, "Move it, line up straight." He widened his eyes, thinking of one possibility. Could they be planning to use orcs to haul the boats? Gerard couldn't hide his amazement at the bizarre sight. Dozens of orcs, stronger than ordinary men, were being dragged along by 3 or 4 soldiers like that. Suddenly he stopped short, but Gerard shouted excitedly, "By the continent's conventions, fiend beasts must be slain immediately when captured. Moreover, commanding orcs is absurd." Jichin sighed and replied, "Whether fiend beasts or livestock, it's the same thing." Which left him speechless, not knowing how to respond. Yuru nearby sneered, "Whether fiend beasts, cattle, or people, they're all the same." Gerard, puzzled, stammered, "What do you mean by that?" He suddenly punched the air a few times and said, "First, just beat them until they're nearly dead." Yuru snorted, clenching his fist. "Reason, you don't need that, just beat them." He waved his hand and continued, "Then feed them. Usually they'll rush to eat immediately." Yuru swung another punch into the air and growled that then you hit them again. He straightened up, pleased, and added, "Beat them until they're half dead like that, then make them work." Raizo hesitated upon hearing this, so that's how they'd make them work. Yuru wiggled his fingers and smiled fiercely, but that didn't mean they wouldn't be beat, which left both of them completely stunned in that moment. He continued enthusiastically flailing about in chaos, working and beating at the same time. The more Yuru struck, the more bloodthirsty he became. Do a poor job and he'll beat you to death. Do well and he'll beat just enough so you don't die. He laughed with satisfaction, wiping his sweat as if recounting a victory. That way they'll work like they're about to die. Got it? There's no such thing as strong before the lash. Gerard frowned, thinking, cruel yes, but not wrong. For them, unlike us, survival and victory trump conventions. Yoru leaned in excitedly, and if one or two die, all the better for results. He laughed loudly with glee. Simple, right? Aren't you curious to see if it really works? Gerard and Rizzo both stood frozen as if struck, thinking silently, we nearly became like that ourselves. He spoke up, using orcs could work, your majesty, but their numbers are too few. Jichen's expression turned serious as he checked the orcs' head count. Gerard continued to speculate that they likely weren't enough to pull 6 boats. He recalled the most recent battle. Unfortunately, they couldn't be used as food, so most were slain, only a few kept for menial labor. Jichen stroked his chin and fell into thought. Yoru stepped forward to report that lately the orcs hadn't even bothered raiding anymore. Gerard silently observed the situation, thinking to himself that while the idea was unexpected, it was still extreme, and they couldn't go hunt more orcs. He took a step forward to advise, your idea is excellent, but perhaps must be abandoned. Yoru screamed in fury, damn it, how dare this brat suggest giving up? Gerard immediately turned to question him. Isn't that the reality? He snapped angrily. This fellow is really. At that moment, a thunderous sound made everyone freeze. All eyes turned inward. Yoru immediately recognized that strange noise. It's from the watchtower. After a while, the group moved up onto the watchtower to observe. Jichen's brows knitted at the sight that met his eyes. Yoru stood beside him, looking down at the pile of orc corpses and said, isn't it been a long while since an orge appeared? Jiel knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Yes, that's correct, General. He maintained a posture full of seriousness and responsibility. Jiel began to recount everything. While on guard ahead, more than 10 people had run here chased by the orcs. The earlier scene had been utterly horrifying. He added that after the archers shot them down, Commander Buru had long since led the cavalry out on patrol and carried out additional rescues. Buru folded his arms, brow furrowed. Is that so? Jichen glanced back at the sprawled orc bodies. He sighed wearily, what a pity. And immediately, a roar even louder than the first rang out. Jichen swiftly turned and called decisively, Yoru. He immediately bowed his head, waiting to be assigned the task. With a stern face, he issued an urgent order, bring the orcs here alive. Yoru was momentarily puzzled and paused for a few seconds. But then he bowed in loyal obedience, yes sir. Yoru flicked his hand forcefully and shouted, cavalry prepare to march. The soldiers immediately obeyed, quickly moving into position. Jiel then pointed downwards, saying, your majesty over there, General Buru is returning. In the distance, he rode a horse to lead the way for the group escaping the orcs. Once the people reached safety, they collapsed to the ground, panting and exhausted. Buru strode in and reported loudly, your majesty, I have rescued all the people who were chased by the orcs. Jichen sighed wearily, unwilling to speak. It left him momentarily stunned and stammering, your majesty. Yoru hurried forward to ask, right, and the rest, how did you deal with them? Did you capture any alive? Buru snapped back irritably, what are you talking about? Why bring back orcs that you can't eat? Jichen's brow twitched with anger at that. He was terribly embarrassed, stumbling over a few meaningless words, true enough, yet the liar behind him was a bit. Suddenly a sharp shout rang out, General. Below, Aung Sam was riding in eagerly. He laughed loudly and proudly, I have wiped out the orcs. Yoru, standing behind, was left speechless, his face drained of color. Aung Sam entered, knelt on one knee, and reported, your majesty, I have handled it thoroughly. Not a single orc was left alive. Jichen froze and questioned, not a single one left. He didn't grasp the situation and proudly repeated, yes, that's right. Not a single one was left. Hearing that, he was both furious and helpless, frozen in place. Aung Sam stood stunned at the strange, heavy demeanor from the royal commander. He glanced at Buru standing nearby as if asking silently. Then Aung Sam turned his head toward Jichen again, only to see HWI smile wryly, showing no joy at all. Aung Sam grew ever more bewildered, utterly at a loss to explain why. Jor and Gerard could only shake their heads in dismay. Now he finally realized he had caused a disaster. Yoru sighed in resignation, not wanting to intervene. Aung Sam went pale, realizing how serious this was, and he forced a pleading smile, General Buru. As soon as Aung Sam turned, he saw no one there. A gust of wind came so fast it made him jump. He had seized the opportunity to slip away and avoid being implicated. Buru turned his face away, pretending not to care to dodge blame. Aung Sam slowly stood up, his voice trembling almost to tears. It's awfully hot today, isn't it? Aung Sam used that excuse and bolted to escape. I request permission to disarm, he said. Jichen sighed in frustration as the plan collapsed before it began. Afterward, everyone returned to the main hall. HWI reported, Your Majesty, Veron and Hook wish to report on the rescued shifting farmers. He added calmly, those rescued this time are shifting farmers from nearby. They say the orc raid was sudden, so they lost their village and are migrating to another. Jichin sat above with a stern, questioning look. Has this ever happened before? Hook asked, recounted slowly. The shifting farming villages in these mountains are frequently attacked by orcs, but never to the point of an entire village being obliterated, because the orcs usually withdraw if they suffer a certain level of casualties. He rubbed his chin as the situation grew more complicated, so the unprecedented has happened. He immediately raised his head to report more information. Your Majesty, actually in our village's case, starting 4 months ago the number of orcs suddenly increased and they have been acting increasingly fierce. Jichin suddenly froze at the time marker, 4 months ago. HWI was silent but listened as well. 4 months ago. He suddenly asked, Hook, how many shifting farmer villages do you think are on this mountain range? He turned to answer quickly, I think more than 20 villages, sir. HWI probed further, curious. If so, those villages sit around the mountain spurs, right? Hook was a bit startled by the keen guess. Yes, that's correct, sir. He began to give more detail about the incident. To avoid the Orge territory deep in the range, most villages have long been settled, so none lie deeper than the mountain spurs. But how did your Majesty know that? He nodded after hearing and worked it out that way. Seeing him pensive, Jichin asked, What's the matter? HWI bowed his head and said, Your Majesty, this. His gaze suddenly grew serious as he declared that it seemed like a collapse of their territory. Jichin, hearing HWI, requested he clarify further. He turned and explained solemnly that it seemed an orc territory and the settler villages had existed there for a very long time. HWI then turned to Raizo to ask, Raizo, don't the orcs also have their own territorial divisions? The old man nodded in agreement. Indeed, orcs live by tribes, so conflicts are frequent and they have distinct territories between packs. Having received the answer he wanted, he looked up at Jichin and said, Your Majesty. HWI analyzed that the sudden orc appearances at Hook's village began 4 months ago, which was after Veron's village disappeared. Moreover, since we had settled and hunted here daily, the local orcs had vanished from the area. Yuru nodded in agreement. That's right. Recently the orcs haven't been attacking at all. He continued his unfinished remark. In the end, when the lake area became our domain, the boundary that had been maintained here was broken. Jichin found that reasonable. Perhaps that's it. HWI bowed slightly and reported that if some orcs remained near Veron's village and orcs here were driven elsewhere, it would perfectly match the timing when they began showing up at Hook's village. His gaze turned to Hook as he added that even Hack's village had been destroyed by Baron Alvin. HWI offered a serious conclusion. The orcs, having lost their targets, would regroup into larger packs and start targeting other villages. Jichin understood immediately. The increased orc numbers would attack the remaining villages. He nodded in agreement. I think so as well, sir. He asked with pleased curiosity, Excellent, where are those villages located? HWI quickly reported, very reliably. They have been identified. Raizo, surprised, asked, You say you've pinpointed the locations of the settler villages in such a short time in this rough terrain? He replied, Yes, that's right, thanks entirely to the gory soldiers. The old man gaped in amazement. How did the soldiers do it? If they were hunters it would make sense, but how else? Ung Sam, nearby, smiled and explained, Because we're naturally a hunting people. He proudly recalled ancestral tradition. Every year Gori holds a great hunt to foster martial spirit. So everyone knowing how to use a bow is natural, and each can be regarded as a hunter. Ung Sam bragged with great pride, saying the Gori soldiers are, without exaggeration, the finest hunters. Raizo widened his eyes in both admiration and astonishment. Jichin, seated above, asked the main question. HWI, how many troops can you muster? HWI bowed his head and answered with precise numbers. Excepting the naval forces and the minimal garrison, we can mobilize about 1,000 men. He declared firmly that even the new recruits and the slaves would go. Everyone who heard it looked up in stunned surprise. Raizo wiped sweat from his brow and thought anxiously. Facing Baron Alvin's punitive force, there were only about 800 men. Why would he do that? HWI remained calm and continued. You intend to lead all available forces yourself. If so, that will be over 1,200 men. Jichin nodded with satisfaction. Very well, prepare to march at once. The crowd immediately grew serious and stared up at the monarch on the throne. He slowly rose and spoke. This battle is not a war. Jichin clasped his hands behind his back and announced loudly, This expedition is a grand hunting festival. He raised his hand and declared that rewards would be given to the unit that captured the most orcs alive. At once the crowd cheered in support. It's a hunting festival. Everyone grew wildly excited. The prize will belong to our unit. What do you mean, it should be ours? Gerard, witnessing the scene, was dumbfounded. Is it okay to be celebrating now? His expression grew serious. These are monsters of the Raganza range, creatures even dwarves avoid. We're supposed to capture them, not kill them. Seeing the crowd's riled up eyes, Gerard was even more shocked. And treating it like a game to joke about, doesn't that seem absurd? The countryside, normally peaceful and quiet, was now livelier from a single soldier's shout. A hunting festival. The townsfolk, hearing this, turned over curiously to watch. The other soldiers beamed with joy. It's been so long, let's go catch orcs. More and more people ran out to join the festival. Only the new recruits looked listless, suddenly thrust into fighting orcs. Their faces went pale and they trembled. Is this okay? It's their first real combat. Seeing this, Gerard spoke up. Isn't even a hunt too much for the recruits? For them, war equals death. HWI smiled and replied, that's precisely why His Majesty summoned them all. He looked puzzled. He glanced at the laughing group of soldiers and said, His Imperial Majesty wants them to see what the unit they belong to is like. HWI continued, to show them how great strength looks and thereby change their mindset. Gerard fell into thought as he witnessed genuine joy on the soldiers' faces. The magnificent hall appeared amid the festive bustle of the gathering. The troops began beating drums to open a special hunt. Jichin appeared with the bearing of an emperor, mounted on a horse with his spear at his side. He moved to the center position where he could oversee the whole host. Below, ranks of men stretched like an endless line, imposing and full of valor. Jichin spoke solemnly before everyone. We are not engaging in war. With a razor-sharp gaze fixed forward, Jichin declared, it is merely a hunt. He roared firmly, challenging, does anyone want to be the fool who gets felled by the prey? All the soldiers shouted, no sir. Jichin thundered, do you want to be the fool who gets bitten and wounded by the prey? They all affirmed even more determinedly, no sir. He suddenly fell silent, but his presence radiated with tremendous force. His eyes were sharp as if piercing the vast sky, and below stood companions who hesitated not a bit. Jichin curled a lip in mockery. Anyone wounded by the prey is a damn fool. Immediately the entire legion shouted loudly, you are absolutely serious about the rule. If even one person is injured, we will hold the commanding generals to account. They showed not a moment's regret for their decision. Jichin gripped the sword's hilt firmly and pulled it out with force, raising it straight like a banner of resolve to go catch the orcs. The legion's shout echoed like rolling drums, heroic and powerful. Gerard stood frozen in the crowd, unable to match their spirit. He stayed glazed in a corner, watching the army march forward. Gerard pondered in silence, haunted by the fear that war means death. He looked at those eager smiles and marveled that such fear was gradually being erased from people's hearts. At that moment, Gerard stood opposite Jichin, a smug, confident curl at the corner of his mouth. It left him both shocked and admiring. Gerard suddenly recalled the promise made earlier, to trust and follow him, that he would show the true power of the Gori. Jichin tightened the reins and called out to the whole army. He raised his sword high as a banner of resolve and shouted, to battle. The soldiers immediately turned toward their young sovereign. Jichin urged the troops forward, forcing open the city gates. He was the first to depart, leading the entire army into the fray. And immediately the thunder of hooves rolled through the air. The mighty force under Jichin's command officially set out. The camp area peaceful under warm sunlight. Zun saw the approach of several orc footsteps. A whole army of orcs, heavily armed, poised to attack the camp. They wasted no time and surged forward en masse to attack. Their lead savage was so fierce he spat liters of saliva around, but a moment later his face turned ugly, because the orcs were simultaneously driven backward. The villagers all defended with might, shouting to one another, block them, don't let them climb up. One of them roared, die you wretched orcs. Yet at that moment an orc seized a villager's weapon. A smug grin spread across its mouth, while the man opposite was visibly terrified. The brutal orc pulled hard, and the man was flung from his footing. The scene was so sudden that those around could only shout one word at the top of their lungs. Milo. But it was too late. The unlucky man had become prey for the orcs. The blood-curdling screams made even the living's hair stand on end. The orcs swarmed in and tore poor Milo's body apart. The brutal sight forced onlookers to turn away. He swallowed his grief, turned his head back and shouted, fill the gap now. Do not let the line break, at all costs stop them. In the end, the orcs managed to smash through the barricade, creating a path forward. They poured in through that breach. The villagers were stunned speechless for a moment. A loud voice rang out again. "Million can't hold them any longer. Everyone go hide in the underground tunnels. You might escape the eyes of the raiding troops by going underground, but you won't fool the orcs' noses." However, Million stubbornly kept silent and focused on blocking the door. He seemed completely unconcerned by the calls of Million from those around him, until someone else shouted, "Look outside the barricade. Do you think we can stop these things?" The man raised his voice, pressing Million to answer. Million fell silent for a moment, sweat pouring down his face. At last, Million made a bitter decision. They had no choice but to surrender. The man beside him complained and called out his name, Million. But before they could react, a loud explosion sounded from outside. A reckless young fellow, recklessness be damned, charged forward shouting, "Kill those damn orcs." This left both Million and his companion astonished. "Nick, don't." Before long, Nick collided with this pack of orcs. His weapon was easily blocked. The orc flashed a pleased grin. Nick's expression immediately turned to horror. A moment later, the orc struck a fatal blow to his head. Million and his companion couldn't bear to look, and the other villagers were still in shock. Nick lay motionless as the orcs continued to advance. The villagers gradually lost their morale. Fear began to overwhelm them. Million shouted again, urging them not to fall back and to hold the line. However, those words were meaningless in the moment. Some of them even began to cry, "I want to live." Million kept encouraging one of them, "Bell, don't fall back." But Bell only sobbed louder, his voice trembling. "I'd rather have the dwarves come than this." He completely gave up, crouching on the ground and declaring, "Even if I become a slave, I still want to live." His fear left Million helpless. He could only call out Bell's name. At that moment, strange noises rang out from the sky. Milan's voice trembled as he made a declaration, "Bell, perhaps your words are about to come true." Everyone around stared wide-eyed in astonishment. The orcs, curious at the sight, also turned their heads back. They were surrounded on all sides by Gory's army. Million broke into a sweat, muttering, "The dwarves have arrived," and the appearance of the Gory soldiers, as he judged, looked inhuman. Leading Gory's force was none other than HWI, driving them to one side. He urged his horse forward, his troops closed behind. The orcs were cut down by Gory's cavalry like playthings, fresh blood spattering as they were slaughtered. Heads flew through the air like balls. The Gory army advanced with thunderous momentum. They moved in disciplined ranks, kicking up white dust that hung in the air. Orc corpses increased as his troops closed in on them. Jichin shouted orders, beginning to herd them like swine. Kill them in the cruelest way, decide who to capture later. Close the ranks skewed, strike as brutally as possible. They took the orders and moved quickly to engage the orcs ahead of them. The force easily shattered this orc formation. The orcs grew fearful and began to flee. The orcs paid no attention to anything else, only running headlong. Meanwhile, on this side, Buru and his troops were lying in wait. He showed his eagerness plainly, loudly commanding his men to wipe them out. When he finished, Buru took the lead, charging ahead with his group. The orcs, out of options, answered with equal ferocity. The two sides quickly clashed, holding each other in place. Buru's forces exploited the gaps to move inward. They began mercilessly attacking the orcs. Buru skillfully swung and severed several heads at once. Above, a villager couldn't help but wonder aloud, "Wait, such a mighty army and they're just dwarves. Are they planning to kill all of us too?" Million couldn't hide his astonishment. "In the Heian Kingdom, I'd never heard of or seen an army like this. Who on earth are they?" But a moment later, surprise flashed across his face. Million and his companion almost ducked to avoid something flying past. Danger. It turned out to be the upper half of an orc. Both of them were so stunned they couldn't speak. The orc's body gushed red fluid, trembling as it hadn't fully died. But finally it lay still and motionless. Only then did the two of them turn their heads toward the battlefield below. HWI happened to lift his head as his hand stabbed through an orc. He charged forward relentlessly. No one could block his path. The sight stunned Million so much he wondered, is dealing with orcs really that easy? Elsewhere, Buru was still wreaking havoc amid the orcs. Million's hand holding his weapon trembled unconsciously. He watched the battlefield below and thought to himself that it was slaughter, not unlike a child stomping ants for fun. Wherever Jichin's horse went, an orc had to die there. At last his horse came to a halt. A heavy smell rose up around Jichin, his face like a demon from hell. That expression was enough to make the orcs gape in astonishment. They lost all will to fight and could only turn tail and flee. Jichin and his troops left them no chance to escape. Million, standing above, moved from one surprise to another. The orcs panicked and ran as if chased by orgs. A mouse might bite a cat's nose, but that only happens when the opponent is a cat. If the opponent is a fierce tiger, even the will to resist disappears. Jichin raised a sword high. He loudly ordered his entire force to begin encircling and capturing them. They all shouted in unison, enthusiastically answering the command. Only the orcs were scrambling to run in chaotic attempts to save their lives. Tranthene barked another order, throw the iron net. No sooner said than a gigantic iron net was hurled out. Members of the unit dragged the net over the heads of the orcs. They were visibly stunned but couldn't react in time. Yuru, excited by the momentum of battle, said, "Good, we should show off a bit too, everyone get ready." Under his command, the archers all drew their bows at once, and arrows were loosed powerfully, striking the orcs in the head, shoulder, even the butt. Unexpectedly, Yuru turned around and shouted, "Damn it, which brat hit the head? I told you to shoot the butt to stun them." "Aim for that big butt," his men shouted back in chorus. "Yes, General." They prepared the next volley while riding. This time they hit the orcs in the butt. Still unsatisfied, Yuru bellowed, "These bastards, who told you to shoot through them? Can't you adjust your force?" The men again answered in unison, "Yes, sir. Yes, General." He replied loudly, "Don't cry out General at every little thing, adjust your force yourselves." Then he personally drew the bow taut, like this, see. One of Yuru's shots sent 3 arrows flying at once. 3 orcs were pierced in the butt at once. They cried out in pain. Then all 3 collapsed to the ground. Yuru watched satisfied. The sedative works very well. Yuru stood behind observing and muttered, "All that and that's it." He turned and loudly announced, "Let's get ready too." Yuru's command was immediately passed on. "Everyone prepare." A cart was pushed up from below. Yuru eyed the cart approvingly. "A person worth their salt should know how to think," he remarked. He took hold of the piece of cloth. He gave it a hard yank, and the moment the white cloth was pulled away, the goods beneath were revealed. Elsewhere, there was a clamorous flurry of urgent commands as they prepared to haul them in. Bogo couldn't hide his surprise as he sensed that something was off. The soldier below was still flustered. "What's going on?" He stepped closer and barked, "Hurry up and prepare the nets. What are you lot doing?" At the sound of Bogo's voice, the young man turned back. "Yes, Captain," he kept his bold tone. "We're weaving the nets, why so slow?" The soldier pointed ahead as he explained, "No, it's not that. The nets are." Bogo followed his gaze. "Nets, what do you mean?" Back at the battle, the orcs were covered by a large net, and they lay like fat prey unable to struggle. Buru jabbed a finger forward and laughed loudly. "That's right, that's it. Iron nets are hard to weave and take time, whereas fishing nets you just bring along. Look here, it's wider and lighter than iron mesh, so it catches things much better." Hearing that, the man beside him couldn't help but worry. "But won't the captain say something about this?" As he finished speaking, a laborer dusted his hands off. "Captain Zhang, don't worry whether it's fish or pigs, the more we catch the better, right?" He slowly drew the weapon in his hand. Buru's eyes turned serious as he muttered, "So now what?" He leapt up and shouted, "Time to harvest." Buru slammed his fist into the ground with a heavy strike against the orcs below. That acted as a signal for the other team members. They surged forward, beating them mercilessly with their weapons. Each of them took the chance to vent their rage on the orcs. The insane scene below was watched closely by the townsfolk above. They were terrified out of their wits, only able to weakly mutter, "Too cruel." Bell was the next to mutter his comment, "Could it be that even we?" Million could not hide the fear on his face as he thought to himself that fighting the orcs would be preferable to this. Evening came on quickly, and the air around was nothing but dust. The surviving orcs had been completely subdued, accepting their bindings and sitting obediently in rows. At that moment, HWI stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, the campaign is complete." Jichin glanced back, then, neither fast nor slow, called for Yuru. He quickly acknowledged the order. "Yes, Ambassador, no, Your Majesty." Jichin followed with a question, "Do you intend to carry them all away?" The question left even him momentarily stunned, mouth agape. Jichin repeated his question calmly, "I mean, did you drug those 2-leggers to sleep and plan to carry them off yourself?" This time Yuru froze completely, so flustered he couldn't form a sentence. That. Jichin issued the order coldly. "Whether you carry them or not, you will take them along with you." Yuru was bullied to the point of tears, begging for mercy. Buru stood beside him, visibly smug. "Yuru, you always act like this," he said. Unexpectedly, Jichin then turned to him and questioned him. Buru. Buru still didn't understand what was happening. He waited eagerly and let out a loud, expectant whoop. He pointed at the shredded net lying on the ground and asked, "What's that?" He awkwardly answered, "A net." Jichin calmly explained, "Nets are for catching fish, not for catching pigs." He immediately became flustered, not knowing how to explain that matter. Jichin didn't really need that explanation. Until that ragged heap is woven into a proper net, Buru's team is banned from eating fish. Buru wanted to argue but couldn't think of a reply. "Your Majesty." Only his groans could be heard. "Your Majesty, exalted Emperor." The cries of the brothers Buru and Yuru echoed, "Your Majesty." But in Jichin's mind other thoughts churned. "Those lot make me furious enough to die, what a bunch with no limits." The gory army had formed up and stood before the villagers' homes. What? Meanwhile, their own ranks were in an uproar. Million, what did you just say? Aren't those people the dwarves of Heian Kingdom? Million spoke firmly, laying out his thoughts. If Heian had an army like this, they wouldn't have been so crushed by the Empire. That single comment was enough to make the others pause and reconsider. How could that be? Their gazes fixed on the soldiers of Gari. They opened a path for Jichin to advance. This only made the villagers more anxious. Million, they're coming closer. The truth was Million was sweating with fear as well. Jichin wore a serious expression as he stepped forward. His face fixed straight ahead, showing no emotion. Jichin only stopped once he was close enough. A question came from Ung Sam, who is the highest commander here. Million exchanged a brief glance with the man beside him. Then they turned their heads back. The whole village was looking to the two of them for an answer. Million wore a tense look, sweat running down his cheek. He stammered, I am the commander here. Jichin, face icy cold, asked simply, what's your name? The translation ring on his hand worked extremely well. The other party continued, I am Million Sailor. Jichin called out Million's name. He was so frightened he couldn't look straight. Please speak. A declaration was made. We are here to take over this place. At those words, the villagers were all astonished. Million faltered and retorted, we have no strength. If a powerful army wanted to take over, they could do as they please, right? Isn't that so? His attitude worried the man beside him. Million, you're saying that? Milio nervously raised another question. May I ask, which nation does your army belong to, after all? Those words made Jichin lift his head and stare hard at Million. His body was already trembling like a leaf in a wind. At that moment, a satisfied smile spread across Jichin's lips. The name he spoke was Gari, our empire. Jichin's declaration was simple but cutting. The troops under his command roared their approval. Cheers rose up continuously, full of pride. The force of those sounds left Million stunned. The villagers wore the same expression. Jichin raised his hand high and curled it into a fist. At his signal, the soldiers fell silent immediately. He calmly presented his offer. If you follow me, I'll teach you how to fight. Million flinched at that proclamation. He immediately grew agitated and raised his voice. Isn't that just like the nobles treating us as slaves, as human shields? I became a mercenary for the taste of freedom and because I need to put food on the table. But what remained were only images of comrades slowly drawing their last breaths, in growing doubt toward the nobles and the country, those who see us merely as instruments of war. You lot are the same, you just see us as tools of war. Jichin declared loudly, no, I'm different. That confident statement made Million widen his eyes. Jichin continued, even if you must survive on the battlefield, your families will have peace and freedom. Then he asked them to choose. One option was to wither away and die here. The second was to choose freedom. Even if you don't follow me, I will not attack you. Sweat streamed down Million's face more and more. He assessed the army waiting behind Jichin, then stammered out a request, can you give us a little time? Jichin looked up and calmly declared, I will give you a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Back at his place, HWI gave the order, rest but stay alert. The soldiers replied in unison. Meanwhile, the villagers were talking among themselves. They wondered suspiciously, if we don't join, will they really not attack? Also, is there even a nation called Gari? Million calmly shared what he knew. I've traveled the continent as a mercenary my whole life but have never heard of that place. I've never seen their appearance before either. The villagers agreed, saying northerners have black hair and yellow skin. He cut in, but northerners usually have dark blue eyes, these have brown-black eyes. Moreover, their equipment looked very strange. Even their horses were unlike northern or continental horses. No nation would dare fit a horse with full-body iron armor like that. Not to mention the extraordinary strength of those horses. At that moment, a call rose up from below. Uncle Million. How strong are those people? Million answered honestly from what he knew. Bell, I don't really know either. He asked in bafflement, you've even taken part in the Empire's wars, haven't you? But Million chose to remain silent. Bell changed his question, his expression still very serious. So how would they compare to the heavy armored infantry, famed as the strongest on the continent from the Amory Empire? Million was momentarily stunned after hearing that question. He recalled the bearing of that army in his mind. It would be hard to compare. Hearing that, Bell felt a bit disappointed. As expected, the Empire is as Million had curtly explained. No, I meant the opposite. Even if it were the Empire's heavy armored infantry, wiping out all those orcs without losses would be impossible. Not only did they destroy them, they captured them alive. Hearing this, Bell couldn't help but feel unsettled. So who exactly are they? Besides the Empire, there's no nation with such a large cavalry corps, is there? Million used all his knowledge to explain. They're not from the Empire. The Empire has no reason to come all the way here like this. They only need to pressure the Heian Kingdom. The question now is their terms. Why impose such conditions? From afar, a voice suddenly called Million. He hurriedly turned his head back. The two figures running up were Veron and Hook. They greeted each other warmly, questions pouring out. Million, so good to see you again. Are you well? I'm fine, but how about you guys? Their sudden appearance made the villagers uneasy. Million, who are these people? He explained calmly. They're friends I often meet in the woods when hunting. But this raised another suspicion. Why are they here? Million directly voiced his question. Veron, where did those people come from and why are you with them? They don't look anything like the Heian Kingdom's soldiers. Veron wore a serious face as he explained. Million, there's little time, so I'll be brief. Our village is gone. A string of questions followed. What? Were you captured and made slaves by them? We're worried for our future, so we. Veron hurriedly offered another explanation. No, it's not like that. On the contrary, we were rescued. Those across from them all wore puzzled expressions. Million spoke up for Chung's question. Veron, what do you mean? He repeated calmly. We had hired mercenaries to protect the village. But they betrayed us and planned to sell us as slaves to Baron Alvin. Just when it seemed there was no way out, they appeared and rescued us. And then they gave us a chance to live together. Hearing this, the villagers immediately understood. Does that mean if we join them, we'll be guaranteed safety too? But there were opposing opinions. Not so. Of our villagers, except for 7 households, everyone else has become slaves. The villagers were all alarmed. Slaves. Million voiced the question on everyone's mind. Slaves? What do you mean? What exactly are you saying? Hook remained calm and explained. Aside from the workload being a bit heavy, it's actually bearable. But yes, it's slavery. Slavery that's comfortable. What kind of thing is that? And why are only 7 households exempt from slavery? Veron was next to explain. Unlike Hook's village, all of my villagers have become common subjects. The reason lies in the difference between choosing to shoulder responsibility yourself and the freedom in Gori or not. In Gori, we have the right to enjoy freedom, but it must come with responsibility. That means being ready to trade your life for the sword and fight. Million gaped at that. Take up a sword, you say. Veron didn't hesitate to explain in detail. Their view is that to protect freedom you must resist and fight to win. To do that you must take up swords and unite to create strength. That's the core foundation for sustaining a nation. Ultimately, the root is that each of us must have the courage to sacrifice and first know how to protect ourselves. That's why you take up a sword in Gori. Those words made him consider seriously. For us shifting farmers, taking up a sword is like courting death on the battlefield. I only took up a sword as a mercenary for food. I never thought about its meaning. If a country hands you a sword and tells you to fight, you just fight. Another question arose. After all, what kind of country is Gori? Veron seriously laid out his thoughts. It's the place that put swords in our hands and the country where we'll live from now on. The next to ask was Million. So where is Gori located? He stared at them and explained. It's in the central lake of the Riganza Mountains. That made the villagers even more surprised. The central lake of Riganza. That a nation could exist in that monster-infested haven was one thing. But Veron saying it so casually, he only added one more line. The decision is up to each person. Hearing that, Million fell into thought. Before leaving, Veron didn't forget to add, Oh, Million, it seems the barrier with the monsters has broken. They might attack the village again, so think carefully. Then the two of them departed. Million stood alone and completely silent. Inside, he mulled it over. People didn't believe Veron's claim that the monster barrier was broken. But from my experience, it's an entirely plausible story. Perhaps they just don't want to believe it. For them, change is terrifying. But a decision must be made. Evening was approaching, and the waiting was coming to an end. The village still showed no sign of movement. Jichin decided to give an order. Let's return. HWI received the order and respectfully replied. But at that moment the villagers suddenly spoke up. Please wait a moment. Surprise showed plainly on Jichin's face. Still, some villagers objected. Hey, what will happen to the village if you leave it? Million, you're a hired mercenary. How can you abandon the village and lead people away? Million didn't hesitate to answer loudly, not abandoning them, but wanting to live like a real person, only to be met with more questioning. Living here isn't being human. Million couldn't find his voice and shouted, I want my children, instead of struggling merely to survive, to be able to worry about how to live better. Even if it means taking up swords, I want them to take up swords alongside the strong to gain a truer kind of freedom. That attitude left the man silent. Million, he no longer argued but simply entrusted them. Take care. After that, Million led the people away. The village was thus split into two. Very quickly, Million stopped in front of Jichin. Jichin called his name in a stern voice. Million sailor. Million bowed respectfully and answered, present. An order was then given to him. From now on, those who join during hunts will be under your charge. This left him so astonished he could hardly believe his ears. Jichin turned to the man beside him and called out. Jichin made a request, if there's anything you don't know, help the junior. He's momentarily confused. Is it me? Jichin remained silent and gave no further answer. But that alone was enough for Gerard to fearfully grasp the situation. He immediately dismounted and appeared beside Million. Only then did he voice his question. May I ask who that lord actually is? Gerard hesitated a little, choosing how to explain it. But not to leave him in doubt, Jichin explained that he was the illustrious emperor of Gori and also your monarch. The shocking declaration stunned everyone present. Dusk was beginning to fall. Jichin turned to his subordinates and declared, "We will continue to hunt orcs. Buru, you are to drive the orcs back to Gori. You don't need to join the main force. Return here instead." Buru, hearing this, asked, "What do you mean?" He then asked sternly in return, "Do you think if we leave them here they'll hold out?" As soon as the words left him, he immediately affirmed, "Very unlikely." With that, Jichin assigned the task to Million. "Million, the battle commander, will follow us. After all, there won't be anyone else capable of guiding and commanding those people." Upon hearing this, Buru couldn't suppress his question. "Do you mean to protect them?" He quickly denied it. "No." Seeing that, Buru became even more puzzled. So then, Jichin calmly explained, "If the orcs attack again, capture them and lead everyone back to Gori." By this point, Buru could no longer hide his amazement. "You mean?" Jichin continued calmly, "I've already given them one chance. This time we'll take them as slaves in exchange for their lives. If they dare resist, they can be killed on the spot." Everyone who heard this gaped in astonishment. Buru quickly accepted the order, replying crisply. Gerard observed and thought to himself that recruiting villagers must involve thorough vetting. That's surely why their army was so strong. Suddenly, Jichin's call made him jump. He calmly but promptly received his assignment. "You and Million arm the young men of the village and go." Gerard accepted the order. "Understood, sire." Then he continued to announce preparations to move with the newly joined villagers. "Tonight we will camp." Everyone complied, "Yes, your majesty." After that, he loudly ordered the whole force to prepare camp. All the soldiers behind echoed the call in unison. By evening, everyone had finished pitching their tents. Suddenly, there was a violent scuffle inside one of the cages. "You damn pig." Jiel was wrestling an orc down, spitting bile from his mouth. He grimaced and cursed twice. "Damn it." Suddenly someone panicked and asked, "Deputy General Jiel again." Jiel irritatedly explained that no matter how hungry they are, he couldn't believe they'd eat one of their own who'd been drugged. Be careful not to become food for the orcs themselves. The man acknowledged the order. Understood. Yuru's companion rushed over and asked Jiel, "What's all the commotion about?" He answered honestly, "General Yuru, there's a bit of a problem." Then he asked bluntly, "What problem?" Jiel declared, "Orcs are eating orcs." Those words successfully shocked Yuru. "What? Pigs eating pigs?" Jiel continued more softly. "Luckily, we discovered it early, so it's only like this," Yuru complained. "The swine around here are unbelievable." Suddenly he froze and fell into thought. Yuru carefully looked at a pile of bones on the ground. Then he suddenly exclaimed, "That's right, that's actually great news." Jiel, "Why great?" he asked. Yuru had come up with a bold idea. "If pigs eat pigs, then we can just use pig meat as food for the pigs, right?" He questioned in doubt. You mean use orcs as food for orcs?" He confirmed again, "Exactly." Jiel objected slightly. "Although we intend to capture them to exploit their labor, isn't that a bit cruel?" Unexpectedly, Yuru accepted it outright. "Cruel, yes, cruel indeed. Look, life itself is cruel, and forcing these pigs to work until they die is the same thing." He still disagreed, saying those things are different, but Yuru insisted they were the same. Once pigs start eating pigs, they've become the same. The more he spoke, the more puzzled Jiel became. "Yes, sir." Yuru raised a skull and smiled. "These pigs can talk, huh?" He answered with a doubtful yes. Then asked another question. "Besides humans, have you ever seen any animal that can speak?" At that, Jiel had nothing to reply. Yuru held the skull forward and continued. "So if a human is just hungry for a meal, would they eat another human?" By then, Jiel replied seriously, "That wouldn't happen." He wasn't finished. "Then why would a bunch of pigs with that much sense eat their own kind just because they're hungry for one meal? Do you understand that?" He honestly agreed, truly can't understand it. He tossed the skull aside as he explained, "That's right. Just one missed meal and they treat cannibalism as natural. In the end, that's been the way of these pigs since time immemorial." Jiel's eyes widened in astonishment. Yuru continued his explanation. "They eat each other to survive, but from our perspective it's cruel. We, wanting to live, force these pigs to work until they die, so from the pig's point of view, who looks cruel then? Listen, don't impose our standards on everything. Every creature has its own survival standards. It's all a matter of perspective. You can't force one view on another. Life itself is about devouring others to survive, because the nature of life is cruel. Besides, we're short on food now. Isn't this actually quite convenient? We're just following the pig's way." Understand? At this point, Jiel understood clearly. Yes, General. Seeing that, Yuru patted his shoulder and said, then get to work. He obeyed promptly. Then he strolled off at his leisure. At that moment, Jiel wondered. The feeling was both right and wrong. He turned his eyes toward Yuru as he left, and a question formed. But since when did the Lord become so smooth talking? The next day the army was fully assembled, and only then did Jichin speak up to ask, is everything ready? Everyone answered in unison, Your Majesty, the illustrious Emperor. He began assigning tasks to Gerard. Gerard, train the stamina of the newly joined youths while on the move. However, don't let them join actual combat. Let them observe and feel our battles instead. He received the order and replied crisply, yes. Then he continued explaining to the others, prepare thoroughly for possible casualties and provide the best support for their families. The purpose of this training is to ingrain the idea that the more sweat they shed, the better their families will live. The other commanders, while hunting orcs, should display their strength so the new recruits will fear and respect them. If circumstances are unfavorable, prioritize killing over taking prisoners. At that moment, HWI spoke up, Your Majesty, the illustrious Emperor, HWI, have a report to make. Jichin immediately allowed him to speak. HWI reported without haste, to haul the ships will need far more orcs than we have now. I'm afraid we'll be short-handed. Hearing that, Yuru agreed. This was indeed a real concern. Unexpectedly, Jichin suddenly questioned, Yuru, I heard about 20 of the pigs you put to sleep ended up as a meal for their own kind. Is that true? He flinched at once, saying it was because the pigs were too hungry, but Jichin pressed on. At least Biru didn't cause any orc losses. Biru broke into a satisfied. Then Jichin continued, as for the starving pigs, just let them breed. This remark left the two of them stunned. He calmly explained, it takes 5 months for an orc to give birth. Although they need more time to mature, I've heard that within 2 months they can develop well enough to work. Yuru hesitantly asked again, but they're still just young orcs, aren't they? Unexpectedly, Jichin replied coldly, once you've decided to exploit them, abandon any guilt, especially with creatures that eat their own kind and humans like these. In the end, Biru and Yuru could only obediently accept the orders. Then HWI asked, so how do we make them breed? Jichin proposed a solution. Give them a strong aphrodisiac to drink and lock them together in one place. He received the order and replied respectfully, understood, Your Majesty. With matters settled by Jichin, everyone set out. Their army marched on. From then on, Gori's forces kept herding orc packs away. They smashed and captured people. The weak villagers couldn't avoid being seized by them. Suddenly, a spear thrust straight into its face, and a soldier killed that orc. The villager finally sat up, panting, surrounded on all sides by soldiers with advanced combat skills. He froze in his tracks. The farmers turned civilians were taught how to fight and went to battle alongside the Gori army. An order was given to the people, move your feet quickly. And those who refused to join were ultimately taken as slaves. Thanks to that, they gathered over 10,000 people. Gori became a nation with more than 10,000 citizens. Time passed, and in a certain city, all the townsfolk poured out onto the street. They bowed before the returning army. Everyone nervously glanced up. Before them stood Levi and Gwyn. Two people were whispering to each other. Who would have thought Baron Gwyn, leader of the Eagle Legion, would come here? He plans to seize those who distributed rations to us. Hearing that, the other's face drained of color. A sigh went up. So we're to suffer some more, are we? The evening light slowly descended upon the castle. At that moment, Gwyn gave orders. Linemen, muster 200 troops to collect a temporary tax and fetch suitable maidservants for me. The lineman on that side simply replied with a yes. He then turned to another, Biskin, summon the major merchants in this region to the manor. Biskin bowed and meekly accepted the order. Yes, my lord. Having said that, he turned and walked back. Gwyn looked at the castle before him and thought, what fools, waging punitive raids just to feed monsters, and then getting their homes and goods pillaged by bandits. Then Gwyn turned his face elsewhere, thinking to himself that he must quickly send people to investigate the Raganza Mountains. Gwyn didn't notice he was being watched. The observer felt alarmed at the scene. Damn, I must report this to His Illustrious Majesty immediately. Throughout the kingdom, everyone was doing their duty. At a small house, Jichin summoned Raizo. He responded, Your Majesty, give your orders. He ordered sternly, now that we're encamped here, we need to learn about the Heian kingdom. Tell me everything you know about Heian. Raizo obediently agreed. Yes, Your Majesty. The Han Kingdom is known as the cradle of the continent's culture, with origins and history estimated at around 8,000 years ago. Hearing that, Tran Thien was slightly surprised. 8,000 years? A nation that looks like it could collapse any moment has such an ancient history. Raizo continued, yes, because the Divine Hanisia Empire classified documents about Han's founding as forbidden texts. I cannot know precisely. But the mainstream view among scholars is that the descendants of the gods appeared around the Raganza Mountains, a place famed as the center of the world where they established nations. Jichin muttered thoughtfully, descendants of the gods, that's quite similar to Beekdal's history. But why were they placed on the forbidden list? Raizo replied, because from the standpoint of the divine Hanija Empire, 7,000 years of history, only if they were the first nation founded on the continent could they assert their legitimacy. This information shocked him, still, to hide another's history like that. But looking at Heian now, it wouldn't be surprising if it collapsed today. So what kept this country alive for so long? Raizo quickly explained that it was thanks to agreements among the empires. Jichin focused on that remark, agreements. He continued, the Heian kingdom was once the flashpoint that ignited 2 continental wars around its territory. So for a long time, this place became a fiercely contested battlefield among neighboring empires. The divine Hanija Empire and the maritime Slegian nation had each occupied it in turn. But due to checks from other empires, their periods of domination ended after 1,000 years and 360 years respectively. Eventually, Heian regained its independence. At this, Jichin understood. Raizo added, however, it's more accurate to call it a treaty among empires than true independence. He pondered over the pile of information he'd just heard, then unhurriedly drew out a sheet of paper. It was a detailed map of the continents. Seeing it, Raizo's eyes widened. He exclaimed in surprise, isn't this a continental map? It even has detailed markings for each nation and army. Since when did you prepare this? Jichin didn't answer but pointed behind him, where a small pouch lay on the ground. And then Raizo understood, it's Gerard's. Jichin then proposed, to help me understand better, point to the map and continue. Raizo quickly complied. Yes, I will. He pointed at the map and began to explain. This is the Heian kingdom. As your majesty can see, it's surrounded on 3 sides by empires, so geographically this place is bound to be a focus of containment. And the central lake of the Raganza Mountains where we stand is here. Hearing that, Jichin cut in, there's no nation below that area. That made him hesitate. The nations also strictly forbid encroaching the southern area of the Raganza range. He pressed further with a serious face. Why is that? Raizo explained the area is called the Dragon Forest, the nesting ground of dragons. Other continents have dragon lairs too, but the lairs here utterly reject human footsteps. And as I know, the number of dragons there is incalculable. Hearing that, he finally understood. Raizo's face grew contemplative as he nodded in confirmation. Jichin then pointed and said, that is our territory. Raizo blinked in surprise. What? Unexpectedly, Jichin declared seriously that from now on the whole area would be our territory. Raizo gaped and blurted out, the forbidden land with dragon nests, this will only get harder from now on. Jichin kept asking, if there's a treaty among empires, it should be inviolable. So why does this country struggle with provisioning for wars and tributes? Raizo slowly answered, Heian's tribute to various empires is part of that treaty. No one may monopolize it, but each side can assert its power and influence there. Here, the 3 northern regions of the Heian kingdom were handed over to the empires as permanent fiefs. In the end, they were just gates for exploiting and plundering the country's wealth. Another question was raised by Tranthine. Even so, Heian just sat idly by. He answered slowly, as your majesty can see, because it lies at the center of the empires, this place is also a commercial hub, so the profits the nobility reap are substantial. You pressed on, you mean as long as it benefits the nobles they will give everything up, while that burden falls entirely on the common people. He replied with regret, sadly that is indeed the case. Jichin continued sternly, Baron Alvin came here likely to conscript the shifting farmers to serve the nobles' interests. Raizo confirmed slowly, yes, exactly so. At that, you clicked your tongue in disappointment, failing to protect your people. This country is no longer a real nation. A rotten country where the nobility shirk their duties, yet force the populace to shoulder the responsibilities, is no longer worth bothering with. After a while, Jichin went out to the docks. You asked, Fleet Captain, how are preparations for the sortie coming along? Bogo replied respectfully, Your Majesty. General Bureau is actively breeding the hybrid pigs, but the numbers are still insufficient. Hearing that, Jichin scoffed, slower than I thought. Meanwhile, Gerard was secretly pleased, no need to play pirate for a while. Unexpectedly, Jichin suddenly turned to Gerard and asked, You look rather cheerful, don't you? He flusteredly protested, Cheerful? What are you talking about? This delay is truly regrettable, sire. But Jichin glared threateningly, which made him afraid. Gerard hurriedly stepped in to ease the mood. I heard old Jangmo has made a new weapon. Would your majesty like to take a look? At last Jichin calmed down. Very well. At that moment old Yang introduced to everyone, This is a crossbow designed for city defense. It can fire over 200 bolts at once, deals wide area damage, and can also launch spears instead of arrows. Jichin asked, how powerful is it? He answered simply, by local measurement it has a range of about 800 to 1,000 meters. You cautiously calculated 1,000 meters, then you stepped closer to inspect it and remarked, good, but it will probably take a lot of strength to load the bolts. Old Yang replied, in our world we'd use oxen, but since there aren't many oxen now, I designed a mechanism to use something else instead. You asked something else? Old Yang casually uttered 2 words, orc. Hearing that, Jichin wondered, powerful enough, but won't they be hard to control? He answered, yes, which is why I used young orcs. Seeing that, you couldn't help but be surprised. Are young orcs really that different by nature? He seriously shared, luckily, whether human or orc, when young they are not yet tainted and can be tamed easily. Because their bodies are small, it's also easy to utilize the space under the crossbow. Hearing that, Jichin understood, I see. Then you requested, then show me a demonstration. Old Yang accepted the order and replied curtly, yes. All preparations ready, the 3 of them called out in unison, loud and clear. After a while, they led the young orcs forward. To everyone's surprise, each young orc was cheerful and obedient. Come on, our little orcs, if you do as you practiced, you'll get to eat meat soon. The 2 soldiers gently commanded them. Good, now prepare to push with all your might. The push commands were given in turn. All of them pushed with everything they had. The rope scraped against the spindle with a grinding sound, the crossbow strings gradually tightening above. One orc squeezed its eyes shut as it strained with all its strength. They stopped and held their positions. The final catch clicked into place at last, and the soldier shouted the order to load the bolts. The 2 dwarves worked quickly. When finished, they signaled that loading was complete. Finally, Old Yang gave the command to fire. One dwarf shouted fire. At the same time, he slammed the hammer down hard, and a box shot out immediately. Simultaneously, hundreds of bolts streaked out. They flew like spears straight into the trunk of the target tree, the impact sending up a thick plume of smoke. Watching it, everyone gasped in amazement. Jichin had to praise out loud, excellent. Place these crossbows around the city walls. Old Yang complied, yes, your majesty. Then suddenly you asked, have you named the crossbow yet? He replied, I have not named it. Buru spoke up suggesting that since there are 8 orcs, call it the 8-orc crossbow. No sooner had he spoken than Yuru slapped him. He shouted at him, you idiot, if there were 6 you'd call it the 6-orc crossbow, and if it were oxen you'd call it the 8-ox crossbow, right? Buru, indignant, spun around and shouted back, so what of it? Then the 2 of them lunged into an argument. Don't speak ignorantly and sit still like I do. If you keep trying to show off, an errant bolt might fly back and stick in your head. Got it? What do you mean ignorant? Seeing that, Jichin stood up. Enough. Both of them quickly bowed. Sorry, I apologize, your majesty. You then turned and announced the name of the crossbow, meaning a crossbow pulled by young pigs. O from child, Don from pig, and No from crossbow. It will be called the Odon crossbow. HWI and Gerard were stunned. Odon crossbow. Demuduk also admired the remarkably fitting name. The others also exclaimed it was a perfect name. Only Ung Sam at the back trembled silently, thinking to himself, Odon crossbow. A weapon's name, and it's the Odon crossbow, seriously. A few soldiers were trying to move the large crossbow, pushing it in the ordered direction. After enthusiastically directing the operation, Ung Sam stood aside chuckling. He was pretty excited by his own joke. The name Odon crossbow is really. At that moment, Buru appeared and scolded, what are you doing mumbling to yourself? Heat stroke? As soon as he saw him, Ung Sam greeted General Buru. He straight-facedly uttered the odd phrase, Odon crossbow. Buru's brows immediately knitted. What tongue-tied have you? Emboldened, Ung Sam loudly said, shut up. But what did he understand of that? What are you saying? So he explained jokingly, it's the language of an island nation west across Dijon, and it means keep trying. Hearing that, Buru couldn't hide his surprise. Is that so? Shut up. That actually sounds powerful and pretty good. Ung Sam even solemnly chimed in. General Buru, shut up. A moment later, Buru turned and left. Fine, fine, shut up then. He still carried with him the excitement and a hummed song, leaving behind his own wicked face. So learning a foreign language was for this moment. After finishing the mission, Ung Sam returned to report to Jichin. He put on a proper air and proclaimed loudly, Your Imperial Majesty, the placement of the crossbow trainees is complete. Just then, a thunderous voice rang out. The one called Liar said, shut up. Ung Sam's face went pale as he glanced at the one who had spoken, and what met his eyes was Buru's faint, knowing smile. Ung Sam forced a polite smile back, swallowing his discomfort. Yes. Above, Jichin had noticed something odd. Buru, what's that? Buru didn't hesitate to report. reporting, "This is a phrase from the Western island that the liar taught me. It means try harder." Then he even cupped his hands as if cheering, "Your Imperial Majesty, shut up." This action made Ung Sam's face go ghastly, revealing his unease. Just as he glanced upward, he caught sight of Jichin's murderous expression. Ung Sam frowned, thinking to himself that since Gerard wasn't here today, the Lord wasn't using the translation item. Thinking that, he pressed his lips together. If that's the case. Suddenly, Ung Sam jumped up and shouted, "Crossbow trainees, you don't know, shut up." Buru beside him laughed approvingly. "Right, there's crossbow trainees to bolster our strength after all." His spirits instantly lightened. He felt completely at ease. "All right, if I don't vent this way, I'll die of frustration early." But just a second later, Jichin tossed a ring over Buru. He took it, his face betraying suspicion. The moment Ung Sam's eyes fell on that ring, he lost his composure. Buru wondered aloud why he was given it. Jichin replied calmly, "Put it on and you'll see." So he complied and slid the ring onto his index finger. Ung Sam's pupils contracted almost to slits, sweat breaking out. Buru slowly repeated the words he'd heard, each syllable uttered very clearly, "You don't know." Suddenly Buru understood the full meaning in his head. "You know nothing." Those words drove him nearly mad. He looked at Ung Sam with a bullet-like glare. And everything was exposed. He could only stammer in his defense that matter was. Once more, Buru uttered the remaining phrase, "Shut up." The translation flashed in his mind, clamping his mouth shut. A killing intent rose and spread throughout the room, forcing Ung Sam to flail his hands back repeatedly. "General." Buru's face twisted with anger then. Ung Sam knew nothing else to do but curl up and run immediately. However, he hadn't gone far before Buru grabbed his hair and yanked him back. Buru slammed his head hard against the ground. He could only lie still and endure the beating then, because Buru's full force punch was coming down from above. At that moment, a soldier burst through the door running in. "Urgent news, Your Majesty. The scout unit sent to the Alvin territory has brought urgent word." He trembled and squeezed his eyes shut, while the others stopped and glanced back. Given the emergency, Buru shot him a warning glare. "We'll talk later." The two stepped aside so the soldier could report in detail. The soldier clasped his hands and explained the situation clearly. "Your Imperial Majesty, it is said that a man named Baron Gwyn has just arrived in the Alvin territory. His forces are moving in to scout this lake area. Indeed, Gwyn has brought hundreds of soldiers into the forest." Jichin received the report but did not reply immediately, instead pondering carefully. At this, Buru, blood up, urged, "Your Majesty, grant me 100 men and I'll chop them all up into fertilizer." At that moment, HWI interjected with a reminder, "Buru, the issue now isn't whether to kill them or not. They are certainly an official investigative party looking into the death of Baron Aelin. No matter how rotten the Heian Kingdom is, if even the investigation team is killed, the court will be alarmed and mobilize a large-scale army. Then our exposure would only be a matter of time." He still firmly objected. "Wouldn't that be the case either way? Or we could disguise ourselves as fellow bandits and smash their corpses like last time." Unexpectedly, what Buru got in return was Jichin's silence. He quickly turned to await HY's opinion. The others were also mute, heads bowed, not daring to speak. At this point, Buru had to snap, "Your Imperial Majesty." But just then Jichin stroked his chin and said, "It seems we have underestimated the Heian Kingdom. This is a time for us to gather strength, so it would be bad if this place were discovered. However, since we rely on this lake for water and everything else, we cannot simply flee. Therefore, we must remain here, but make sure the enemy cannot know this place exists." Buru's suggestion is the worst-case scenario. If anyone has another idea, speak up. After this, everyone in the room remained utterly silent. Suddenly, HWI bowed and spoke, "Your Imperial Majesty, there is a way. A way that can achieve 2 goals with 1 arrow." You immediately showed interest. "What's that method?" Quickly, he revealed the answer. "Exploit the features of this place." At the same time in the forest, a heavy downpour began. Gwyn, his face icy, looked down the road ahead. He led a force of 100 men deeper inside. Nearby, a group of soldiers were on guard. One of them spotted something odd. "What's that?" Immediately, the leader signaled for silence. Then he led the squad over to inspect. Just then the bushes rustled. A few seconds later, a young deer lifted its head, and the soldiers were momentarily terrified. One nearby voiced anxiously, "It isn't running. Should we catch it and present it to the Lord?" Someone else suggested doing so. However, the deer took a few steps and then staggered. Captain Landlaw approached and said it had been injured in the leg and couldn't move. He was about to gleefully grab it when something slammed him sideways. Truly a gift from the heavens. The sight left the soldiers dumbfounded. An orc appeared, wielding a huge club, and felled the man. It led a whole herd charging behind it. The screams echoing from the forest made Gwyn startle. He signaled to warn the troops. The entire force halted. A soldier widened his eyes in horror. An orc. The men began to panic. "Why are there orcs here? Didn't the local guards say orcs don't use this path?" Gwyn angrily questioned the local watchman. "What on earth is going on?" the man stammered in panic. Oh lord, this path clearly never had monsters pass through. Gwyn snapped and pressed his sword to the watchman's throat. You miserable wretch. If anything happens, I'll chop you up and feed you to the beasts. The man went pale, babbling helplessly. It's not like that. With little time to spare, Gwyn ordered, shields and spears, march forward and set up the outer and forward defensive lines quickly. They answered in unison, loud and clear. In an instant, 2 rings of defense were thrown up. At that moment, growls rolled out from the forest, the sound drawing ever closer. He frowned and loudly commanded, archers. Immediately the shield line all crouched low, to let the archer ranks behind them take position. Once the distance closed, Gwyn shouted, all fire. Without hesitation, a volley of arrows rained down, slowing the orc herd's advance somewhat. However, it wasn't enough to stop them. Shields and spears braced, and a dramatic battle between men and monsters unfolded. Meanwhile, Gwyn kept barking orders, don't let the formation break, do not retreat, push the spears in. He even spurred his horse to carve a bloody path. Knights, follow me, slay the orcs. Wherever Gwyn swept by, an orc head tumbled to the ground. The spectacle made the men stop and marvel. Indeed, a true master of the blade. And he kept charging forward, cutting down orcs. The forest descended into utter chaos. Follow Baron Gwyn and wipe out the orcs. Hearing such cries, Gwyn curled a lip. Good, keep slaughtering the orcs like this. But his thought was cut short by a terrifying roar. His brows knit in astonishment, for shadowy figures thick with murderous intent emerged from the dark. Gwyn, agitated, wondered why minotaurs were here, and even odder, they came in herds. From that moment, the forest was filled only with wails of misery. Hidden somewhere, the minotaur sounds echoed. It had a nose ring as if it were chained. Just then someone gave the rope a hard yank, making the minotaur pause. It calmed noticeably when it saw the person before it. The shadowy figure slowly emerged in a deep, gravelly voice. Stay right there for me. And the mysterious handler of the Minotaur was Buru. While Buru restrained the Minotaur, a soldier approached. General. Good news, our plan has succeeded. Hearing that, the corner of his mouth twitched up. Is that so? A smacking of tongues followed. No wonder, Big Brother HWI indeed. Recalling the previous emergency meeting, HWI had proposed a plan. We're exploiting the characteristics of this place. Jichin, a bit puzzled, asked, characteristics. He nodded in confirmation. The reason the kingdom's forces couldn't reach the Raganza range was because of the monsters. Those coming this time will surely use local ranger civilians familiar with the terrain and situation as guides. Chances are they'll avoid the monster's domain and head here instead. He asked neither fast nor slow, and then HWI replied tersely, so we heard the monsters onto that path. Those words sent the other officers into a momentary panic. Even Jichin found it hard to believe, using monsters to drive them away. He firmly confirmed, yes, exactly that. Use the captured minotaurs to chase off the orcs. If that's not enough, just release the captive orcs as well. Buru wanted to object. If we release them, won't we have to recapture them later? Who will pull the oars then? He was met with a reminder. Buru, think about the top priority first. Buru, chastised, hesitated briefly. That is true. HWI continued the strategy. One more important thing, Your Imperial Majesty. Jichin's eyes brightened. What is it? He laid out a prerequisite. This newly appointed Baron Gwyn must absolutely be kept alive. Buru scowled and interjected angrily. What? If we leave him to be monster bait, the kingdom won't suspect a thing. Why intentionally spare him? Yuru beside him realized the point. Is this not obvious? Think, if Gwyn dies, won't the kingdom send someone stronger? That would make our job even harder. Better to spare Gwyn and scare him off so he never dares come here again. After that remark, he received much praise. Indeed, General Yuru is sharper than General Buru, huh? They say the younger can't surpass the elder, seems that's wrong. Thus the two brothers had a spat. But HWI then spoke up. Yuru's point is valid, but there's an even more important matter. Buru, seizing the moment, shot back, see, he says there's something more important, but Yuru has grounds to counter. Didn't you tell me to listen, and you wouldn't? Their bickering successfully irritated Jichin. Buru, Yuru. They fell silent at that and dared not speak further. He clasped his head in mock despair. HWI, now tell us what the more important reason is. HWI replied respectfully. Our intelligence gathering here has reached its limit. We need to send a few soldiers disguised as mercenaries to rescue Baron Gwyn to win his favor, then infiltrate the territory and easily collect the continent's information through him. Jichin nodded at this line of thought. I see, so who would be best to lead the operation? He spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly. To be fluent in the continent's language and possess martial skill at a general's level, Minister Gerard seems most suitable. But his face has already been recognized, and later we'd still have to worry about seizing weapons. Although that person is not yet a general still. The remark trailed off and he immediately looked toward HWI. Back in the present, Ung Sam stood proud and tall. Look at him, the liar. Buru flicked his eyes, constantly urging on. But unexpectedly, he remained silent like someone playing statue. And Buru couldn't help growing more irritable. How dare you argue back? Still, Aung Sam puckered his lips and refused to speak. At that point, Buru had to bring out his weapon. You brat, are you trying to sit on my head and neck now? Only then did he stop and shout, don't call me a liar, there are subordinates watching here. I am a general now, you know. Buru snorted coldly when he heard that, and began recalling what happened at Jai Aung Sam's meeting. Aung Sam stepped forward a few paces and bowed his head. Yes, your majesty. The words that followed froze him for several seconds. From this moment I confer upon you the rank of general. Buru and Aung Sam's brothers gaped in unison. Jichin spoke sternly, laying out the plan. You will be given 5 elite troops under your command, all fluent in the continent's language and capable of facing 100 foes, and you are tasked to infiltrate Baron Gwyn's domain. He received the order dazedly. Yes, your majesty. Aung Sam's heart pounded so fast Buru's words blurred in his ears. You liar, one mistake and you're buried right away, got it? Back in the present, he laughed and sheathed his weapon. All right, General it is, sorry about that. Those words left Aung Sam momentarily unprepared. What? Buru laughed and continued, you're right, now you're a general, I misspoke. Don't be sulky, the road ahead is hard enough. You can't start the journey with a frown, can you? Moved by the encouragement, Aung Sam was very touched. General. He silently judged. Indeed, though General Buru speaks roughly, he genuinely cares for his subordinates. Then Aung Sam placed his hand on his chest and shouted, I am Jai Aung Sam. I obey your majesty. I'll execute the mission efficiently and return in honor. Buru smiled with satisfaction. That's right, take care of yourself. He pressed his lips together, face twisted as if about to cry. To hide it, Aung Sam turned and began to walk away. After only a few steps, Buru's voice called out, travel safely. The so-called lying general faltered for a beat, his lips trembling as if wanting to say something. From behind, they kept teasing, lying general, aren't you off to do your duty yet? Feeling warm turn cold, Aung Sam clenched his sword. That damned fellow. I really shouldn't have gotten involved with him. As Aung Sam faded from view, pride glinted in Buru's eyes. Aung Sam, so you really have become a general. And so he and his troop set off together. Back with Gwyn's troop, they had been besieged by a pack of minotaurs. They slaughtered countless people, corpses lay scattered on the cold ground in the night. Even Gwyn was growing exhausted. Linemen shouted nearby, my lord, you must find a way to retreat quickly. Even so, he could not stop swinging his sword. Gwyn's breathing grew increasingly rapid. Seeing the scene before him, he could no longer hold back. Gwyn shouted orders to the survivors. The remaining knights and soldiers obeyed. Kill the minotaurs ahead and carve a bloody path. No sooner had he finished than Gwyn took up his sword and led the charge. Follow me. The soldiers all shouted in unison. At that moment, his blade glowed with mana, felling a couple of small axe-wielding minotaurs. Riding the momentum, Gwyn leapt up powerfully into the air. He aimed at the minotaur directly before him and continued shouting, how could you possibly stop me? A man who holds the title of Master Swordsman like me. As night fell, the group managed to break free from the minotaur's encirclement. Linemen exhaled in relief. Baron, the number of orcs has noticeably decreased. It seems we're about to escape the monster's territory. He frowned and said, set up camp for now, rest here a bit. Fill your hungry bellies and then we'll retreat. The man bowed in response, yes, my lord Baron. So the captain loudly ordered everyone to stay alert and to use their rations as a quick meal. The soldiers chose a nearby area to rest. Gwyn gripped the water pouch in his hand tightly. He silently watched his weary subordinate. Gradually, Gwyn grew irritated. We started with over 300, how are only this few left? Suddenly someone stood up to move, and was immediately noticed. Where do you think you're going? The man stammered an explanation. I'm just going to relieve myself a bit. Someone frowned and warned, it's still dangerous here, don't leave this spot, do it around here instead. The soldier hurried off. Yes, understood. He went to a secluded corner, preparing to loosen his belt, but a strange sound came from the bushes. The soldier curiously glanced toward it, his face momentarily turning pale. The captain noticed the oddity nearby, his pupils contracting involuntarily. Before them stood a giant ogre. It roared wildly in a frenzy. Gwyn ground his teeth. Why is a two-headed orc appearing here? The scene became 100 times more chaotic than before. Gwyn and the other soldiers drew their swords to defend themselves. At that moment, the ogre strode forward powerfully. It swung the mace in its hand with no mercy. The mace struck the ground with an earth-shattering blow, flinging the soldiers who couldn't flee straight up into the air. The captain saw this and hurriedly called out, my lord Baron, you must retreat while that ogre is chasing the troops. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ogre suddenly grabbed the head of an unfortunate soldier and gently crushed his skull like an orange. Gwyn, seeing that scene, couldn't help but worry, facing two ogres at once, even worse than a two-headed ogre. The rank and file soldiers can be retrained, but we absolutely cannot afford to lose any more knights. Having thought that, he could only suppress his grief and give the order to abandon the soldiers and retreat. The captain, hearing this, could only fall silent and comply. Gwyn then immediately spun and fled. The soldiers, seeing that, hurriedly followed in his wake, even though his subordinate was still clutched in the ogre's hand, desperately thrashing in vain. By then the group was running in a panic. Gwyn realized his men were being attacked from behind. The soldiers had no choice. The cries of pain echoed through the cold night forest. After running for a while, unexpectedly the group found themselves cornered. Behind them, the ogre had caught up and was roaring angrily to the skis. The soldiers, seeing this, tightened their grips on their swords and braced to fight. Gwyn furrowed his brow and muttered, "There's nowhere left to run. If it were a normal ogre, an upper-rank swordmaster like me could handle it alone. But to face a two-headed ogre, you'd need at least a top-rank swordmaster. The gap between upper rank and top rank is like that between a child and an adult. An upper-rank swordmaster confronting a two-headed ogre is essentially suicide. But someone who once led the Hawk's Legion like me cannot die at the hands of a monster like this." Thinking that, he immediately issued commands. "Knights, listen, I'll attack head-on. Linemen, strike left. Biskin, strike right. Raven, hit from behind and support me." They heard and promptly answered in unison, "Yes, my lord." Gripping their swords, they charged straight ahead, while the whole unit shouted their battle cry. The ogre, seeing this, couldn't help but let out a loud, intimidating roar and counterattack. At that moment, from who knows where, an arrow flew in and lodged straight into one of the ogre's eyes. Gwyn, seeing that, couldn't help but be surprised and thought the arrow. Before he had time to be fully stunned, a shadow suddenly appeared, and it aimed straight at the ogre, attacking the already pierced eye and making it scream in agony. The ogre, enraged, wildly swung its huge club about. Meanwhile, the owner of that arrow had already succeeded in closing the distance to it, and used the sword in his hand to deliver a clean, razor-like cut, gently slicing across the ogre's neck at that spot. Blood sprayed everywhere. Its heavy body crashed down to the ground with a thud. After killing the ogre, Sam's figure gradually came into view. He slid his sword back into its sheath with nimble ease. Gwyn didn't speak at once, his eyes wide in astonishment. Sam turned and offered a friendly smile. "Are you all right, my lord?" After a moment, the two stood their ground, watching each other warily. Gwyn still seemed doubtful. Even a surprise attack couldn't fell a two-headed ogre in one strike. Surely it must be a top-rank swordsman. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded from behind, startling him and causing him to turn his head quickly. Gwyn and his men involuntarily turned to look at Sam in surprise, for at that moment the comrades had stepped forward toward him. This made Gwyn frown and question inwardly. Could they all be swordsmen of equal rank? He hastily voiced his gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. I am Baron Gwyn. Who might you be?" Hearing that, the boy smiled slightly and replied, "So you're Baron Gwyn, I am." Suddenly, Sam remembered something and panicked a little, thinking he'd prepared everything yet had forgotten that detail about being named. This odd behavior made Gwyn narrow his eyes in suspicion. The accompanying men also grew tensely alert. Just then, Sam suddenly said, "That's me." He invented a false name for himself, Gerard Lightning. Gwyn and his men were astonished upon hearing it. Gerard. He quickly corrected himself. "No, I'm Gerard's sworn brother. My name is Gerard." The faces of the men fell, showing their judgment. What a crafty liar. However, Gwyn said nothing and only frowned slightly. Gwyn's gaze didn't leave them for several seconds. Then he offered, "For now we must get out of here." Sam agreed at once. "As you wish, sir." A little later, the group dispatched a few more orcs. Sam fought while thinking to himself that conserving energy while killing orcs was really tough. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to observe Gwyn beside him, silently assessing him. Under the name Gerard, though he'd pretended to fight recklessly, it seemed they still weren't easily convinced. On the other side, he kept hoisting the orcs onto the tally board with effort. Sam paused, thinking to himself that Gwyn was very cautious, his swordsmanship not ordinary, a person completely different from Baron Alvin. Pretending the work was done, Sam stepped forward and exhaled, then scratched his head and struck up a conversation. "It seems the monsters around here have been cleared out. What do you say we rest a bit before moving on?" Gwyn agreed. "All right, everyone rest for now," they replied in unison. After choosing a resting spot, a voice questioned, "You say you're Gerard Lightning's sworn brother?" Sam smiled as if it were true. "Yes." Gwyn nodded and praised, "Your swordsmanship is exquisite." Sam felt a little embarrassed. "You flatter me." At that moment, Gwyn asked, "By the way, what brings you all the way into this deep forest?" The boy had prepared an answer beforehand. "Actually, someone went missing after entering the Raganza Mountains, so we had to come search for him ourselves." Gwyn's brows knitted in curiosity. "What on earth were you doing in the Raganza Mountains?" Sam bowed his head slightly, his voice noticeably softer, saying he wanted to explore an unnamed dragon lair. That remark left him thoroughly puzzled. Even if Sir Gerard were a swordmaster, going alone into a dragon lair was suicide. So have you found Sir Gerard yet? At that mention, Sam froze for a few seconds. Next, he took something from his inner pocket and held it straight out for them to see. At the sight of the object in Sam's hand, Gwyn couldn't hide his astonishment. That was unmistakably a swordmaster's identification token. He confirmed gravely, yes, this is Gerard's token. Lineman couldn't help springing to his feet. How do you have it in your possession? The iron-mustached man, hearing this, angrily shouted in accusation. Are you doubting our captain? The soldiers reflexively reached for their swords. Lineman, still arrogant, snapped back, why get your hackles up? You look like commoners. Commoners who insult nobility get executed on the spot, you know. He sneered in disdain. Saved from death, and now you think you can boss us around. He was annoyed like a dog stepped on. What did you say? Sam's tone turned cold as he ordered, sit down. The iron-mustached man snapped to protest, Captain. Sam frowned and muttered under his breath, want to die. The iron-mustached man glanced sideways at him, then reluctantly obeyed and sat down. Gwyn's men, seeing this, also fell silent and complied. Sam then completely turned his attitude around. The recent fight with monsters had everyone on edge. The iron-mustached man grumbled angrily behind his breath, acting as if Sam had less right to find and take Gerard's things than they did. Gwyn's group, hearing this, all bristled with murderous intent. Gerard. Lineman showed displeasure and growled a warning. You dare call Sir Gerard outright? Who exactly are you lot? The iron-mustached man looked startled, fearing exposure. Sam, quick-witted, suddenly laughed out loud to draw attention, instantly capturing the full attention of the men opposite. Then he explained, when I swore brotherhood with Gerard, my younger brothers were there too. Because we're close in age, I took Gerard as a junior brother and we became friends with my other brothers. So it's easy to misunderstand. This revelation left the man visibly surprised. You say you took Sir Gerard as your junior brother. Sam bowed his head slightly, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yes. This made the accompanying henchman admire and accept it. That line of reasoning is indeed a general's lie. To bolster his credibility, he even jerked his head to signal his followers. Spot on. The iron-mustached man acted the part so well that he sprang up to endorse it. Yes, we and Gerard are brothers in arms, eating and suffering together. The group happily chimed in. Of course, it's surprising a powerhouse like Gerard would volunteer to befriend us. He sat down contentedly, arms crossed, continuing, where is Gerard from? How could we have harmed him? Sam kept a perfunctory smile and turned to look at Gwyn. The iron-mustached man behind muttered quietly, if it was theft, then there's a possibility. The whole of Gwyn's group couldn't help but be suspicious. That. At this point he was helpless. What an idiot. The iron-mustached man's words just now made Gwyn frown with suspicion. Sam's whole body suddenly trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down without stopping, his face full of pain and despair. Then he sprang up, clenching his fist. Dragon, how dare you harm my little brother? One day I will avenge my little brother Gerard. This display left Gwyn's men silent and staring. Sam continued his performance without restraint. At that moment he changed his stance, daring to risk danger to avenge a non-blood-related little brother. And of course, in Gwyn's eyes, he truly was a real man. Meanwhile, Sam's people grinned in admiration. The lie acting had reached a supreme level. Gwyn stood up and sincerely wished Gerard success in his revenge. Sam replied somewhat helplessly, thank you, sir, it's just that I greatly resent my own weakness before dragons. He fell into silence. After thinking for a long while, Gwyn rubbed his hands and spoke. I see, so that's it. Lineman looked puzzled and asked, how so? He reminded them the disadvantage for the troop was the route. Clearly the guide said this was a safe path. He ground his teeth at the thought. Trusting a poor itinerant guide was indeed a mistake. Unexpectedly, Gwyn immediately objected. No, that guide wasn't wrong. Lineman asked in confusion, why do you think that? At this point, he began to review everything. There were clearly signs of people on the path we took, but how could humans move about in a place swarming with monsters? Lineman gradually realized the problem. Unless they were tired of living, they wouldn't dare. The remark was left hanging. Gwyn answered directly afterward, that must be it. It would be more reasonable to assume the monsters had invaded human territory. Those words enlightened everyone in the group. Not stopping there, Gwyn offered another argument. The monsters weren't just entering unfamiliar territory, they were moving in herds. That indicates a great danger has struck their lands. Lineman chimed in again, if it's a great danger. He quickly supplied the answer, it would be dragons. Everyone gaped, dumbfounded and utterly shocked. Based on what had been said, Gwyn could believe it. If not for a dragon's rage, it would be hard to make sense of these events. The man beside him suddenly wondered aloud. but why would dragons suddenly become enraged? After a moment's thought, he looked toward Ung Sam, then spoke calmly. Sir Gerard, your sworn junior is a notorious treasure hunter. He intended to rob a dragon lair. And when discovered, Sir Gerard surely fought with all the honor of a swordsman. But how could a mere mortal defeat a dragon? The issue here is that Sir Gerard left a small wound on that dragon. The murderous aura from the enraged dragon then agitated the monsters. And as a result, we have to suffer the consequences. That logic was so solid the soldiers swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. They crowded around Gwyn, praising him nonstop, truly a lord at work. Your words are absolutely correct. While Ung Sam's men showed obvious helplessness, just a lie and yet such an elaborate interpretation. But this fit perfectly with his plan. The stage had already been set for us. Night was falling at Jichen's fortress. Buru ran back to report, Your Majesty, the operation was a complete success. Baron Gwyn has lost most of his forces. General Jai rescued Gwyn from danger and they are moving together. We also captured the orcs used in the operation. Not to mention, we rounded up other orcs and monsters drawn by the scent of blood. Saying this, he grinned, so our numbers have grown considerably. Hearing this, you mentioned the final step. Now we only need Ung Sam to win Baron Gwyn's heart and enter the territory. Buru kept praising, though General Jai boasts a lot, his abilities are certainly reliable. One thing's for sure, he's doing very well indeed. Back with Ung Sam, he was grilling the iron-mustached man. Samdapio, do you want to be buried alive? The man whispered back, I wouldn't dare. How could your subordinate dare? So Ung Sam launched into a tirade. Judging by your attitude, it seems you don't want to live anymore. The iron-mustached man waved his hand confusedly. What are you saying? I want to live a long life. His tone dropped. If you open that dog mouth of yours and spout nonsense again, I'll chop you up and turn you into fertilizer for the fields. They stared at each other. Sparks seemed to flash from the depths of Ung Sam's eyes. But moments later, Ung Sam loudly shifted the mood. Let's do this properly. We must achieve our goal. Gwyn, watching from afar, had witnessed everything. After finishing their talk, Ung Sam approached him. All right, let's get going. Gwyn didn't hesitate. Let's go, Sir Gerard. He smiled to show friendliness. You don't have to call me sir, for sword brothers like us. The proud knights were impressed, and he was surprisingly modest. With that, Ung Sam's group turned their heads. He led the column forward. No one noticed Ung Sam's triumphant smile. I deliberately led them to where the monsters were, turning us into comrades crossing death's door together. There were some hiccups, but thanks to my excellent improvisation skills. He rubbed his head where a goblin had hit him. The same goblin from before. Ung Sam recalled being chased by the whole pack, and he couldn't help but sigh and smile at the memory. It was really dangerous to mess with a baby goblin. You should warn first. Before he could do anything, the iron-mustached man kicked it away in a hurry. He sent the poor goblin flying up into the air. Ung Sam stared blankly at his iron-mustached companion, who had just interrupted him. He, on the other hand, smiled proudly. I did well, didn't I? Very soon after, a piercing shriek rang out from the forest. The pitch-black night revealed several pairs of glowing red eyes. At this point, Ung Sam had no choice but to run. Everyone flee now. They immediately sprinted away, legs folding. He cursed inwardly, that ringleader. Meanwhile, only 2 guards stood watch at the city gate. One of them noticed something odd. What's that over there? The man beside him looked just as puzzled. What do you see? From afar, it looked like a column of smoke racing toward them. It turned out Gwyn was being chased all the way here by the goblins. Open the gate quick. Lineman quickly announced himself. It's Baron Gwyn. Open up now. The 2 guards gasped in astonishment. Lord Lineman. Behind them it was no longer goblins. As they drew near, the pupils of the guards' eyes dilated and went rigid. Impossible. That was because it was the pack of brute beasts called Shavel tigers. Those who had fled from the tiger pack shouted at the top of their lungs, "Open the gate, hurry." The guards urged each other to follow their instruction. The Lord is in danger, open the gate quickly. Suddenly, a pair of feet turned and ran against the flow of everyone else. Ung Sam strode forward, drawing his sword bluntly. Baron, leave this place to us, you go inside first. Gwyn hesitated, a little reluctant, but Ung Sam's tone was extremely decisive. Please go inside at once. Immediately, Ung Sam's comrades stayed behind with him. By then the Shavel tiger pack had closed in. Lineman couldn't wait to urge him. Lord, you must take refuge inside the city at once. Gwyn paused, thinking through his memories. Although a Shavel tiger is weaker than a 2-headed imp, that's only when they act alone. By nature, Shavel tigers grow exponentially stronger in numbers, so at that size they were more terrifying than a 2-headed imp. Even Sir Gerard would have trouble holding out long. Shavel tigers fear fire greatly, quickly send archers to support. With that, he immediately turned and left, not forgetting to call back. hold out a little longer, I'll bring the troops back right away. Now Ung Sam's voice was oddly calm. Don't worry. Gwyn had no choice but to run while praying. You must hold out. Seeing someone flee, the nearby Shavel tigers leapt immediately. They roared together and lunged forward. He opened his mouth and took a very deep breath to draw air into his chest. As the tiger pack bearing tooth-like blades closed in, Ung Sam let out a terrifying roar. Because of that roar, they quickened their pace and broke into a sprint. One of them rolled his eyes around before speaking. So we just wipe them out like this, right? His gaze grew colder with each retort. No, we mustn't reveal our full strength now. If several swordmasters travel together, won't that arouse suspicion? Their opponents frowned in bewilderment at Ung Sam's implication. Then why did you bother to show up at all? He did not shy from revealing his purpose because this was a good chance to earn Baron Gwyn's trust. Because we've already shown we protected Baron Gwyn in a moment of danger. We only need to display enough strength to be worthy of Gerard's sworn brother title. Then just casually enter the city afterward. With that, he brought his sword down on a Shavel tiger. This drove them into a furious roar that echoed through the sky. Suddenly, an arrow appeared from nowhere and lodged in a Shavel tiger's forehead. Ung Sam's comrades had been providing long-range bow support. Bold move. Then all the underlings charged in, risking their lives. Man and beast collided in a chaotic scene. Hard to tell who would win. But very quickly the humans gained the upper hand, bringing them down with spears. Moments later, a rain of rockets was fired down in support of the melee. The rocket heads were set alight and aimed between the people and the Shavel tigers. They still refused to surrender, baring their teeth in a threat. The growing blaze quickly blocked their path. Those that caught fire screamed in agony. So the Shavel tigers had no choice but to turn and flee. They retreated deeper into the forest before everyone's eyes. At the same time, Gwyn brought reinforcements. Sir Gerard, I'm fine. Ung Sam immediately put on a show of wiping his brow. With Baron Gwyn's help, we barely managed to drive them back. He stepped forward and couldn't help but show his gratitude. Thank you, sir. Ung Sam was modest and deferential before Gwyn. I only did what needed doing for the Baron and the townspeople. Hearing that, he involuntarily paused for a few seconds and took a deep breath. Gwyn's pupils contracted repeatedly from stimulation. He kept wondering, he truly couldn't understand how Shavel tigers could chase right into human territory like this. Lineman shared Levy and Gwyn's thought. Isn't it true that they only gather in packs when their young are killed or kidnapped? Hearing this, he unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Gwyn looked up at the high mountain and spoke in a deep voice, perhaps stirred by the dragon's rage. Ung Sam now felt something strange and immediately turned around. The man being looked at immediately dodged the subject and whistled, but the pouch on his back had already begun to stir. A baby tiger suddenly crawled out with an awkward little roar. His memory immediately returned to Lineman's panting report. Baron, it seems we've shaken off the goblins. Gwyn wearily replied, maybe all the monsters I'll ever see in my life have appeared today. Meanwhile, Ung Sam was grinding his teeth, dying to swear on the spot. Sam Depio, what a name. But what caught his eye was the sight of the man cradling a tiger in his arms. The baby Shavel tiger was nibbling on his thumb. Ung Sam curiously went over to inspect. What is it? The man held it up, grinning widely. A kitten I found behind a tree stump. He gave the man a displeased glare. The fellow just smirked nonchalantly. Finally, he stuffed the baby tiger back into his pouch. Kitten, you're not going anywhere right now. Ung Sam could only watch, irritated inwardly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the imperial villa was still as green as ever. Jichin wore a stern expression and questioned, what is the current number of warhorses? Yuru stepped forward to report in full. Isn't this the season of clear skis and fat horses? Among the mares, 4 have entered their 6th month of pregnancy, and about 120 pukal horses here are expecting. Hearing that, he nodded and exclaimed, that's a lot of pukal. Seizing the moment, he quickly proposed another idea. The local stock is too weak to bear barding, so I hadn't planned breeding them. But I think it would be good to use them as unarmored mounted archers for recruits. A new concept for horse breeds immediately sprang into Jichin's mind. He involuntarily paused and fell into thought for a moment. Finally, Jichin's attention shifted to Buru. How are the recruits' training progressing? He managed to say a few words, then sighed. Training is proceeding smoothly, no problems. However, because the gap in capability with Gori's army is too large, I have been gradually increasing training intensity. He frowned slightly and asked coldly, how large is the gap? Buru thought for a moment and gave an estimate, roughly 1 to 20. Jichin immediately declared loudly, with the current force of 1,500 troops, not counting the navy, it's insufficient to prepare for war. 2,000 soldiers must be assembled to form a real fighting force. He bowed his head and respectfully acknowledged the order. Yes. Seizing the moment, he pushed the timeline. Within 1 month, shorten the ratio to 1 to 5. Buru raised his arm and replied solemnly, Yes, your majesty, you need not worry, they'll be dead for sure. After that, HWI continued reporting in sequence. Your majesty, for war preparation, the supply of iron and steel is extremely urgent. Although we collected a large amount of iron while hunting the orcs, it's only barely enough to equip basic weapons. Tranthene stroked his chin and raised an eyebrow, pondering. It seems the ores have also prepared somewhat. We need to formally prepare a plan to seize iron. Gerard stepped forward to speak once more. Your majesty, before you issue orders to gather iron and steel, I dare to say a word. You frowned and finally continued. What is it? He was then allowed to speak at once and launched into a speech. Although Gori is currently peaceful, I believe this is the time to support provisions and improve the people's quality of life. So why are you so obsessed with preparing for war? Objectively speaking, Gori's current situation hardly warrants going to battle. Jichin suddenly didn't offer a solution, but instead coldly called the other's name, Gerard. Gerard nodded once as if acknowledging a signal. Yes. You issued the reproach plainly. Do you think I do this because I want war? For a moment he couldn't believe his ears and asked back, what? Tranthene's tone grew colder as he admonished. If something looks easy to bully, war will break out. If the neighbor's wall is loose, who wouldn't want to climb over it? And if there is sweet fruit inside, human nature will want to climb over even more. In the end, war doesn't happen because someone is strong, it happens because someone is weak. There are countless nations that refuse to grow stronger and instead let themselves weaken. Will the strong stand idle and watch that happen? Gerard rebutted, fell silent, and could not reply. Seeing this, you continued lecturing the court. The only way to avoid war is to prepare for it. And that preparation must be done in the most peaceful times. In peacetime, the people can live in peace. But it can also breed laziness and rot among the ruling class. That will soon bring danger to the state and its people. Remember that preparing for war is the best policy to prevent that threat. This applies not only now, but as long as this nation endures, it is a truth to be preserved forever. Mark my words. Demuduk understood Tranthene's words and immediately led a loud cry. By the will of His Imperial Majesty, we will preserve and pass this down for generations. Immediately after, everyone echoed the old man's phrase in unison. We pledge to follow the decree. At this point, he could only weakly assent. We pledge to follow the decree. With that settled, he couldn't stop turning his thoughts to a new matter. But it's been a month already, still no word from Ung Sam. Cut to the magnificent castle, where the wineglass kept being refilled to the brim and the pouring never ceased. Because Gwyn was still staring at Ung Sam with a probing gaze. It wasn't until someone at the table finally spoke that the strange atmosphere was broken. My Lord Baron. He began in a very blunt tone. Do you need someone to wipe up the spilled wine on this table? Gwyn paused and stood motionless for a long moment.